Okay, members, if you can please take your seats, please. Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Now, members of council, if we could please stand on a moment of silence. I was just informed that Councillor Thompson's mother has passed away. So Norma McKenzie. So if we can have a moment of silence, and at the next council meeting, we'll bring forward a condolence motion. Thank you. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the 25th anniversary of the Toronto Youth Cabinet. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased on this very special occasion. It's a recognition of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, an organization that's very close to my heart. And this is their 25th anniversary this month. So let us give them, all the members here, a big round of applause. Joining us is Stephen Manzi, who we're going to hear from Stephen in a minute, and 17 members of the leadership team. This youth cabinet was established in 1998. I happen to be the City of Toronto youth advocate. That was appointed by the mayor at the time, Mel Lastman. And of course, I wasn't very young at that time, and I thought, you know, I need a group of youth advocates that are actually young people so that they can tell City Council what is their vision and what kind of services and strategy we should have in providing better social infrastructure services for young people. So that was, at that time, it was the beginning of the first youth cabinet. Through the years, they've done a lot of good work, and now they are in front of you. And we are, I believe that they continue to offer meaningful ideas to make our city better, not just for over 623,000 young people living here, but for everyone who calls Toronto home. Here are some of the things they've done. In 2006, they created the youth cabinet created the Identified and Impact Youth Grant Program. Every year, this program awards funding for up to 25 youth-led projects that support grassroots community development. And the Toronto Youth Cabinet also saw the need for youth advocacy in Toronto Police Service and campaigned for a successful creation of the Chief Youth Advisory Group, allowing our young people to weigh in on youth and community safety. It's interesting because the person that led that campaign, Ryan Teschner, after he became a lawyer, in turn, he was hired to be the executive director of the Toronto Police Service Board chair. He now chaired he's the executive director of the provincial body that govern all the police service board in Ontario. He was a member of the Toronto Youth Cabinet that made that Chiefs Youth Advisory Group happen. I could stand here and mention all the things that they have accomplished. In 2017, the city observed the Youth Week Toronto in May, again, thanks to the passionate advocacy of our young captain members. And I believe they also provided support in hiring a large number of youth outreach workers. They advocated for skateboard park, basketball court, and any number of infrastructure that really provide very good community and social services for young people. So no wonder then, on this 25th anniversary, Toronto Youth Cabinet stands proud as one of the most essential and necessary voices in deciding the city's present and future. And to everyone at the Toronto Youth Cabinet, thank you for your contributions. And those of you that have done the very successful campaign to make sure that the entire city and Ontario, all the high schools now have menstrual products in high school. That was one of their campaigns, a very successful one. Congratulations on that. So we're really mightily proud of you, and I would like to now invite Stephen Mency, the Executive Director of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, to come forward and receive this commemorative scroll on behalf of the group and say a few words. Come on down.
Thank you very much, Mayor Chow. It's much appreciated. This is an immense honor that I proudly receive on behalf of the entire Toronto Youth Cabinet team. Thank you.
Because you're taller than me.
Can I continue? Okay. Once again, thank you very much, Mayor Chow. This is an immense honor that I proudly receive on behalf of the entire Toronto Youth Cabinet team. Wow, 25 years of TYC. From our inception, the Toronto Youth Cabinet has been a beacon of hope and light for the youth across this city who have long sought for their voice to be heard and included in municipal decision-making and politics at large. Many folks have come and gone through TYC to go do amazing things in their own right. As mentioned by Mayor Chow, folks like Ryan Teschner, who is now the Inspector General of Police, Tom Gleason, who is Chief of Staff to Councillor Shelley Carroll, Michael Maynew, a chartered professional accountant and forever budget guru, Adam Chaliff, special advisor in the office of Mayor Chow, and the incomparable Edna Ali, community development officer, whose work continues to bring communities together. There are far too many names to mention, but those individuals will be recognized in the course of celebrating our 25th anniversary and term. Together, we have tackled many issues, successfully advocating for more youth outreach workers, more youth hubs, preventing cuts to programs and spaces. Equally, we have worked hard to ensure that Toronto's young people are firmly entrenched in all aspects within the city. We know that there have and always will be many grassroots youth-led projects and organizations that need funding, and so in 2006, we successfully advocated for the City of Toronto to create an investment fund dubbed Identify and Impact to support this work. In 2017, as Mayor Chow said, we successfully advocated for the creation of Youth Week Toronto, a week to celebrate young people and showcase their abilities and talents. During the pandemic, to ensure Toronto remained a global leader in COVID-19 vaccination coverage, we led the City of Toronto's youth vaccine engagement strategy to ensure all young people and their families had available the support and resources needed to access the vaccine. Beyond our success in municipal government, the Toronto Youth Cabinet has championed many provincial causes. As Mayor Chow noted, we successfully advocated for free menstrual products across Ontario schools. We successfully pushed for the incorporation of financial literacy into the Ontario education curriculum. We also successfully advocated for de-streaming to tackle anti-Black racism in Ontario's education system, among many other successful provincial advocacy on various issues. In spite of those wins and many accomplishments, I know I speak for every past, present, and future TYC member when I say those wins mean nothing unless there's impact. There's truly no greater feeling when a young person comes to you and tells you thank you for your advocacy and work because it had a positive impact on their life and it changed their life for the better. The work of the Toronto Youth Cabinet is not just to advocate on behalf of young people. It's not just to provide youth with a forum to build an equitable, accessible, and youth-friendly Toronto. The work and impact of the Toronto Youth Cabinet is life-changing. We change lives. And so investment into TYC is an investment into young people. Supporting the Toronto Youth Cabinet is a direct correlation with supporting Toronto's youth. Let us remember that. However, there's always more work to be done. Young people in Toronto have been unable to access the investments in the community they have long been calling for and deserve. Young people are facing increasing community safety issues, housing precarity, rising youth unemployment, unaffordable transit fares, rising youth homelessness, and many other challenges. Young people are desiring and envisioning a Toronto that is more youth-friendly and equitable, one that supports them in reaching their full individual potential, instead of one that pushes them farther away from success. Toronto is at an inflection point, and there's an urgency to act and act now. This month began the budget process. It marks yet another opportunity to ensure that Toronto's young people who have been starved of opportunities are prioritized. Councillors, I know I don't have to tell you, but the choices we make now are going to shape the direction of our city for decades to come, for better or for worse. No pressure. Our equity-deserving young people need access to meaningful and gainful employment opportunities. Every single neighborhood improvement area needs a dedicated youth space. So let us look back at this moment as the catalyst for change that led to substantial improvements to young people's socioeconomic conditions, that led to a safer, more equitable, and more youth-friendly city. And now, as I conclude my remarks, I want to thank Toronto's young people for entrusting the TYC to be your voice. And as the longest-lived and most effective advocacy body and youth body, we will continue to be a vigorous advocate on behalf of you. And now I pose a challenge to all of you here today. Today, on this momentous occasion of 25 years of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, and every day, let us send a clear message to Toronto's young people. A message that says, we have your back. A message that says, we're looking out for you. And a message that says, the entire city is ready to help you chart your future. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey, you have an announcement?
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to share that the Women for Climate Toronto Mentorship Program is now accepting applications for its 4th cohort. Women for Climate TO will help female identifying entrepreneurs advance their climate-related business or project through one-on-one mentoring with industry leaders, knowledge labs, and networking opportunities. Following the mentorship program, participants will have the opportunity to take part in a pitch competition with the chance to win cash prizes in support of their business or project. I call it a friendly dragon's den. The impacts of climate change continues to be felt throughout our city and around the world. We know that we cannot reach our city's ambitious climate targets on our own, and this program is a great opportunity to amplify women's voices in the climate space. I'm very proud to co-champion this program with our new co-champion, Selena Young, Director of Indigenous Affairs Office. And I wanted to point out to all of you that Stratcoms yesterday circulated a package to help you promote the program, and I encourage you to share it with your networks. The applications close on November 20th, so please share today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak? Councillor Pasternak, you have an announcement. Councillor Yes?
Speaker. I just wanted to rise very quickly with a warm congratulations to share and echo my congratulations to the members of the Toronto Youth Cabinet on 25 successful years. I stand before you today as a young person who got into politics because of youth advocacy, and I just wanted to say I look forward to some of you being around this council chamber in the future and the ongoing work of capacity building, support, and solidarity with our young people, and ensuring that they have a space around this council to help inform and be part of the future that we're building here together. So thank you so much for your ongoing work and contributions, and I'm an example of what's possible with your continued dedication. So thank you so much, and congratulations. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor Pasternak, you have an announcement.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On September 19th to 21st, 2023, hundreds of mayors and other municipal elected officials gathered in New York City as part of the Strong Cities Network 4th Global Summit. This is a global network of cities dedicated to addressing all forms of hate, extremism, and polarization. The summit brought together over 240 participants, including city leaders, mayors, practitioners representing more than 115 cities from 50 countries globally. And I was honored to attend on behalf of Mayor Chow. The highlight of the conference was putting new vigor and commitment into the role cities can play in fighting hate in the areas they represent. It included the New York City Mayor Declaration on addressing hate, extremism, and polarization. The declaration was signed by 108 cities, including Toronto, Montreal, Victoria, and Kitchener. It will be before council this afternoon. What's interesting is I arrived at this conference, and one of the first things the organizer said is, "Where's Toronto?" We don't see Toronto's name on the list. So I texted Mayor Chow. I sent her a copy of the declaration, and within a couple of hours, we had her signature electronically, and boy, they were excited. The document stretches 3 pages and is less than 1,000 words, but it can be transformative. The declaration enumerates a series of practical steps that mayors commit to address threats while promoting human rights. Consistent with the Strong Cities mission, the declaration includes a commitment to continue to share with and learn from each other in addressing these challenges of hate. It sets for all the signatories a moral compass and roadmap to tackle hate in all its forms, to develop policy, allocate resources, and use tools of government to prevent, respond, and build consequences to those who commit hate crimes. I also wanted to bring to your attention a second motion that will come before council this afternoon. World Interfaith Harmony Week is an annual event observed during the first week of February after the United Nations General Assembly declared it in 2010. The General Assembly pointed out that, quote, mutual understanding and interreligious dialogue constitute important dimensions of a culture of peace, and established World Interfaith Harmony Week as a way to promote harmony between all peoples, regardless of their faith. All around the world, organizations and individuals host events during the first week of February to help neighbors of different faiths get to know each other and build a foundation for more peaceful and friendly communities. I've gone to such events for years. What we're asking staff to do in our motion this afternoon is to create a toolbox so all councillors can host such events. There is a risk as Toronto grows exponentially, maintaining social cohesion slips from the vital to the aspirational. If hate was easy to stop, it would have been stopped a long time ago. But if we do nothing, it will certainly grow and spread its toxic waste over our great city. If we are to be a city that truly welcomes the world, we have to be a world-class city and a city of high purpose. No city is perfect, but we must be seen to dedicate our work and the resources it needs to make our city safe, welcoming, cohesive, and free of hate.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Bravo?
On a point of personal privilege, I just want to acknowledge that last night outside of City Hall, there was a vigil with stuffed animals to mourn the loss of the lives of Palestinian children during the bombing of Gaza by Israel. And I want to say that no children should ever be targeted by any acts of violence And as we've mourned in this chamber, the lives lost by the attack on Israeli civilians and the called for the release of hostages, particularly children, I want to take a moment of silence to recognize that 4,300 children have been killed in Gaza. That number is rising. I want to also say that many more thousands have been injured, been denied food and water, medical attention, and I think that with the commitment that we've made to children, I hope that my colleagues can join me in standing and thinking about how we shouldn't have another life lost of a child in this conflict, which is threatening to spread across beyond those borders and is heartbreaking for many of us and for many people in the city of Toronto.
Thank you. Members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 12.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments in today's order paper, they will also be posted with this item. There are 41 items left on the agenda, including 23 member motions. The mayor has timed her second key matter item EX 9.10, 2023, update on the Toronto Community Crisis Service and proposed expansion plan as the first item of business this morning to be considered, together with item EX 9.2, implementation update Auditor General recommendations on 911 operations and response to calls for service by the Toronto Police. I will now take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually a quick reopening and amendment on IE 7.5, 2023 road openings and closures in Portland. Staff prepared a technical amendment. If we can quickly vote to reopen, then we can move the technical amendment and close the item back up.
So do we have that motion?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so Councillor McKelvey is moving to reopen IE 7.5.
All in favor?
Oh, well, we have to,
Paul?
okay, there it
Paul's
is.
moving.
On favor, carried. Okay, Councillor McKelvey, your amendment?
Just that in accordance with provision of Chapter 27 Council Procedures, City Council adopt the attachment change.
Okay, there it is on
There
the
it is.
screen. On favor, opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
And the item, I think.
Yeah. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning. I can release PH 7.13, area-specific amendment to the sign bylaw 195 Galaxy Boulevard.
I believe that was Councillor Crisanti's item.
No, I've held it.
No, I know, but it was in Councillor Crisanti's ward, and I believe he wants to be here for the item.
I'm releasing it with the committee recommendation to approve, so I don't think Councillor Crisanti would mind at all.
Okay, it's just that Councillor Crescenti is not here. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Perks.
Madam Speaker, this is Bruce. I'll hold it then for
No, it's,
Councilor
no,
Crescenti.
That's fine.
no, but Councillor Perruzza, it doesn't need to be held because what Councillor Perks is moving is the item that we approved at
I know,
committee.
but I want to give a courtesy to Councilor Crescenti to be
That's
there to
fine.
make sure
Sure.
he's okay with it.
Yeah,
I'm happy with that.
Ritza can have the hold, that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza, if you want to speak at council, you have to have your video on.
I think if you check with the clerk, it's not true, but I'll indulge you and turn it on, sure.
What do you mean it's not true? Of course it's true that you need to have your video on if you're
No,
participating.
No, you do not necessarily. Just check with the clerk, will you?
I don't need to check with the clerk. Those are the rules. Okay, Councillor Perks, yeah,
I
Councillor
think if you
Perks.
check with the clerk, you'll find it's
No,
different.
No, Councillor Perks, I don't want to get into a debate with you, but those are the rules. Councillor Perks, do you have any other items that you want to
No,
release?
Report me rules that make sense, that
Okay.
are correct. That's an incorrect rule.
Councillor Perks, so stop interrupting. Councillor Perks, do you have any other items to release? No?
No, that's
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng.
I have a quick release with an amendment, North York 8.12.
Okay, just a sec. North York, NY 8.12, 16 and 28 Center Avenue? Okay, you're releasing? Oh,
Yes,
it's here
with
without a
amendment.
recommendation.
With the amendment and then with recommendation, with amendment to staff recommendation.
So in NY 8.12, Councillor Cheng has the amendment on the screen. On favor, opposed if any, carried.
Thank you.
Item as amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I want to release item TE 8.8, 295 Jarvis Street.
Okay, just one moment, let me find it. Okay?
TE 8.8, 295 Jarvis Street, official plan and zoning bylaw.
Okay, on T 8.8, Councillor Moyes is releasing. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
Madam Chair, this is a very delicate area we're in here. As you know, the streets of Toronto are filled with hate and hate mongers. And I know that Councillor Bravo was well-intentioned in reminding us all of the diabolical situation the children of Gaza find themselves in. But as councillor representing the largest Jewish population in the city of Toronto, I think I want to express the anguish and the outrage that my constituents are faced with in terms of the horrific assault and butchery and murder that Hamas, a terrorist organization, unleashed on the children, the elderly, the disabled of Israel. That cannot go unchallenged, and I thought I would put that on the record here today. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. We will now go to the mayor's second key item, which is EX 9.2 and EX 9.10. Members of council, if you have any questions to staff, can you please put your name on the screen? EX 9.2 and 9.10. Nobody has any questions? Okay, Councillor Morley, if you have any questions, can you please put your name on the screen? Councillor Morley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions to staff on this very exciting and important program in our city. I wondered if you could speak to us a little bit about the demographic of community members that you have been seeing and servicing through the first pilot phase of the Toronto Community Crisis Response Program.
Good morning, and thank you for the question. So certainly through our process of both developing the crisis service as well as its implementation to date, we have certainly prioritized a focus on vulnerable people across the city, particularly focused on Indigenous peoples, as well as Black and other equity-deserving communities. In our work so far, from our service users data, we've seen that there are 9% of our users are Indigenous and 29% identify as Black. We continue to collect sociodemographic data, you got it, on our users to ensure that we are meeting our priorities in terms of reaching those most vulnerable and those who historically have not been well served by traditional response mechanisms.
Thank you for that, and I appreciate the additional context around the previous historic lack of resourcing for these particular communities. In a city where we stand proudly with our coat of arms that says diversity our strength, why does this kind of an approach matter?
So when we started developing the Toronto Community Crisis Service, it came out of Council's recognition of the global movement around for racial reckoning. And as staff did research and spoke to community advocates, as well as academics, we looked at 53 models across 50 jurisdictions. We looked at a number of research here in Canada and in Toronto. We recognize that there are particular groups that have not been well served or have had negative outcomes with a model that responds to mental health crisis using enforcement. And so we made, when we first came forward to council with a proposed Toronto model that we now have been in operations, there were principles that we committed that ensured that we would take a very different approach and prioritize a service that understood and reflected the population that it served and committed to a community care model.
And how would you describe how that's playing out in terms of the outcomes that we're seeing as it relates to this new approach to service for these important equity-deserving communities?
So first, I would say that our partners, our anchor partners that are critical to delivery of this service reflect the communities that we serve. We have Taibu Community Health Center that is a Black-led health center that is leading our support for Black communities and teaching our other partners how to do that better. We have Two-Spirited Peoples of the First Nations that are leading a First Nations and Indigenous response, and in the proposal in front of you, we'll be doing that citywide. In our one-year evaluation data, we are seeing that also not only are our post-crisis follow-up, so case management referrals are also pointing to referrals to Indigenous and Black and other ethno-specific services. We are seeing that 78% of calls have been diverted from a police response. So certainly all of this together is pointing to the service as envisioned and has rolled out for the last, I think, year and a half at this point, is doing what was intended to do and what council directed us to achieve.
Well, thank you and congratulations. And just my final question is...
Last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How does this program and moving forward in this direction separate us from other major cities in North America?
So we certainly are benchmarking ourselves across other alternative response models across North America. I'm proud to say that we have one of the strongest models now in North America. We have among the highest diversion rate, both from a police response, but also from taking people to emergency rooms and hospitals in North America. We continue to look at other jurisdictions, and I would say that multiple jurisdictions are looking to us here in Toronto, both jurisdictions across Canada as well as broader North America, interested in what we're doing, how we're doing it, and how we've done it so quickly, holding fast to our do no harm principles.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, question?
Great, thank you. Through the chair, I too want to echo my congratulations on important work providing this alternative to police response in our community, in particular supporting equity-seeking groups. I'm just wondering, it's very confusing, I think, for people, including myself, entering, City Hall, about who to call. We have MCIT, which is under the police, TCCS, all these acronyms. We have 211, we have 311, and we have non-emergency, as well as everyone knows 911. And I'm just wondering, because we're now going to be citywide, how can we best support our residents in knowing who they should call and how they can get the appropriate support that they need?
So through Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. I think that's one of the issues that we are acutely aware of, and it certainly was part of the Auditor General's response. Today in Chambers are a number of partners in actually working to address that. So first, I would say from the Toronto Community Crisis Service, as we go citywide and continue to do public education, we have been encouraging residents to call 211 for mental health response and crisis response. I think that's an important piece. But we are working with 311, with corporate communications, with our colleagues in other services to help, I think, a repeat of our Make the Right Call campaign to help educate residents on who they can best call for what services to get the most effective response.
Thank you. I think I mentioned in our meeting that I think it should be rebranded, Who You Gonna Call? Because everybody knows that. And so I see, we're entering a 10-year contract and we have a vision of getting 75% support from the provincial government. How likely or how confident are we that we can secure that support for funding an important mental health service?
So certainly since the beginning of this conversation at Council in 2021, we have been pointing to the other orders of government, particularly the provincial government, that they have an important role to play, that the city is stepping up, but we need them to participate. We continue that call, both to support the service as well as the broader mental health ecosystem that requires investment there and in other support services like affordable housing, as well as crisis beds and other treatment. I would say that I think we heard yesterday at Council through the Mayor's remarks that the conversation that's happening around the New Deal seems promising, and we certainly will support those efforts. We're looking to our community partners to support the calls for an intergovernmental response. And I think it's also promising that other governments, other municipalities, both here in Ontario as well as across the country, are working furiously to develop a similar model and will likely look to provincial governments to support those models as well as Toronto.
Yes, I think you mentioned something very important, that parallel services have to grow at the same time because we know that these calls afterwards, the follow-up, the systems navigation and the case management also needs to grow. And I'm wondering who will be overseeing I think, budgetary ask to grow those support services.
So I would say that we are developing the crisis service as the fourth emergency service here in Toronto among a fragmented system. And so what I mean by that is that we've got community-led services. We've got obviously services here across the city that support the success of this new response. And right now, each of those are having their own conversations. I think we have been trying to support, at least working with our anchor partners, a more coordinated approach, and we'll continue to look to do that as we move forward. But again, sure.
Well, that was your last question. Sorry, Councillor Chang. Sorry. And maybe we could try to keep the answers a little shorter so there's more than one question asked. Councillor Bravo. Questions?
Thank you, through you, Speaker. We declared gender-based violence an epidemic in this chamber, and I know that what's come before us is a geographic expansion of really important crisis and mental health responses. Is there prospects in the future for looking at gender-based violence, sexual assault, the kind of care that the sector, the coalition of organizations, including the YWCA, say needs a particular kind of community-based care to be responsive?
Yes, Councillor, thank you for that question. So we certainly heard at the beginning of this journey that we needed to focus, one, on getting to citywide as quickly and safely as possible. So mission is almost accomplished there. And then the second is for us to review in a systematic way how we can expand from the service types that we have now to include others. And so that is the next phase of work that staff will be undertaking, understanding the importance of those other responses that would be better served by a community care response.
And would youth responses in addition be part of that? I'm thinking, for example, of youth that are getting in trouble at school, truancy calls, interactions that could escalate otherwise and that may need more appropriately referral to support services, working with families and with the school system and other non-education responses?
So yes, we've certainly heard that is an important one for us to consider. We will engage with TDSB staff as part of our SafeTO work to see if there's something that we can do in the interim. But we certainly have heard that, and yes, we'll be looking into it.
And on a day that we celebrate the Toronto Youth Cabinet, I think we've got a great resource, and we've definitely heard that from a leadership at the Toronto Youth Cabinet. So a lot of the great questions were answered by my colleagues, Councillor Morley and Chang, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. Would also like to echo the appreciation for staff, for everyone who's participated in getting us to this point with this service. My first question is just about if a call is made to the Toronto Community Crisis Response Service from a resident outside of the pilot project areas, what happens right now?
So thank you very much for the question. So currently we're operating in 64% of the city. So currently, if a call happens outside of that, 211 will redirect them to other services. Our hope and goal, of course, is to get to citywide by summer of 2024 so that all Torontonians can have access to the service.
Okay, great. And I just want to close the loop on Councillor Cheng's line of questioning. What has the impact been on police response in pilot areas?
So I have some colleagues from Toronto Police. Perhaps I can look to them.
Good morning. And through the chair, can I ask you to just clarify the question, Councillor?
What has been the impact on police response in pilot areas?
Sorry, meaning has there been a reduction in time? Is that
What
you're
has
look-
the impact been?
Okay. So if we're looking for diversion rates, or response times, I can say specifically that during the evaluation time of the period for TCCS, it was about 13 months in length. Our service attended about 426,000 calls that we attended, and 35,000 of them were person in crisis calls. And the ones that were in scope for TCCS to attend, and where the person accepted that referral, it was approximately 3,000 of these calls. So 3,000 calls out of the 35,000 that were in scope were attended, and police did not have to attend.
Thank you very much. And I think that checks out with what the report shared with us, that states that 78% of calls transferred from 911 were handled by TCCS and did not require police involvement. What can we see as a long-term results on mental health across the city when folks who are in crisis are being treated by the appropriate professionals?
So thank you for the question. I would say that in terms of long-term results, one of the key things that we started this service trying to achieve was to recognize that we've got a city with over 35,000 people calling in crisis, and so the goal is to connect them to better services and ultimately to reduce the number of person in crisis calls over time.
And what has been shared and I guess spoken about with this service is that it's not just addressing the crisis in the moment, it's also connecting people to other types of services. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure, absolutely. So understanding the fact that there has been, there are repeat callers, and as well as many callers struggle with access to the right services. This has certainly been around post follow-up crisis. So we have a service standard to follow up within 48 hours of a crisis, and then to offer referrals, to do case management, and to connect people to the types of services that they need. It could be housing, it could be employment, it could be culturally related services, it could be addiction services, treatments, et cetera. We track our post-crisis follow-up rates and to the types of services that they are pursuing, so that, again, we can be sharper in understanding what is missing within the broader support ecosystem and contribute our voice and experience to hopefully having more investments in those areas.
Thank you. That's encouraging to hear. And my final question is just, at committee, we heard about the need for proper city services to reach those in distress. What additional investments do you need for this program to succeed, and how can we continue to take action as a council to achieve this?
So I think in terms of city services, we are all working well together. However, as this council has had many conversations on, shelter spaces continue to be oversubscribed. And even though we've been working incredibly well with Gordon and his team to have a fast-track access, that system is under tremendous pressure. Affordable housing, supportive housing are also incredible needs that we are experiencing, and ensuring that there's the appropriate cultural supports. So these are not all things that are the city's sole responsibility. We need other orders of government to invest in order for those to be available, regularized, and supportive of what we're trying to do through the Toronto Community Crisis Service.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, I'd like to ask Acting Superintendent Kelly Skinner some questions. Welcome to City Council. I think it's your first time here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the work you and your fellow officers do 24/7. I guess the question I have is, what I'm told by the police officers in 13 Division is the biggest problem they have is they keep arresting or dealing with the same repeat offenders, usually as a result of fentanyl poisoning or and it's not even as much mental health issues, it's the fentanyl drug addiction problem. And they tell me what they need is rehabilitation centers to basically direct these victims of fentanyl and other drugs to go to, because wealthy people have a place to go to. They can pay for rehab centers, but people on the street have nowhere to go. Do you want to respond to that?
Absolutely, and what I can say, and that everyone here knows, that we're in a crisis in our city when it comes to opioid addiction and overdoses. And I think that it's frustrating for our officers to have to deal with people and want to take them to get somewhere so that they can be treated, and realize that we don't really have the resources that we need in our city. So while we can do everything that we can, because people call 911 when there is a crisis, we need our city services, rehabilitation services, to be properly funded in our city. And I know Toronto Public Health is working right now with their new mental health and addiction strategy to try to advocate for a center for these people to go. So when they're seeking addiction treatment and when they're seeking help, that they have the resources that they need. And right now it becomes for police, because we're so limited in what we can do after we respond. We can refer people, but they need somewhere where they can actually receive the treatment that they need. So I would advocate that our city needs those services and they need to be funded.
Yeah, because right now there is no rehab center you can take these victims of drug poisoning to right now, is there?
No, I think there's several places that will attempt to have that help, but I don't think there's one place that actually addresses all of that. So I would absolutely say that that's exactly what the city needs.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Thank you.
Superintendent.
Thank you.
Back to Ms. Campbell, or perhaps the EMS, is how do we lessen the trauma of a person in crisis when I see quite regularly, I see someone in crisis and an ambulance shows up, fire truck shows up, and police cruisers show up, sometimes 2 or 3. So how can we basically respond to that, either through the Dudley Law Service, which you have, or through coordinating that, because these people are in trauma. All of a sudden they see all these vehicles show up, and it heightens their anxiety. This is what I've been seeing.
So thank you for the question. We've been working really hard with Toronto Police Service, and I would say actually with our colleagues in paramedics and fire as well, to try to ensure that the right service ends up in the right place. And so the Toronto Community Crisis Service is a model based on being trauma-informed, listening to residents who are experiencing crisis, working on de-escalation. We don't have sirens as part of our vehicles. It's an empathetic approach built on a profound understanding of where people happen to be when they are in trauma. And so I think our work together is to try to ensure that this is the response that gets dispatched in the appropriate circumstances. I think we've done a lot of work together, but we've got a lot more work to do, and that includes the incredible, I think, change management support that Toronto Police Service has been doing with their 911 dispatch, but it also means that we need to continue to do a better job of ensuring that, as we heard earlier, Torontonians know they can call 211 and get access to the service as well.
Yes, in terms of...
Last question.
In terms of the breakdown of the crisis response, I know I find it a bit difficult to appreciate, but I know most people think it's just about mental health responses. But as you know, it's about domestic abuse. It's about drug poisoning.
Councillor Cole, you're way over your time. Can you just please ask the question so the staff can respond? Do you want to respond?
Sure. So I think you were getting at a reminder that we follow 6 call types. So person in crisis, yes. We also do well-being checks, distressing or disorderly behavior, thoughts of suicide and harm, and disputes are all part of the service response that the crisis service responds to.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, question. Okay, he's not here. Councillor Carroll? Questions?
Yes, and my questions on this pilot are always very hard to quantify because I'm always trying to get beyond what shows up in the stats. I asked at committee, we can't really measure how many times using the approach of TCCS and the follow-up that can happen there that might go a few steps beyond what an officer would have to do. It's true that MCIT might do a day or two of follow-up and try to get that person to the right place. But as you're saying, you could do a little more case management through these agencies. We can't quantify, can we, how many times we are taking a person and their family to a point where we're now avoiding calls. They might have become a chronic caller for crisis or wellness check, but we've now made placements such that we've taken them out of that realm altogether.
So thank you for the question. So at this point, not yet. So we're trying different tools to be able to capture that, from visual storytelling to a commitment that we're making to do longitudinal evaluation so we can better track the outcomes of service users over time.
And how important is it? I'm putting you on the spot here, asking you to editorialize here, but I hear I hear some of the questions, and councillors like to tweak things. Having conversations with some of my colleagues here, how important is it to really just let the program evolve as it has been so far, such that we're building trust within the Toronto Police Service, within the management of 911, to use this service by following the course that we're following here. Building trust gradually to get to the stats gradually that we hope to have, that's only because we've taken this measured approach, is it not?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor.
So as we go to citywide, we might think, okay, there it's citywide, now I'd like it to be one phone number you call and I want a target of this number and this many diversions. Are we better to let that happen through, over time, having trust in the different services?
So I would definitely say that having a data-informed approach is critical to even our success this far. But continuing to do that, continuing to work with our community anchor partners to build trust in community, and continuing to build trust with our partners like Toronto Police Service is really important to the long-term success. I think that's why it's so important to consider this the fourth emergency service. It's not a program, it's not a one-off. We're trying to build something that is enduring, that Toronto residents can count on for quality, consistency, and safety over time.
And then the other level of that over time piece is the issue of there are different access points to this. Someone might phone 911. They might learn of 211. I think you have data to this effect too. Different clients prefer different access points, do they not? We don't want to say we need to get this down to one access point. We need to have the access points that feel best to the clients, whoever they may be.
So the model that Council adopted included our commitment to no wrong door approach. So we definitely have heard that, Councillor, that we do need 911, we do need 211, we do need our partners, people being able to reach into our partners directly, as well as other entry points, but we need to avoid confusion as well.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions.
Thank you, Speaker. Through the chair. So my question is, first of all, congratulations on getting to this milestone. I know this has been a lot of work in the background. And as a former board member of Taibu Community Health Center, I can say how proud I am that, Taibu is your partner in Scarborough. Taibu does great work, especially in the Malvern community. And I'm just wondering, could you just sort of go through the sort of threshold that the partners had to reach to sort of be selected as the partners in each of their respective areas?
So through Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. When we launched this service, we went through an extensive request for expression of interest process across the city, looking for community partners who could have experience within their local communities, are trusted, could bring a health response, could have diverse partners to help with the referral and case management process that's critical to this service. We chose a slate of 4 partners who brought a network, and then you asked us to do another process this year to look to expand. And so through that similar process, we were able to confirm that our existing 4 community anchor partners wanted to be part of our expansion, and so they bring with them experience, resources, and trust in community.
Thank you. So, Taibu is unique in that it is the only community health center with a specific focus serving the Black community. They're the only health center in North America with that mandate. As you know, Scarborough is the most diverse place, perhaps on earth. So how does Taibu work to serve the entire community? Because as you know, Scarborough has a big, proud populations of Chinese community, South Asian communities. How does Taibu work with other partners to sort of serve the 2-on-1 model?
So Taibu, as you noted, was certainly contracted as a partner, given that incredible experience. They have been working with the other anchor partners to increase their level of understanding and comfort with supporting Black clients in other areas of the city. They also bring a network of partners, including agencies that work with Chinese populations, indigenous populations, et cetera, so that they can provide fulsome supports to the diversity of Scarborough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, through you to staff. So in April of 2018, I believe there was a provincial election campaign, and the provincial, provincial government at the time, or at least one of the person who was successfully elected, promised $1.9 billion over 10 years for mental health, which would flow through the provinces. And I'm wondering whether we've tapped into any of that money, whether that money has ever been available to us. And before you answer, I will say the federal government did almost the exact same thing in August of 2021, where they promised $4.5 billion over 5 years to the provinces that would then trickle down to the municipalities, plus $500 million over 4 years for mental health supports in universities and colleges. Now, have we tapped into any of this money, or were these just promises made on campaign trails?
So currently, the City of Toronto is funding the Toronto Community Crisis Service as part of the tax, on the tax base. Our partners are multi-funded agencies, including having access to provincial funding, given that many of them are health-based agencies. I would say at this point, none of those resources that you just spoke to, Councillor, is currently funding the Toronto Community Crisis Service.
So this was a lot of money, promises made on campaign trails, and the best of your knowledge, we haven't received any of it.
Not for this service.
Okay, thank you. So there was, as part of the report here, I guess it's a slide deck, a presentation. On page 19, there's an interesting statistic. It says you had 2,264 event callers, so I assume that's a 211 or a call that's transferred to the TCCS, and they declined intervention and said, no, 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 please send police. And what I'm surprised is I'm not going to, I don't know how skilled these people are calling in, but how would they know to decline this support service, the service that you offer, which is excellent, and request instead police? And who makes the final judgment on who goes?
So thank you very much for that question. So there is currently in the first year of evaluation a 39% decline rate. They decline, so currently if you call 911, our agreement with Toronto Police Service in this first era of the service includes a consent provision. So you call and the 911 call taker asks you, do you consent to be transferred to the Toronto Community Crisis Service? We have found that provision is creating some barriers where people in crisis may think, I don't know the service, so what does this mean? So we're actively working with the Toronto Police Service to look at how we remove that consent provision, given where we're at in the maturity of the service, and ensure. So the other part of your question is that it is the 911 call taker who ultimately makes the call as to whether this fits the call protocol scope and sends the Toronto Community Crisis Service.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. I think I can squeeze in one more question. So on the same presentation, I guess, slide deck, a figure of 3,596 events. I guess those are calls coming into, or calls responded to by your teams. And it seems to me a third of them still require police. They're unmanageable situations, or is that a correct a reading of these statistics, that about a third of the calls that your teams respond to, police are still needed in the end of the day?
So only 4% of our calls required an emergency response with Toronto Police Service. We track that very carefully. Sometimes what happens is multiple teams have been police, fire, paramedics, as well as the crisis service. Sometimes it's the crisis service and MCIT. So multiple teams can be dispatched at any one time, but only 4% of the calls required police intervention.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions are for the DCM, Mr. Raftis. I think both of these reports are yours ultimately, correct?
Yes, they fall
Okay.
underneath my area, thank you.
9.2 describes the Toronto Community Crisis Service as the TCCS dispatches trained teams of multidisciplinary crisis workers to provide community-based, client-centered, and trauma-informed response to non-emergency calls from people in crisis and requests for well-being checks. That's consistent with what the Auditor General suggested to Council, that there were things that could be taken out of the hands out of emergency responders because they were non-emergencies. This was one of them.
That's correct.
And that's what the report says. So if I do a search on the report for the other item, 9.10, the word non-emergency does not show up once in the report. Emergency shows up 13 times. And what I'm getting at, the very first bullet point recommends to City Council that we endorse the expansion of the Toronto Community Crisis Service, get that, as Toronto's 4th emergency service. Can you tell me why those specific words were brought forward as a recommendation? Because the two are opposite. One's non-emergency and this one says the 4th emergency service. What are you telling council?
So I think there's a nuance there through the chair to the councillor. When 911 is called, people generally, not always, but generally call 911 when they believe there is an emergency taking place. And those calls are then triaged, and you can have the most acute emergency within that, right down to something that would be a non-emergency event. When people are in crisis, we would consider that to be an emergency call. However, that particular response may be more appropriate than a trained police officer, a paramedic, or a firefighter. So I think the nuance here is this particular service is seen by the community as an appropriate response to an individual in crisis.
Are they then emergency responders, the staff of the program?
Again, I think that there is a nuance there. I think
agree.
I think for the people who are calling and looking for help in a time of crisis, to receive a very timely and appropriate response, you could debate whether it's emergency or non-emergency.
But that's the issue. So I thought I heard from Ms. Campbell that, you know, they don't have sirens on the car. There's significant limitations on the people that are responding. So how do we work, why were the words selected and added? Maybe that's the simplest question. Why didn't we just stop the recommendation at expand the service?
I think it's to give it the credibility that it deserves. If you look at EMS response, out of the 300,000 emergency calls that our EMS colleagues would respond to, probably 80% of those would fit into a non-emergency category that would not require lights and siren response, and that's based on those calls being triaged in a similar fashion.
Are we taking on extra responsibility or putting ourselves in a very difficult place if we call it an emergency service?
In my view, I would say no.
Okay.
I believe that there is an opportunity here. Paramedics, by way of example, respond to tens of thousands of emergency calls that could be better served by this type of response. And so taking those calls away from the paramedic system provides additional capacity over time, but fits all within that emergency response system.
What are we doing to block pressure that may come up in the future? I shouldn't say block, handle pressure coming in the future where the workforce could try or decide, or there could be pressure to morph it into a full-out emergency service where you've got fast-driving cars, sirens, lights, all sorts of training, different expectations in terms of remuneration, and we end up with, you know, an entire full-bodied first responder, emergency responder force. You know, how are we foreseeing any risks of that in the future, or is that the plan?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Holiday, I think that's a great question, and I think it's really about education and the evolution of emergency services. When we look back, when I started more than 30 years ago as a paramedic, we responded to everything in terms of lights and siren. Now, about 20% of the time we respond lights and siren. So it's separating those calls, having an appropriate response with due consideration for community safety when it comes to how we arrive at those calls. And lights and siren response is one of those things that we consider, and we take it very seriously.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. There have been many questions by my council colleagues on this already, and a lot of my questions have been answered. But thank you to staff on this report. It's quite impressive. My background is in mental health and addiction, so this is particularly important to me. My question, though, and I do love the no wrong door approach. I think that's excellent. But my question, though, is that we know that there are many people who choose not to call 911 when someone is in crisis. And so it's great we have this 211 service, number now, but how do we promote that? I know the city spend a lot of resources promoting 311, but how do we get the public buy-in in this so that they know that this service does exist and there are alternatives for them to actually reach this service?
So thank you for the question. I think public education is absolutely critical to promoting 211. Earlier this year, we did a multilingual 5-week education campaign to promote 211 as the access point to this service. And we've seen an increase accordingly to the amount of calls coming through 211. So 911 is holding steady, but we're seeing more calls coming to 211, suggesting that as long as we continue public education, it will become the primary number that people will call to access the service.
And how is that being promoted?
I think we've got several things. So as part of our next phase, we will continue to do public education. That includes social media. It includes ads on in local papers. It includes, did we do subway ads? Shelter ads as well. Oh, my colleague here from SPEC can probably help me answer this even better. Lindsay? Oh, no. Come here, Lindsay.
Hi there. Through the speaker, just to follow up what Denise was saying, we are in market right now with an education campaign, and this is really about behavioral change. So we're trying to align the kinds of behaviors that would be affiliated with a 911 call as opposed to a 211 call or a different type of access to emergency services. As you can appreciate, being a politician in particular, behavioral change takes time, and there's a long art to that. So currently, we're somewhat limited to our own channels based on resources and funding. You asked earlier if funding could support. We certainly could do more if we were looking to a long arch of education as it relates to the next iteration of this program if it were to go citywide. So, you know, this won't happen overnight. The notion of 911 is deeply ingrained in our behaviors currently and is a pattern we make. But because of the great inroads, again, that the program has made so far in the pilot areas, those behaviors are starting to change. And our intention is absolutely through our media, social media, partner communications programs that behavior and that education would happen over time.
And I know that you've mentioned you have partnerships with TDSB, for example. What about the colleges and universities around the city?
I think that's back to you.
We know a lot of the students are in crisis.
Thank you. We've been doing presentations with the colleges and universities. We're looking at every avenue to raise awareness about the service.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Speaker, good morning. Good morning, Denise. Good morning, everyone. So just to pick up on Councillor Moise's questioning, and a lot of my questions have been addressed as well, but I'm just looking at the report that speaks to making the right call. This continues to be an ongoing issue where people still aren't very clear as to which call to make and when to make it. I hear that quite often up in my area, and so I'm curious to see that we have a 5-week program that says here that has that's been developed. Is this program currently in effect now, and why only 5 weeks?
So I think you're referring to the public education campaign that we did for the crisis service earlier this year to raise awareness around calling 211 to access it. So that was one attempt. We will be doing more public education campaigns for the service and to make the right call, looking at the multiple options that Torontonians have. whether that's 311, 911, et cetera.
Okay, well, this campaign specifically speaks to an awareness program about when to make, when the public should call 211, 311, or 911.
Through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor. So that's in market now. And again, the, excuse me, the nature of the campaign is situational in nature. So we've tried to create concepts, visual identity examples of when you should reach out to a 911 call, as opposed to when the services that you require are better suited towards a 211 call. So that's what I was getting at earlier, that our financial resources that we've allocated here have been towards this campaign. There's more work that's going to happen in the new year, and I would actually encourage yourself and all councillors to spread the word through your own constituencies as well.
Oh, yeah, and we're very happy to do that. Is this also done in multiple languages?
No. So right now, budgets, again, I hate to keep using the B word, but budgets have us limited to English only, but users are encouraged to use the translation services available on the internet and social media, et cetera.
Okay, so when we're done with the 5 weeks, is there any consideration to extend a year-round campaign?
Councillor, can you, like, through the speaker, I mean,
Okay.
you've got your back against
yes,
us.
through you, Speaker.
Okay.
You're right, I just don't want to give my back to staff.
No, I know, well,
So,
yeah.
so is there any consideration given beyond the 5-week program, how we can extend and develop a program that is ongoing year-round?
We would welcome that opportunity, sir, through the speaker. If there's, again, behavioral change campaigns are very unique. They're a campaign in the true sense. It involves education, understanding, and awareness not only of the services, but also of the nature of the conditions being experienced by the individuals. It requires conversation, and a broadening of what people currently assume. So that's embedded in a lot of the work that my colleague Denise and her team has already structured, and with the police as well. However, on the education side of the fence, through which communications would be the lead, we don't currently have the resources and would welcome those.
Resources like budget?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, and do I have time? One more quick question then. Yes, and Councillor Cole, you made a good point. It does cost money. That's what that means. And so,
Comms is cheap, sir. So,
but it I'm sorry.
compared to a lot of services, I think we can, for a dedicated amount that wouldn't be huge in nature, I think we can make significant impact.
Okay.
Right, thank you. And it does cost money as well on the other side of it if we don't do the proper education. It costs resources that could be likely wasted, not going to the right call at the right time. So both sides of it we have to look at. But thank you, those are my questions.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. First of all, I want to commend the staff on this huge accomplishment. This report on the Toronto Community Crisis Service will officially create Toronto's 4th emergency service, making sure that everyone in every part of our city has the resource to call if they see someone in crisis. I hope that staff can take a moment to reflect on the generational impact of this work and take pride in this accomplishment. Tens of thousands of people each year will get the appropriate response if they're having a mental health crisis. They will get referrals to programs, they will get follow-up calls and visits, they will get the care they need. Council asked staff to develop the service in the aftermath of the death of George Floyd in the United States and the tragic death of Regis Kaczynski-Paquette here in Toronto. There was a moment of recognition across our country and this city that we need a different response to people in mental health crisis. an appropriate response that is more caring, and that recognize that that recognize that police aren't the answer to every call, that people with a mental health crisis need trained workers to help them de-escalate and find the right kind of support, right kind of counseling, and right kind of group support. Right now, the crisis response service is only available to 60% of the city. And with this report, it would expand citywide. Before I even got sworn in as a mayor, I went to Scarborough to meet with the partner agencies that provide the service, this crisis service. I met with which is the Community Health Center in Scarborough, the Gerstein Crisis Center, the Canadian Mental Health Association, and the Two-Spirited People of the First Nations. Taibu hosted us, and I had a chance to hear the impact of this service. I checked out the van and looked at what they do and how it helps in a crisis situation, how it frees up the 911 respond to their call. And we realized that 40% of the 911 call don't really need a police response. These are mental health calls, wellness checks, and other types of calls. So by having 211 available citywide, police will be able to focus on the calls they need to respond to. And hopefully they can respond faster because of this 211 service. Now what we need to do next is to increase the public awareness of the service. They need to know that 211 is available to them if someone is in crisis. That's the work we in council and all the council members that are in touch with your local restaurant association. Let us share this information. Let us celebrate this new service, expand it, and make it as successful as possible.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, through you, Speaker. It's with a lot of emotion, I think, that I wanted to speak to this, because for many decades, I was myself on the outside saying that we needed to have this kind of response. And to see this collaboration of the public service with first responders to develop something that is going to be durable. It's been done in a way that's been thoughtful, with credible community partnerships. It's relational, and it's fundamentally based in an ethic of care. I think this is something that we should all be really proud of in the City of Toronto. And it shows that this level of government, often maligned, is actually a place where amazing innovation takes place. And I want to congratulate staff for going slow and doing it right. You can hear my enthusiasm when I see that there's other kinds of calls that I think need to be attended to, especially around gender-based violence and calls related to youth in crisis. But building it slow, building it out right, and building it in partnership with first responders, I think has been brilliant. I want to thank staff for the integrity with which you've moved through this, with the leadership you've shown, and I hope that you know that you have many champions across this city for this work. We can also be part of that solution in terms of helping constituents understand when to call, where to call. And in Davenport, there will be a fanatical response and gratitude that we're going west of Dufferin, where we need it most. And I'm sure that there are many pockets across this city where you're going to hear celebration that, yes, it's finally here, and we will be able to make the calls. Just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thanks, Speaker. I have a really short motion. If I could ask the clerk to display it.
Okay, if we can put the motion on the screen.
It amends recommendation number 1 to take the words as Toronto's fourth emergency service off. It otherwise leaves the entire integrity of the report. And I guess the comments I would make is I'm surprised. I mean, one report published on October 17th calls it a non-emergency service. The words are very plain. And another report published on the very same day calls it the fourth emergency service. There's a paragraph dedicated to that. It talks basically about it being integrated with the 911 system and some of the other emergency responders. The answer I got from the DCM was that it added legitimacy to the program, which I think already is very legitimate, very important in delivering very good work. This is the concern I have is I just wonder if those words will haunt us later on, or if they introduce an extra layer of liability or an extra layer of expectation that we don't necessarily need. And otherwise, we can just move forward with the entire program. And I have to say, I think the Auditor General provided very helpful advice to Council. Council moved ahead on this even on its own prior to that. I had some misgivings on that, but I came around. And I see the value in this service because it brings a very specialized response to a very specialized set of circumstances. But I think what I worry about in the future is if the day comes around where we have yet another set of cars with flashing lights and sirens. And it's not the cars and the sirens, it's the enormous responsibility that we have then as a council and as an overseer of a public service that are in charge with another group of people on people's lives. I just hope people will think carefully about that and use care. Now, otherwise, I wish all the people well that are participating in this program because I think they are doing wonderful work to help people that are in a lot of trouble. And I think Council should be grateful for that and look forward to seeing the program expand. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Moy's clarification of the motion.
Thank you. And through Madam Speaker, to Councillor Holiday, do you believe that mental health is an emergency for those in crisis?
Mental health, like any other health situation, is important to respond in crisis. I think crisis is the word that was used by staff.
And don't you feel that you're devaluing the person of people in crises when you choose not to use the term urgent?
Why would you devalue someone who's in crisis?
Well, then you present the motion.
In fact, the city values the situation so much that we're putting an enormous amount of resources towards it. I don't see how that devalues it.
Why are we removing the wording then?
I guess the rhetorical question is why was the wording slipped into this report and it had never been mentioned once through the entire development of this process? Not once was it called an emergency response until this particular report today. And in fact, the same parallel report calls it something opposite. I guess that's the rhetorical question. Why was it okay all through then?
Okay.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Cole to speak.
I just hope Councillor Fletcher speaks to this. Anyways, I just want to say that this service, critical service, is really in critical direction we have to go to. Not only does it save us money and resources, it will save human lives. That's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to save and protect people from these incredibly horrible endings. The inspiration for this service really comes from one Dudley Laws. And I hope they call this service the Dudley Laws Helpline. Because what Dudley Laws did is he was the first person to really challenge using the police to respond to people in crisis. And we had the horrific situation on Louder Avenue. I remember 192 Louder Avenue when Lester Donaldson was killed. He was a gentleman suffering from schizophrenia and other mental health challenges. He was shot and killed in his own home. Out of that came the response by people like Dudley Laws and Charlie Roach, where they said, the police are not the ones that should be responding to people in crisis, especially if they're seen to be in deep distress and a history of distress. So that's what we've got to model this thing on, is basically allowing trained health professionals, counselors, mediators to respond to these people that need help. And it's not just mental health issues, as I've said before. It's people that are suffering from this deadly drug poisoning that's happening in the streets of Toronto at alarming rates, and we're not paying enough attention to. They're dying in our streets. They're causing incredible strife. They're causing harm to themselves, to their friends. And the only people responding up until we had this response, crisis response, were the police and EMS sometimes. So that's why we need this alternative response. And whether we call it an emergency or crisis, that's really, for politicians to talk about. But we need these responders out there. And we need to resource them, because it's not just the response, it's the follow-up. And that's why we need the provincial government to step up with the mental health support services that go beyond just the first response. We can't do it alone. And I just think that the need is very imminent. The results from the first trial phase we've done under Denise Campbell here and her very excellent staff and the collaboration of the police and EMS has been fantastic, given this was nowhere. When we started this thing last council with Councillor Fletcher, there was nothing here. And people didn't even, there was one line, the media didn't even cover this, hasn't covered this since it was started. Doesn't exist. So we've got a big job ahead to inform people that this is available, but that's going to cost resources. And in the long run, as I said, it's going to save lives, it's going to save money, it's going to save trauma, and we've got something that obviously works and will work better as we expand it throughout the city. And so we need to continue to advocate for more provincial resources so we can get some rehabilitation centers, because it's great to pick up someone by the police or our EMS picks people up. There's nowhere to take them if they're in distress. There's no place to take them. They're out in the street in 5 minutes, and sometimes they get arrested or whatever you want to call it, detained.
10 seconds.
Thank you.
You had 10 seconds, Councillor Cole.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we want to try to get this item done before lunch. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. And I just want to echo and agree with everything that Deputy Mayor Cole just shared with us about this important report and this important service. It's clear from what we're seeing and what's in front of us that the Toronto Community Crisis Response Service has been a success, with 78% of calls transferred from 911 being handled by the TCCS and not resulting in police involvement. It reiterates what we already know, that people in Toronto experiencing crisis, mental health crisis and otherwise, should be treated with strong, appropriate supports in a community-based way for what they are going through, not criminalized. Additionally, over 1,000 calls resulted in referrals that were made, including to mental health, substance use, legal needs, and housing supports. And these referrals help end the cycle of crisis calls that we've heard so much about and that we're experiencing in every community in our city, giving our friends and neighbors the support that they need when they need it the absolute most. I'm fortunate to serve a ward that is home to 2 pilot locations, with most communities in Spadina, Fort York taking part, and I'm looking forward to every neighborhood in Toronto to be able to benefit from this important service. We've seen and heard the improvements in our communities, and it's time to expand the program to the entire city, resource it well, as Deputy Mayor Cole said, continue to evolve it for better, and set an example for community safety and a complete offer of critical emergency services in our city. I want to thank the Executive Director of SDFA, Denise, your team, our colleagues who have moved this program forward to where we are today. And I also want to thank thousands of residents who pushed forward this idea. During the first summer of the pandemic, in the wake of the brutal murder of George Floyd in Minnesota, community activists and concerned residents, many of whom had been fighting for decades for more appropriate, life-saving, humane, and necessary crisis response, came together to champion this pilot when it was on no one's radar. And in the face of many hurdles and challenges, we find ourselves here today with something that is so promising and proven successful. The leadership by trailblazers, as you heard, Dudley Laws and the Black Action Defense Committee, Charles Roach, the Gerstein Center, community groups like the Toronto Neighborhood Centers, and coalitions such as Across Boundaries showed that during challenging times and in the face of something so critical, we can come together and make a lasting difference. And we have to remember, and as we're debating here in this council, so many of the pieces that have been mentioned that have to come alongside any of our emergency services, housing, appropriate supports for those in need. In our city, inequality and our safety and security are tied. Investments in affordable housing, the kind that we're moving forward at this council meeting, as well as public services, good transit, and employment have to come alongside with urgency. And they are investments in our safety and well-being too, the safety and well-being of all Toronto residents. Thank you so much, and I look forward to supporting this alongside all my colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll to speak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak against Councillor Holliday's motion. I'm so happy how successfully this program has turned out thus far. I will never forget the month of July we spent debating whether to just immediately defund or do this. I spent the entire month on the phone. It was a very tough decision. Tensions were very, very high, especially in this community, because in the same week that George Floyd was murdered, Regis Korchinski-Paquette fell off a balcony, flung herself off a balcony, is what the investigation tells us. But why? Why? Because perhaps we didn't have the right crisis response. And we knew that this was job one for us. There are many jobs within the issues of anti-Black racism within policing that needed to be discussed and dealt with that day. But we had an immediate assignment, and it was to deal with that. There were too many names that came before her, far too many names that came before her in recent history, far more recent than Dudley, bless him. But for all of those protests, still nothing had happened. I had a long, hours-long conversation with Councillor Cole during that month in terms of approaching this. But the reason it was this or, it was either or, was because, as you've heard in the questions, you don't actually get to where we are now and going citywide with this, with the success we've had and the building trust in this service, unless you have the partnership and the collaboration of all the emergency services. And then you can create a fourth. Yeah, we've been calling it the fourth emergency service for months now. Every time we've had an update on this, you've heard Ms. Campbell refer to it as such. And we've all become very comfortable with it. We use that phraseology in our communities when we're talking about it. Why would you strike it now? That to me is the definition of insanity. And does it matter that the AG referred to it as a non-emergency service? Does it matter that we might have an opinion on it? No. You actually heard Deputy City Manager Raftus put it to you. Is it an emergency or is it not an emergency? Well, to the caller, wherever they call, no door is a wrong door, to the caller or their family, it's an emergency. And if you've ever been in your home dealing with that emergency, thinking you're about to lose a loved one because they're going to take their life in front of your eyes, that's an emergency. But that's something that's going to go to 911. It's going to be evaluated. It's an emergency in your mind, but can it be de-escalated? Sometimes the de-escalation starts right on the phone. And then you start to unravel the mystery of what's happening in this house as you're sending a response to it. And pretty soon, the partnership between these emergencies has made it possible that the right response is going to that home. You're not going to create further harm. You're de-escalating, and you're going to get to the point where the crisis is now not a crisis, but it's a moment in time that we're going to start that family on its path to whatever mental health service package that we can create around them and save that family and save the dozens of calls they might have had to make, the dozens of wellness checks, save them from what we might otherwise have had to pour into our services because we're not addressing their crisis. Well, now we are with not one, not two, not three, but 4 emergency services. It's an emergency to the family. Which one is the best response that will do no further harm, will reduce harm, and in fact set them on the path to this family being whole again and that person getting the treatment they need? Call it what the family and the patient needs it to be called. Don't support Councillor Holliday's motion.
Point of privilege.
Thank you. Point of privilege, Councillor Holliday.
Madam Speaker, this is a very serious conversation, and I really, as a member of council, don't appreciate having my motion and therefore me characterized as meeting the definition of insanity. Even those particular words on this particular conversation is quite galling. I would just ask if the member, if they're going to make fun of somebody else on the council floor, to at least choose better words than that.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you know, let's just try to move along, and if you don't support a member's motion, just don't support it. Rather than, yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you, I'd like to say thank you to Denise Campbell, Andrea Campbell and her team for this amazing work that they have brought forth to us here today. You know, the term progressive is often thrown around here a lot, but this is true progress. You know, for me, coming from the healthcare field, this for me is just, I'm just so happy to be here on this council floor and we're voting in favor of this. Mental health is health care. I've known this for a long time. I think everyone in this room has known this for a long time. But yet we've always had a police response when it comes to people in crisis and in need. So, and we also know that Black people, Indigenous people, and even the young people, I'm going to say, have always been the ones that have been on the other side of this, in that they're the ones who are seeking the help and often not getting the help that they need. And names like Dottie Laws have been, you know, mentioned here. George Floyd have been mentioned here. We know who these people are, and not in a good way, right? I'd like to know them as people as to who they are, but we all know them in their moments of need and in crisis, and not here with us today. So I'm hoping this motion, this recommendations that we're bringing forth here will change the page, change the dial on how we work with and support those that are most in need in our community. And so thank you to the staff, thank you to my colleagues for really bringing this progressive change here at City Hall. And again, just in closing, I hope that our leadership on this file will resonate in other municipalities across Ontario, across Canada, and beyond our borders here. So this is really, really great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I want to echo my thanks and congratulations to the team who's worked incredibly hard to bring this program forward to Council, and I look to my Council colleagues for support and adoption of this today. As a member of resident of the City of Toronto and someone who's grown up in one of the tale of the three cities that's not always reflected in this chamber, it's really an important and pivotal moment for me to know that our community members who are most deserving of our best efforts of a care-centered approach and who are really continuing to navigate and unpack historical harms and trauma that lead to mental health, addiction, and so many other challenges that we navigate as community. This is critical. This is really important, and it's such a beautiful way for us as a City of Toronto to use our expertise, to bring our brilliant staff members forward, our community partners, and to lead in a good way, which we have committed to doing, and frankly, we are responsible to do in order to better serve this generation and future generations. So I just really want to underscore the incredible value and the incredible pride that I have here today as a member of this council to be moving this important initiative forward. And again, my thanks to the staff who've done incredible work here and to my colleagues in advance for their support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. On item EX 9.2, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. On EX 9.10, we have a motion. It's on the screen by Councillor Holyday, recorded vote.
Councillor Mantis, can we get your vote, please?
Speaker, the amendment does not carry. The vote is 2 to 21.
Item on favor, recorded vote on the item.
Councillor Carroll, if we could get your vote, please.
And Councillor Cheng, please, and thank you. The item is adopted unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. Our next item is EX 9.14, Advancing Waterfront to East Light Rail Transit. If we have any questions, if we can put your name on the screen, we'll clear the screen. Okay. Okay, let's just give a minute for the staff to get organized. Okay, if I can have some quiet, please, in the council chambers. Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Cole. Okay, questions to staff. Councillor Fletcher.
Thanks, Speaker. I think at committee I had asked how long. It appears that this is just coming forward now, and then Mr. Toigo, you were very helpful and sent me the information. I'd like everybody to hear it, that this environmental assessment was completed, I believe, in 2009.
Through the Speaker to the Council, you are correct.
So that would have meant for that kind of environmental assessment, that would have started a number of years previous to that, I would believe, probably 2007 or something like that.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I believe it was commenced in 2003 was when the initial discussions on the transit in this area was contemplated.
So you'd agree that if, and I didn't know it was so early, 6 years earlier, that this assessment or the waterfront LRT has been around for Mayor Lassman, Mayor Miller, Mayor Ford, Mayor Tory, and now Mayor Chow. So five mayors, and we still have the environmental assessment for the LRT, and we still have no money, correct?
Through the Speaker to yourself, Councillor, you are correct.
But you do have design that you've advanced based on the EA, correct? Have you had to make any modifications or anything to that environmental assessment that was actually shelved in 2009?
So through the Speaker to yourself, Councillor, you're correct. The first phase, I'm sorry, the first segment of this work was actually concluded a while back. It was then reintroduced, and since that time, staff have been working on progressing the various reports that have come to council. So to this point, we are, the report is actually providing a 30% design stage for the project.
So I think I just wanted to make sure that the EA that was established, you haven't had to go back and change the parameters or change any specifications, that essentially it was shovel-ready in 2009 or design-ready in 2009 when it was brought forward, and still essentially the same environmental assessment. Is that right?
Through the Speaker, there have been some changes to the design since then as we've been working through the project, and including some things that are reflected in this report related to on Villiers Island, where or how it will turn around.
Because Villiers Island, none of this work that had started even for the flood proofing back then. 2011, it was
That's right. There have been a lot of changes over time in this area.
A lot of changes,
yes.
but essentially it's the same structure, the same EA. We've added the loop. We've brought it up to date because Villiers Island is a reality, whereas in 2003, we didn't even have the environmental assessment for the flood proofing,
Through the
which
Speaker,
was
yes.
then clarified in 2011. So just, so this was put on the shelf in 2009. That council, 2009, and in the 2010 to 12 term, that waterfront LRT was moved to the bottom of the list, I think, rather than at the top, because it was pretty close to the top at one point.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, if you're asking whether it was pushed to the bottom, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, it was removed from immediate, let's fund this right now and build this now, to,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
it was. Other transit lines moved in front of the waterfront LRT. So you'd agree with me that at this point, since 2003, 2009 completion, you have a 30%, perhaps even up to 60% design. And since then, East Bayfront, West Dawnlands, and now Quayside, which is planned and ready to go, have all been built. And Villiers Island and the floodproofing is almost finished. That if we don't do this waterfront LRT now and put it at the top of our list, we're going to have tens of thousands of people, new people moving there, and no transit. It will simply be clogged with cars.
So through the speaker to you, Councillor, what I can tell you right now is that we are looking to advance the design so that we can then come back to council with an overall costing and scheduling for this project to potentially advance it further.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess, where is it on our, I just was clear. Where is it on our list? Did we move it down? Did we move it up? Are we saying nature critical? I'm interested in that.
Sorry, my apologies, Councillor. Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it is one of the two city priority projects. It is an important part of the city's transit program.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. My questions are for Mr. Toigo, but Mr. Conforti, you might need to join in at the end. Mr. Toigo, you mentioned that this started back in '03. In '09, I think, was a stepping point. Was it always an LRT that was planned here?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, yes, I believe it was.
Streetcars were never considered at any point? I thought that's what I'd read, but
Through the speaker, we are using streetcar technology here. It has been called an LRT with various other titles.
okay.
Yes.
And we've been working on that. Are the, and maybe I should have basic, is it exactly the same streetcars on the west? On Queens Quay? Same thing?
It would be the same as standard TTC streetcar
Okay,
technology.
great,
Yes.
thank you. So what's the history of this project? I thought that this thing had been considered as a very large project way back when, and the western portion was built. How come we didn't build the eastern portion?
Through the speaker, this project goes back to the waterfront reset in 2015, when the entire waterfront from Etobicoke to the Leslie Barns was looked at as a complete network, and this was part of it.
So was this considered part of the project when the Queens Quay West was built?
Through the speaker, at the time, the west section was a separate project, which was reconfigured in 2013.
Okay. Mr. Conforti, do you know at any point in time, was there anything in the capital budget for the LRT East, whether it was a streetcar extension, a connection with the Western project? We ever had a capital dollar amount put aside for this?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the capital program has included costs to deal with the design elements of the project.
Yep.
The construction elements have continued to reside as part of the unfunded list within the city's capital program.
Was it ever funded at any point in time, even back in I'm surprised in '03 and '09 and all the way till 2023 that there'd never been money put aside for it. To my knowledge, I couldn't refer back to 2003, but in the recent history, it's been listed as an unfunded project. Did TTC ever have capital dollars put aside for this? As noted through the speaker, this project, the construction element of the project has been on the unfunded list. The design component has been funded and through the years, and as reflected in the report, funds have been included to advance the design component to get to a point to firm up what the construction costs would be. Okay, my final question is, do we know who would build this in the future?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, no, this is part of the next stage of work that we're going to be doing. We will be working closely with Waterfront Toronto and the TTC to determine who will actually deliver the project.
Is the TTC a potential to build this, or is it going outsourced?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, that's one of the, of course, the TTC as a valued, first of all, as a group that's responsible for delivering transit within the City of Toronto. It's important that they are one of the key members of that group that's going to determine who actually delivers the project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Fletcher.
That waterfront LRT was at the top of the ask list and was dropped by one of the mayoralty terms, 2010 to 14. So I just want to be very clear on that. It's not as if it wasn't a priority previously. It was taken down as a priority.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. My first question is just to hear a little bit more about the planned residential and employment figures for the area. Can you share a little bit more about those residential and employment figures that will be served by the Waterfront East LRT?
Through the speaker, and the reference previously in the questioning to 2003 is an important reference because that's the date that Council approved the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan. And in that plan, transit and transit first was a fundamental aspect of delivering land use change to the waterfront. And we have seen over the last 20 years now astronomical growth in the waterfront, certainly in the western and central waterfront. And as this moves east, where the streetcar LRT is now, those folks can ride the streetcar, ride transit. There's probably about 45 to 50,000 people and thousands of jobs to the west of Yonge. And now we're dealing with the east of Yonge, and the projections for that employment are in the order of 40,000 jobs, and residential growth in the order of probably 100,000 roughly east of Yonge as we go through the East Bay front into Keating, turn the corner, go into the Villiers Islands and the various precincts that make up the Portlands.
Thank you. So would you say that the Waterfront East LRT is essential to the housing that is planned to fully build out the East Bay front, Keating Channel precinct, Villiers Island, and the rest of the Portlands?
Yes, in our view, and again, it's consistent with the plan for the area that it be a transit first choice for mobility, putting increasing numbers of people living there and working there without transit, and transit priority in a dedicated right-of-way that you can depend on for your daily move around in the area, whether you're going to work or picking up kids at the daycare or whatever it is. It's essential to make it work, and it's also important because Council's asked us to look at more density, especially starting in Villiers, and you really can't make an increasing amount of density work without that transit.
Thank you. In this report, there's a pretty comprehensive business case that's laid out. Can you highlight the major benefits of this project that are noted in that business case?
Through the speaker, Beyond what Mr. Lindgren has talked about in terms of the support for the residential and employment growth, this is also about helping the city achieve some of our targets in Transform TO, in climate change and sustainable and resilient development. It will be critical for doing that. The expansion at Union Station for the streetcar loop is about serving this area, but also improving that infrastructure, and that will be really important for the system overall. And it's about unlocking significant public value in the lands in that area that we're working to develop with our partners.
Thank you. The federal, provincial, and city governments have invested $1.25 billion for flood protection in the Portlands through Waterfront Toronto. Can you outline how that partnership is serving to unlock development in that area and what we can draw on from that as an example for the Waterfront East LRT?
Through the Speaker, certainly the investment by the three governments in rebuilding the mouth of the Don and creating what is essentially what was not flood protected into, I guess, how many acres? 100, 200? Hundreds of acres of development land that is now flood protected or will be flood protected by the new mouth of the Don. The level of the land actually increased, and bringing that area into mixed-use development, achieving affordable housing included. All three governments have a goal around achieving affordable housing as part of the mixed-use development of these lands. And importantly, it just demonstrates that beyond the exact project, the river, you think of the river and the investment of a river, but it's actually the investment in climate adaptation. It's the investment in a very, very large piece of geography of the southern part of the city being flood protected and can now be part of the rest of the fabric of the city.
Thank you. Could I get a quorum call, please? I have to remind members of council, we need quorum. So if you're going to move out of the council chambers, please check quorum before you leave.
Members, the voting panel is now open. Would you please press one of the buttons to indicate your presence in the meeting, please?
Councillor Burnside, could you indicate your presence? Thank you.
Speaker quorum is present. There are 21 members in the meeting.
we can clear the screen. Councillor Mantis, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is to, I guess, to Mr. Toigo regarding the construction. Since funds have not been allocated for this construction of the project since 2003, is there a possibility to see if we can use trackless rail technology, which can use a dedicated right-of-way and not need to create or construct an LRT type of rail?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we haven't, to tell you the honest truth, we haven't considered this as an option. But we've gone through various EAs, including the commencement of a TPAP that contemplates an LRV type system or a streetcar type system.
I mean, if we considered it, I mean, if we thought of considering it, I mean, it will meet our affordable housing goals, right? It will not impede on our businesses. We could meet our sustainability goals, and we'll probably be the first city in North America, if not in Canada, to use such technology. I mean, if it's a cost, if we're looking at costs and seeing that we have an issue right now, a financial issue in the city, right? And if we're able to save money and build the project and not impede on our businesses at the same time, I mean, it's a win-win for everyone.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, while I understand that there are varying options that can be used to deliver transit, as you're aware, there's a lot of different components, including how the long-term operations for a different type of system would impact, for example, the TTC as an operator. So there may be, as I said, there may be different ways of doing this, but at this point in time, our focus has been on delivering the project using the technology that the TTC is currently using along the West Bayfront LRT.
So there's no way that we could even consider this. Or research on it.
Through the speaker, as part of earlier phases of this project, different technologies was considered. For example, when we looked at the connection into Union Station, which was a complex part of this project, did it really need to be a streetcar to connect into Union Station? And the information, all the research that we did in the past indicated that a streetcar technology would be the most compatible with the rest of the network and provide the most benefit to customers on this very important transit line.
Okay, but we're talking about technology from 20 years ago, right?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat the question, please?
You're saying that this was technology that we researched 20 years ago.
This most recent piece of work was done in 2019.
Okay, all right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. So members, we want to finish this item before lunch, right? So, yes. So maybe we can try speed it up a bit. If questions were already answered, you don't have to repeat them. Councillor Cheng, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, how do we choose which projects, transit projects, we personally as a city invest in versus which ones do we ask Metrolinx to fund? How is that decision made?
Okay, Councillor Cheng, that's not on the item before us. We're talking about the waterfront.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a transit project.
No, I understand, but to ask the staff, how Metrolinx decides on what
No,
projects.
how do we choose what we're going
Yeah.
to fund versus what we
Well,
ask Metrolinx
these
to fund?
decisions have been made, like, over the years. Does anybody want to answer that?
Point of privilege, why can't I ask that question?
No, I'm asking the staff to respond.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the determination as to what Metrolinx chooses or what the province chooses to fund in terms of transit is a provincial decision. So it's not, while we may provide input into it, it is a provincial decision. The two priority projects that are currently within the city's remit or control are the Eglinton East LRT and the Waterfront East LRT. So those are the only two that the city has indicated at this point in time.
So my question is, how did we pick our priorities versus the many plethora of transit projects that really do need to be expanded across the city all the time? Like, I'm not against this project. I think we need to build transit at every hour while we're sleeping, while we're awake. Shovels need to be in the ground, and we need to build transit. So, but what I'm trying to determine is, how do we pick our priorities as a city?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, it is City Council that makes the determination as to which projects are the priority.
So does that mean that Hummer Station is not prioritized because that motion hasn't been moved at council?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, again, I'm going to have to indicate that it is council's decision to determine which projects have priority in their delivery.
Okay.
And this vision for the waterfront of the lively, complete community with lots of residential, I'm just wondering, what is the proportion of public space that will be allocated so that it isn't just very cluttered with a lot of housing, which is what a lot of our waterfront currently looks like?
Through the speaker, just to clarify, Councillor, you're asking for a characterization of the neighborhood?
The vision.
The vision is a complete community where with places for people to live, work, and play and learn. George Brown is there, for example, but a very, very generous public realm with a waterfront promenade and very generous series of public parks and other public spaces. So it's a fairly well-developed plan, which we are implementing precinct by precinct.
And how optimistic are we that provincial government will jump in and fund the construction of this line?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, this is one of the items that we will be raising with the province. Again, pending council's direction to proceed, we will be pushing for this project to be obviously funded.
You will be pushing for it to be funded in an official, like as part of the New Deal discussions or separate to the New Deal discussions?
I will have to defer over to our CFO or the city manager.
So through the speaker, as you know, we can't comment on what's happening with the New Deal, so not able to talk about that. As always, we are in constant intergovernmental conversations with the province and the federal government. So as priorities begin to advance, and this would be one of them, they become discussions for conversation when we get closer to implementation. Yeah, I just can't comment on the New Deal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, what we have before us, the waterfront, light rapid transit. So, Councillor Myers, you want to speak on that? Okay. Just a sec. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Through the chair. So we at the TTC are really excited about advancing the Waterfront East LRT. We think this will be a great complement to the transit network. However, I was wondering that there is a recommendation not to proceed with segment 1. And I'm just wondering if you could expand on the reason why.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the TTC, through the good work that they've done, have advanced the stage 1 segment to a point where, through the model of delivery that they're proposing to use, would require the city to make a commitment for the full funding of that first segment. So about $1 billion of funding would have to be committed in order for the project then to continue to progress further.
So if we continue to delay sort of making a decision on segment one, aren't we potentially inflating the cost of the project? And if we don't decide to go ahead, we're sort of throwing this money down the drain that we're using to advance segment 2 and 3.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, you are correct. Obviously, the longer it takes for a decision with regards to funding to be made, there will be obviously cost escalation, and the report reflects that that cost escalation could be as much as 4.5% to 5% per year.
So is there any thought to perhaps breaking up segment 1 into different sections rather than trying to handling it all at once?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, we have considered methods to reduce the complexity of segment 1 so that it would be more deliverable. And so exercises related to that include simplifying the design at Queens Quay Station and doing what we think will unlock the success of the project while maximizing the customer experience as much as we can and making the project more deliverable and simplifying the construction of it as much as we can.
Thank you. When will we be presented those options on segment 1s, on different ways to advance segment 1? If we don't have all the money right now, perhaps we could advance it in stages.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, there will be an update or a follow-up report to Council on Waterfront next year that will talk about things like segment 1 and how to advance it.
Does the TTC have a position on whether or not this project is viable or recommended if segment 1 does not advance?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, the TTC recognizes the critical importance of this project to completing the transit network and providing the new communities in the waterfronts with excellent transit. And Area 1 is critical to unlocking the success of this. And so it's the TTC's position that the Waterfront East LRT must contain an excellent connection to Union Station in order for it to be successful.
So in order for this project to be, in order for this money to be a good investment that we're making in segments 2 and 3, we at some point will have to make a decision on whether or not to invest in segment 1. And it's your position that we do that sooner rather than later, because the longer that we wait, the more expensive it will be.
That's correct.
And you gave the figure of rising costs of between 4% and 5% a year. Do you have an estimate as to how much that is in a dollar value?
Through the speaker to the councillor, it's about $50 million a year.
So every year that we wait is $50 million extra.
Based on, yes, the numbers that we have right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, question on the item.
Yes, I just want to follow up with my colleague, Councillor Mantis. He just twigged my interest here. Given the fiasco of the so-called Eglinton Crosstown LRT, $13 billion, they can't seem to complete it. They never may complete it. And the cost of the Finch LRT, why wouldn't we look at other technology which is half the cost and can be delivered much quicker and carry as many passengers? Why wouldn't we look at an alternative?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor, based on ridership projections for what future customer demand is for transit transportation in this area, streetcar technology provides the best capacity to meet that future demand. And as part of our work in the business case and in previous studies as well, we looked at alternatives like, could a bus service be good enough? Could an upgraded bus rapid transit service be good enough? And the conclusions from those studies was no, it wasn't. And something that is like a higher order transit line, such as streetcars, is required to meet that future demand.
But, I mean, this is the same line we got when they built the Shepherd Stubway. The bus service was more than adequate along Shepherd. Instead, they built this Stubway. And the ridership, are you still subsidizing the Stubway now? Or does it pay for itself in ridership? You know, Bessarion Station, all those white elephants.
Sorry, Councillor, I don't have that information.
Yeah. Okay, and then the other thing is, right now, the TTC can't afford to operate the once in a, who knows where, the Eglinton Crosstown starts running, and they can't afford to operate the Councillor Pruitt's Finch West LRT. No money. Now we're saying you got to operate this. Where are they going to get the money if they can't operate the two lines that are about ready to go? Or how are you going to get? Where are you going to get the money to operate them? You can't operate what you got.
Through the Speaker, perhaps this is a question that's better answered by our CFO.
Through you, Madam Speaker. This project is continuing to advance through the design, and this is consistent with a stage gate approach. As part of that, it'll define what the full cost of the operations will be, as well as the construction. That will then come forward to Council to determine where that ranks as a priority in transit investments, both operating and capital.
But wouldn't you be interested in this financial crunch we have in the city, where we've got a $45 billion capital debt, that if we could get technology, electric buses, they're environmentally clean, as Councillor Sachs would attest to, why not use buses, could carry the same ridership on a right-of-way? Why wouldn't you save money and look at this alternative?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I may have to turn that back to our transit expansion group, but part of the design work is understanding what the requirements are for that transit area and bringing forward the most efficient opportunity to be able to address that.
But wouldn't you, as the budget chief, say, listen, look at something that's half the price and could be delivered in half the time?
Again, through the Speaker, the design stages are intended to do just that. It's to identify what is the need, what are the costs associated with the need, and the most efficient way to be able to deliver that. And that is the information that comes back through this work to determine the best course of action to meet the requirements.
So the LRT technology isn't wedded to these out-of-date, out-of-time streetcars. So it could be another technology.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, a review of technology has always been a part of the study, that we consider what is the best mode to meet that future demand. And as recent as 2018, 2019, through these reports, we are reaffirming and reconfirming that the technology of using streetcars on this line best meets customer demand in the future.
Well, look at St. Clair. Have you looked at that in your analysis? St. Clair right now is out of commission for a whole year because of the streetcar technology.
Okay.
So why not, have you looked at?
We're on the waterfront item.
Yeah, we're talking about building a streetcar line on the waterfront.
We're really going in so many directions.
And why spend billions building an obsolete thing on the waterfront when you got obsolete lines you can't operate?
Okay, that's, now Councillor Fletcher held the item down. She wishes not to speak, and it's in her ward. So we'll put the speakers on the list. And please, any motions is pertaining to this waterfront, not in any other ward. We're not adding anything else in anybody else's ward. What we have before us, the waterfront, and that's what we're dealing with. Oh. Okay, now Councillor Fletcher is not here. She advised me that she does not wish to speak on this, and it's her ward. But she does want the vote to be taken after lunch. So if we can speed this up a bit, and maybe we can get something done before lunch. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you. God, there God that I can speak to this. Anyways, listen, this project that Councillor Malika is very supportive of, and I support that. We need better transit to serve this growing community. It's a wonderful community by the waterfront, and I know the photos of a LRT going along the waterfront that the real estate people promoted for 10 years ago looks wonderful. You know, you see the TTC streetcar going along the waterfront, buy this condo for $800,000. You could live near the streetcar line. We have to try and at least raise the issue of, have we learned anything about how we build transit in Toronto, given the fiascos that there have been in Toronto in building transit, okay? That's all I'm saying. And I was part of some of those fiascos because I thought back in 1990 we should have built a subway in Eglinton, and so did you, Madam Chair. Remember, you supported a subway in Eglinton. Instead, they said they're going to build an LRT on Eglinton, and you see what we've got. We've got a $13 billion boondoggle on Eglinton. That's what we got, that the tracks don't meet. You know, we're paying $13 billion. They can't meet the tracks east to west. So that's why I think Councillor Mantis got me going on this, that we've got to ask them questions. Maybe we can move as many people cleanly, in a much more affordable way, give them good transit, which they need there, rather than be fixed to this technology, which I was enamored with, LRTs. Yeah, look, they've got them in Copenhagen, they've got them in Munich, they look wonderful. But there's an incredible cost. I don't know how many years, Councillor Peruzza doesn't care, how many years did it take to build the Finch line? They're still building it. Disruption to business. Look at the businesses on Eglinton. 200 businesses killed. Neighborhoods destroyed for the last dozen years. So you got to think of those costs. Then the cost of construction. When you build these lines, I'll tell you, it is complex engineering. You have to move water, hydro, telephone lines. You've got to repair sidewalks, roads, I mean, sewers. We're still repairing sidewalks and sewers in Eglinton after all these years. So that's why I say a word of caution. You owe it to the taxpayers of Toronto to look at a technology that will move people, that doesn't cost billions of dollars and take 10 years to build. Why not look at a dedicated transit way where you use electric buses, same frequency, they could be articulated buses. And I would move a motion to that effect, but I know not too many people who are interested in doing this. So I'm not going to bother staff with moving a motion. I just want to state that this could be another boondoggle that we could avoid if we did our homework. And especially when I hear just this week the TTC can't afford to operate the Finch West LRT. They got no money. They can't afford to operate the once, maybe the next century, that the Eglinton Crosstown will be built. They got no money. So now they're asked to, well, maybe you can operate this thing. When maybe we could get it built faster, cheaper, more efficiently with electric bus transitway. That maybe may not be in the brochures of the condo corporations when they try to sell condos, but it moves people cleanly, efficiently, quietly. Electric buses are very quiet. And I see them, the last point, Madam Speaker, before you cut me off, is it was wonderful to see on the subway the other day, people with laptops, working on their laptops.
5 seconds.
Using the internet on the TTC. Okay. God love us. We've got the internet on the TTC in this city.
Okay, I want to remind members of council that if you can please speak on the item that you have before you, which is the waterfront, the report, and people that are on the executive, I'm sure you ask those questions at executive. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all my colleagues for your good questions and for your passion and care on this item. I'm very pleased to support the recommendations in this report to move the Waterfront East LRT forward, to demonstrate the city's leadership, to build on the good and necessary studies and work that have been done so far, and especially to meet the obvious need that we know exists in this part of the city. As we all know, transit is a key component of building truly complete communities that are green, accessible, and welcoming. With this report, the city is investing critically in transit planning for the East Waterfront, and that represents from a city a clear prioritization of this project to move forward and prioritizing our climate leadership, prioritizing our commitment to addressing the housing crisis, and prioritizing good city building. Providing the much-needed transit connection for people who already live, work, and visit the East Waterfront is already urgent, given the development and growth that is taking place right now. Together, the City of Toronto and Waterfront Toronto have already built or are in progress the community infrastructure that is needed to support growth. New parks, childcare, recreation centers, and schools that will make the East Waterfront a livable and more affordable community. This weekend, I was so proud to be part of opening the new One Young Community Recreation Center, and a few weeks ago was honored to join community members in opening one of 5 new child care centers along the East Waterfront. The LRT project is the essential link to make these communities successful. And just as important as we heard, we need this transit to unlock the potential of the Portlands, where as we speak, the work to renaturalize the Don River and provide critical flood protections to build the next generation of parks and neighborhoods is on its way to completion. That is a demonstration of a collective effort, $1.25 billion investment by all orders of government who recognized the potential and the need to revitalize these lands for the future growth of our city, our province, and our country. The need for new housing includes purpose-built, affordable, planned with our climate leadership goals in mind. It's more important than ever that the Waterfront East LRT is fundamental to achieving all this. And we've heard the important economic and social benefits of the LRT through the comprehensive business case presented by staff. Earlier this week, I was on the waterfront with Mayor Chow, an invitation led by George Brown College and Waterfront Toronto, with public and private sector partners across the area, and those giving leadership in the city and the country, from arts and culture to local and regional business, neighborhood builders like the Waterfront BIA, who I see here, and academic institutions, demonstrating an unprecedented amount of enthusiasm for the success of this project, its importance, and commitment to advocate to all orders of government with us to move this forward. We know it will take this type of partnership to fund and get this project completed, and from what I've seen, I'm confident that our federal and provincial partners recognize the many successes we have already made through our collective efforts in revitalizing the waterfront, and to build on that tremendous progress. We are not going to stop now. I know as a city we understand the urgency of moving this project forward with seamless continuation to design work, to procurement, to construction, to meet the goals of Toronto as a waterfront city and a city welcoming to all of us. I want to thank the teams from City Transit and Transportation Planning, the TTC, Waterfront Toronto, for all your work to bring this together alongside our committed community partners. I'm looking forward to the support of my colleagues to move forward on this incredible milestone and to make history. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Chow. Mayor Chow, sorry. Mayor Chow.
Well, actually,
Okay.
I was a councillor when this Waterfront LRT was in front of City Council at that time. And you remember that, Madam Speaker, you and I were both on council. I know this has been a long time coming. That Waterfront LRT was going west, and now we're going east. You know, we need to start. We're looking at 100,000 homes, and 40,000 of them are affordable homes. Think of the people that are moving into the neighborhood. And in that boat ride that Deputy Mayor Malik talked about, There were developers, they were private developers, they were public officials, and there was George Brown, because many of their students will be taking this LRT. You know how many people are going to be on this LRT when it's done? 50,000 rides per day. Wow. If we don't have that, imagine those people in a car. Can you imagine the Gardner and Lakeshore, what it would be like? Or Queens Quay? It would be totally jammed up. There's literally no way to travel into the waterfront. So it's unlocked the Portland, the waterfront, and is managed and pushed by the Waterfront Toronto. It is a very, very good illustration of the concept that we are stronger together. Because in fact, that is the partnership in all levels of government, private, public sector, in really building a city, a waterfront where it would benefit everyone. So someone from, say, Councillor Ainsley Ward or Councillor Mendes Ward that now take an hour and a half, if they are a student to George Brown, it would take them that long to take public transit down to the George Brown campus. Instead, what they could do is come down, and hopefully the subway will get built, the Ontario line, and or come to Union Station and transfer to the, this LRT. So it's exciting, and we are starting finally to do the planning. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. So we're going to take the vote after lunch because it's in Councillor Fletcher's ward, and she asked that we take the vote after lunch. So before we recess for lunch, do we have any quick items to release? If we can clear the screen. Any quick items? Do we have 18? Huh? Okay. Do you want to ring the bells? Okay. He does. I already asked him. I know. I can't tie people to their desks. I'll have to get some handcuffs for you, Councillor Peruzza. Okay, let's introduce them. Wait, who's? Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion that you want to introduce?
Yes, I do. This is a liquor license application. The reason for urgency is its deadline for objections is today.
Okay, on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Matlow. It's on the screen.
This is a motion to address the work that's being done on the Sinclair streetcar right-of-way, and it's urgent as the appropriate signage needs to be installed as soon as possible to facilitate the efficient operations of the TTC replacement bus service along Sinclair Avenue West.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, who's next? That's it? Okay, so on the item that Councillor Perks released earlier, and then Councillor Peruzza held, Councillor Crisanti, we'll move the item. He's okay to remove it, PH 7.13. On the item, on favor?
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
This is on the sign on Galaxy.
This is the item that Councillor Perks has released earlier. Recorded vote.
But is it on? I just don't.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please, and thank you. Councillor Peruzza, your vote, please. Councillor McKelvey, I'll call on you in a moment. You don't appear to have received the vote. Oh. Councillor Cheng, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 17-2.
We'll recess to 2 o'clock. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak? Can you take your seat so we can start? Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. If we have 18 members, we can introduce them, and I don't believe we have 18 members. Okay? Now, before we start the member motion run-through, I would take the release of holds, and the clerk will open the speakers list on CMP, and you can place your name on the list. So we don't have any. Okay. Now, before the lunch, we completed EX 9.14, advancing waterfront. And so we waited until after lunch for Councillor Fletcher to be here to vote on it. So let's vote on that item, recorded vote, EX 9.14. Okay. Well, it's 2:15 and we start at 2. All right, so recorded vote. Yeah.
The item is adopted. The vote is 18-2.
18, so we can introduce these two motions before we go through the run-through. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a urgent motion before us to release Section 37 funds to support an ongoing park redevelopment in my ward. It's at risk of stalling the project, so we were able to work with staff to find some necessary funds. I hope my colleagues will support the addition of this.
All in favor? Show of hands carried. Councillor Matlow.
I move the authorization to release Section 45 funds from the development at 109 Vaughan Road for streetscape improvements in the Hillcrest Village Business Improvement Area. And it's urgent because it's going to enable staff in the business improvement area to begin work on this important project.
All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any. The city clerk has advised that the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 12.1, MM 12.23 have been posted with the agenda item RM 12.7, review of the order paper. So we will not be introducing any further members' motions. Okay, let's continue. Yes, Councillor Pat.
A member's motion that I've been working on with Councillor Sachs and Mayor Chow has been sent to the clerk prior to you saying no more members' motions.
I don't have it. Do we have that? Okay, they said they just received it.
Thank you for the leniency, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, so they just received it. Yeah, so we can't show it yet because they just received it.
Got it.
Okay. So we'll add your song, Councillor Pasternak, since you've been working on it. MM 12.1. Okay, it's on the screen. MM 12.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. A communication has been added to this item. On the referral, on favor, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 12.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Planning and Housing Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.3. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Opposed, if any? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.4. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. Recorded vote. Well, hold on until we have to. Recorded vote to waive referral.
Councillor Bravo, please, and thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote. Councillor Perruzza, please, your vote on waiving referral. Councillor Ainsley, please. The motion to waive referral does not carry. The vote is 15-8. The required two-thirds majority was not achieved.
Okay, so that will go to committee. MM 12.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who? Hold. MM 12.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to an Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? You want a recorded vote? Okay. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Ainsley, please.
Do you want these ones?
Councillor Ainsley, have you voted, please?
Oh. Okay.
The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Thank you. MM 12.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item? Oh, sorry. It's on the screen now. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. To waive referral? Okay. On the item, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, thank you. Councillor Matlow, please.
Councillor Prusa, can you please get off the phone? We're in the middle of council.
Councillor Matlow, please.
I know it's the rule.
The item carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
MM 12.15. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.16. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.17. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Recorded? Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Moyes. Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 22-1.
MM 12.18. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 12.19. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 12.20. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 12.21. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 12.22. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor, carried. MM 12.23. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda and is before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 12.24. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 12.25. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.26. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 12.27. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Okay, so there was just one member's motion held down. The rest were approved. Now we'll go back to the agenda. The next item is Infrastructure and Environment Committee, i.e. 7.2 Congestion Management Plan. And Councillor Bradford, you held the item down. We also have supplementary report, i.e. 7.2A. Before we go to the item, if we have any questions to staff, you can put your name on the screen. But I just want to say thank you to our legal staff, to our solicitor, to our legal staff for the big victory we had with the Mid-Humber Gap. Thank you. I think that was a great victory when we fought against the province and we won. Thank you. Okay, IE 7.2, Congestion Management Plan. So do we have questions to staff? If you do, please put your name on the screen. Councillor Bradford, you held the item down.
No questions, Madam Speaker.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay, speak. Oh, sorry, Councillor Perks, you have questions? Okay, Councillor Perks.
Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with my device.
Yeah.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Can you tell me a little bit about the genesis of this plan? Someone from transportation, I assume?
Yes. Hi, Councillor Perks, through the Speaker. I believe the beginning of the congestion management plan was in 2013, was the first one that was developed, and it has been updated a number of times since then, including in 2016. We also did a major update, I believe, in 2018 as well, adding a number of things along the way, a number of tools along the way as we've learned more from other jurisdictions and have had some major changes in the complexion of our roads in Toronto, especially related to the construction activity that's been going on of late. So this is the latest in that update.
Thank you. So this is principally related to construction-related congestion, is it?
It does have a significant component about construction. There's also a new focus on event management. What we have found post-COVID is that there's been a significant number of events, which is wonderful. The city wants to come out and celebrate, but the impacts of those events in around a few venues has required a rethink, and we've looked to some other jurisdictions about how to do that better, and we've borrowed from them with these event management zones, and then also a focus on transit and trying to manage transit so that we have better response and better travel times.
Right. So this isn't a plan that just says the City of Toronto should have free-flowing, fast traffic at all times. That's not the goal here.
That is not the goal. I think.
In fact, that's an impossible goal, isn't it?
Yes, I would say that is an impossible goal.
And generally speaking, in a city like ours, where the population is growing but the road network isn't, congestion's a fact of life. In fact, in some ways, it's an indication of success.
I would agree with you. I think we saw during COVID when we had no one going out, that we had free-flowing conditions on many of the roads. But if you have a strong and healthy economy, and a lot of people wanting to be in the downtown, and as our transit ridership grows back, we definitely are going to continue to have congestion, especially as the population grows. I do think there's a lot of things we can do to manage it, and I hope that what people took away from this report is that we are using all of our experience and now all of the tools that we have available to us to manage it more effectively.
So in a city with, a growing population and a fixed amount of road space, we can't succeed if we try to go down a path of making it the priority to have free-flowing traffic at all times, but rather we succeed by travel demand management and mode shifting.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Through you, I'll be brief. What actions are underway right now at the city to ensure that we're coordinating our own infrastructure and SOGR work across the city?
Through the Speaker, so we do have an infrastructure coordination unit that lives in our engineering and construction services group. Their charge is to work specifically because of the way that we bundle projects together, and we try to coordinate so that we're not impacting parallel corridors with major construction at the same time as much as possible. That group focuses really on the 2 years to gets us to an in-year construction timeline, which then gets shifted over to get managed by Rogers Construction Hub and Work Zone Coordination Team. And so what we're looking at right now is expanding the role of and expanding the sort of purview of our coordination activities to be more strategic, to be able to look further in advance, so more of a 6-year timeline than a 2-year timeline, and to bring in those partners who also have very important infrastructure projects to get done, like our utility partners and Hydro and Enbridge, and be able to be facile and nimble, and also be able to share information with the public so they can plan their trips. So that coordination unit is something that we really need to get in place so that we can have all the tools at our disposal to manage the construction and maximize the opportunities.
There's a lot of moving pieces and things that you have to look at, and I appreciate that's a lot in the City of Toronto, and then you start adding Toronto Hydro, you start adding TTC, all the different agencies. That complicates things greatly. To what extent does the traffic or congestion impact of these infrastructure and SOGR works, what does that factor into the sequencing of how we are coordinating those projects?
So it's a pretty significant input, and we have been talking for quite some time about the impacts of construction on parallel corridors, because when you look at a grid system, you want to make sure that you have alternatives. Mm-hmm. As you know, in the downtown right now, especially with the construction of major transit and the very important work that the city is doing to expand housing alternatives and options and building lots and lots of housing, there's a lot of construction in the city. And so we do have parallel corridors right now that are impacted. And that is where Rogers Construction Hub team comes in, because it's the planning of that work, but it's also being nimble and being able to manage those closures as they go along, similar to what we're seeing on Adelaide Street right now with the construction that's happening there and on Queen Street.
All right, this is very important work that you have underway right now. I think it's a quality of life issue for a lot of Torontonians and people who visit the city every day. It's never been more difficult and frustrating to get around. Would you be comfortable with reporting back to council in the new year on an update more fulsomely and specifically about this program?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks very much. That's all my questions, Madam Speaker.
To the next question, it was brought to my attention today that I have a 5-alarm fire in my ward, which is at Weston and Rogers Road. So all the traffic is closed, all the GO and the Up Express trains are stalled. And so I just want to say thank you to the fire department, because they've been there all day. And so I'm sure we're going to have a big issue in that intersection because we have the trains, the two trains and all that traffic at Weston and Rogers. So I want to thank Fire Department for being there. Okay. Councillor Cheng, question on the item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to ask some questions about the traffic agent program. We get a lot of calls from constituents asking for more enforcement in areas along Yonge Street because people are parking illegally, especially during rush hour, but always, you know, there's like a shortage of that traffic enforcement. And I'm just wondering, you know, what would the outcome be of this continuation of this pilot in terms of the number of traffic agents available for enforcement across our city?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So currently, in terms of the traffic agents, we just recently went through a process of graduating an additional 15 traffic agents. So that'll be available by the end of this month to be deployed. And we are on target to basically have all the way up to 45 traffic agents in total available for deployment from March going forward.
And it says here that we will be considering using callback police and special constables. Would callback police be premium pay police?
Through you, Madam Speaker, this is very similar to the paid duty program, with the exception of the fact that we have the ability to basically call upon special constables from Toronto Police. And from that perspective, the cost implications, it's basically commensurate with our own special constables.
So, but it says callback police. So when police are called back, that's usually considered premium pay. Is that something that we'd want to employ for traffic agents?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So again, part of the reason why we're leveraging the program at this point in time through the police is because it takes such a long time for us to onboard our own traffic agents. So to that end, given any sort of cost implications, we're going to try and use it as sparingly as possible, but only in those very, very high demand needs.
So in your opinion, what is a healthy number of traffic enforcement agents across the city for the volume and complexity of our road system?
Again, through the Speaker, so I think that given the current demands, I think the complement of about 50 is the amount that's going to really sort of put us in a good state. That being said, that's something that we should always be sort of revisiting in terms of demands around the city, and especially as we change focus to providing more traffic agent support for transit.
And so we're going to, I guess, a dual prong approach. We're going to continue recruiting and training more of our own in-house traffic enforcement officers while also leveraging police to help us with that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor, through the Speaker. And it's important to recognize, and Roger mentioned it, the timeline that it takes to actually get our special constables able to be deployed in the training is actually quite significant. We have job calls out all the time to fill those positions, but the police, in doing this pilot, have helped us to try to be able to fill the demand in the intervening time when we can get the complement up to where it needs to be. Those traffic agents also do more than just facilitate traffic through the intersection. They also do a really deep dive on what are the conditions out there that need to change, be it signal timing or some minor adjustments that you can see down at the lakeshore in Jarvis with barrels and things like that to really help organize the traffic. So they're very hands-on when they are deployed.
Is there potential in areas that are more complex with a lot of construction and congestion that there could be designated agents so that the ward councillors would have a relationship with that person or team so that there would be more communication and support?
That's exactly where we're going. And when we conceived of the Construction Hub program, we also indicated that those hub coordinators needed on-the-ground resources to be able to manage. And so, like we have just deployed additional hub coordinators and work zone coordinators, the traffic agents are resources for those hub coordinators to help manage congestion. Because as you know, the construction impacts are not the same at all sites at all different times of the day. So moving them around has proven to be quite useful.
Great, thank you very much. We look forward to the Willowdale hub being established. Thank you.
Through
Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I just had a question around, first of all, there was a very big congestion plan for the Pan Am, which was very clear. And I don't know how many elements have come forward from that, but it was probably world-class one because it was based on London. Pardon? Yeah, and it was based on London's experience hosting the Olympics. So there were things like just-in-time deliveries or when things are happening. I'm not sure how much would you say has been considered in this congestion plan that was from a previous well-thought-out congestion plan for our Pan Am Games.
Through you, Madam Speaker, so just to begin with, you're 100% correct. I would agree with you 100% that the strategies we implemented during the Pan Am days were exemplary. And to that end, we have been trying to leverage that model, specifically in the creation of the new Traffic Event Management Planning Group. And through that process, the plan is to go forward in terms of coordinating with MTO, Metrolinx, Toronto Police, Emergency Management, all the various players to enable many of the good practices that we found through that previous example of Pan Am Games.
Okay, so I noticed that you'd removed all the Metrolinx work out of the hub and just left it at East Harbor, which of course is the Gardner takedown, the bane of our existence, Councillor Bradford and myself. But I don't know why that was all removed. It's a fairly significant amount of work, and it's just started. Do you have an objection to being put back in a hub or be its own hub?
No, through the
I mean,
Speaker.
I have 5 stations for Metrolinx in a very small area of Ward 14.
Yeah, I think we've been working with your team to put that, to extend those boundaries to ensure that it's incorporated.
I just don't know why it was removed. I understood it was in.
I think it's because there's another team that oversees all of the Ontario line work, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be considered in the hub. So.
Okay, so that was a boo-boo. Now we're going to fix it.
Yep.
And then as far as an evaluation is concerned, one of the things that noting you're using a lot of AI and automatic different things, but to my mind, one of the most important ways to know it's working is people that use the system, whether it's TTC, whether it's road users, whether it's cyclists, because we hear from them all the time. So, for example, at Pape and Danforth, there's a very large hydro project for the Ontario line, which actually puts cyclists in danger at that location. And it also backs up traffic, but it is very dangerous actually to merge into that. Same down at Sherbourne. So I just don't know how, and I would like to think about how we're going to get the feedback. Yes, that's working. Yes, I was there. The traffic wardens were fantastic because there was nobody blocking the intersection. There was not a dangerous condition in intersections. Traffic was moving, people were moving, cyclists were safe, and pedestrians were safe. And I know in conditions, everybody has different conditions, but if you look at the core, it is probably the most difficult area and I see all of those wardens are there. So I just want to ask how we can make sure that we're hearing from cyclists, pedestrians, drivers, and the organizations that represent them to get their best advice, if it's working or not, before we get another plan. So I'm very concerned that we're not asking the users, which I think is always the best way to evaluate something.
Yeah, through you, Madam Speaker. So we would definitely be open to the idea of consulting with those various groups and engaging them through the process of as we're sort of moving forward and rolling out with the plan and getting that sort of feedback and factoring it in. I just note that within the plan itself, we do have a lot of technology deployed that gives us some of that data as well, that again will help inform those discussions with those different groups.
So they can tell us if the data's working, but I believe sitting
and hearing
together,
their feedback too.
they're going to say that data, that's working really well, or that we do remember there was a very big data-driven project called Sidewalk Labs that got driven out of town. So just because you're able to collect data doesn't mean that you're using it as well as you can. So having regular everyday users at the front end rather than later, to my mind, would be helpful for this one.
That was your last question.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Councillor Fletcher. I think the technology that we are bringing to bear in this plan is pretty well tested for the applications that we're using it for. We've also, Roger has initiated a number of working group sessions with affected users around accessibility issues in construction zones as well, where we did hear a little bit of that feedback to start. So we've got a good model, and I think we can build on it as you described.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak, questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to get back to this traffic agents issue on page 6, do they have any enforcement power?
Through Madam Speaker, yes, so technically speaking, under the Highway Traffic Act, they do. Although obviously the focus, especially given the limited resources, is they specifically focus on traffic management rather than enforcement. Because certainly it takes them away from if they have to pull someone over, that kind of thing. But they do, technically speaking, under the Highway Traffic Act, have that capability.
Right, but they can't, there's no fines or any kind of consequences if for instance, a company doing construction closes lanes unnecessarily or abandons the site for weeks. That's not the role of the traffic agent. We don't have any powers.
Well, through the speaker, so we do have powers through our transportation standards officers who oversee those construction sites, and having more people on the ground with more eyes on the street means that we have more people who can catch those things when they're happening and try to get the appropriate staff there.
So let's talk for that for a minute. So these are not the traffic agents. They're the
transportation standards officers, our bylaw officers.
And how many, what's our work complement on that, our staffing complement?
So I believe we have 25. I can confirm that and get back to you. I will say that we have had significant vacancies in those positions, and we have recently completed a hiring process where we are almost to full complement.
So do they have enforcement powers? Can they?
They are bylaw officers, so they do have enforcement powers for the bylaws, city's bylaws.
So when it comes to traffic management around construction sites, we need immediate action. Most of our bylaws give grace periods and compliance periods, which...
If it's traffic management around a construction site, it is going to be the traffic agents who do that work. If it's an impact or something that's happening regarding to the permit conditions that's in the right-of-way, that's where the bylaw officers would come in.
So on page 8, there's a reference to leveraging police services. Everything I hear is that they're stretched to the limit. Are these paid duty officers, or are these on-duty officers? And has police services agreed that they have the capacity to play this role?
Yeah, through Madam Speaker, yes, they have. So they basically committed to roughly about 10 to 13 primarily special constables, but also police as well, too, to provide support to us during this interim as we're still building up our forces.
All right, now we see there's two types of officers at a construction site. One is paid duty, and they do certain things, and then, but this is different. This is 10 to 13 special constables or on-duty officers.
So these are two separate things. The paid duty officer that is hired by the construction company to manage the site is a requirement often of many permits, and that is something that the constructor would go through the paid duty office through police services to get those assigned. Our transportation standards officers and transportation services, they oversee and enforce the bylaw related to the permit conditions by which we let people use the street for their construction. And so they are not there all the time. They're there on a complaint basis or when they come out and audit a site. The traffic agents and the special constables and other police officers who are working on this pilot project related to the traffic agents specifically is about managing traffic through the intersection. It is a short-term pilot that police has agreed to help us with as we start to hire up the appropriate complement of traffic agents to meet the needs that we have in the city. Is that clear as mud?
Yeah, well, I'm going to make it even more confusing. On page 10, you refer to a work zone and traffic mitigation unit. Now, is that a combination of the traffic agents and the
Nope.
special constables?
Nope.
And that's a different group?
That is the construction hub and work zone team that coordinates the in-year construction of activities in the right-of-way. So they are the people who allow the work to happen in those work zones, whether it is a utility company that comes in and wants to be able to work occasionally in the same place that someone else wants to work. They are the coordinators and organizers, and they provide that feedback and authority.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Burnside, question.
It's okay, thanks. I'll take my name off the list.
To speak. Pardon?
Okay, Madam Speaker?
Yes.
No more questions?
No.
Okay. Oh,
We're at speakers right now,
I
Councillor
think Councillor
Moyes.
Moyes has questions.
No, we're at speakers.
Oh,
Yeah, you're a speaker. Okay, Councillor Bradford, go ahead.
I think because I held the item, I prefer.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter to me. Okay.
Because you held the item down, you speak first.
Okay.
Okay.
I better just do it now. I've burned 30
Okay.
seconds. I'll be brief. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a motion here that I've worked on with transportation staff in the DCM. This is a request for a report to come back in the new year on the work that's underway that we heard from Barbara Gray there, but particularly focusing on the coordination between transportation services and ECS and all the major capital projects across the different city agencies and our own SOGR work. As the report points out to all of us, in addition to the private construction projects taking place here, the provincial transit projects like the Ontario line and the work underway in front of City Hall here, the city has more than $1.1 billion of capital infrastructure work underway on the roads in our right-of-way here. And, you know, that's everything, including all of our divisions and agencies, from the TTC and the new streetcar tracks going in on Adelaide to the capital road work taking place on O'Connor. And that's actually been a pain point for me as a councillor and many folks trying to navigate the East End, is what seems like a lack of coordination on an ongoing day-to-day basis. And I think all of us acknowledge, both as councillors and staff who work here in the building, that we need to do a better job. When folks are losing hours of time on a daily basis stuck in traffic and congestion here in the city of Toronto, that impacts their ability to get to work, that impacts their ability to get back home to their families, and we need to find a better way to do this in a more streamlined fashion. You know, again, I'll draw an example of the work that's going on at O'Connor. And I'm sure all of my colleagues here, you have similar experiences in your own ward. This was 100-year water main infrastructure that needed to be done at O'Connor and St. Clair. Halfway through the contract, they get into the road, they find out more work needs to be done, so they come back to council to enhance the contract, to enhance the scope to do that work while the road's already open. But because this wasn't identified in the initial scope of work, O'Connor is now going to be closed for another half year because of this additional work that needs to be done. And then I get an email from staff saying, oh, we would also like to do repaving further down O'Connor, further to the west, which is magnified by the closure and the removal of the ramp from the Gardner, because now everybody shoots up the DVP to Donland South and gets off on O'Connor in Ward 14 and Ward 19. So, you know, for folks who are trying to navigate this every single day, it's been chaos for over a year, and there's still going to be a lot more pain on the way as we try and work through this critical infrastructure. The staff and Barbara Gray's team are doing an admirable job. Roger Brown trying to put all this stuff together in a more coordinated fashion. And I think coming back to council to keep all of us abreast of that important work would be of value, certainly for me, and I hope you appreciate that as well. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you. I do have a amendment. Thank you. And I just want to say I support this expansion of the Downtown Construction Hub and Traffic Agent Program. I'm a downtown councillor. I gotta say it's a cluster mess. Let's call it that for now. And even to get to this office, this city hall, it's hard to get around this place. Adelaide, King Street, you name it. There's just mayhem across the downtown core. The left hand often doesn't know what the right hand is doing. And it's no fault of staff. They do the best that they can with the resources that they have. But I think this motion really will help alleviate some of the problems we're seeing across the downtown. And I hope, my ward is a benefactor of that, I have to say. So again, this is really good, and I fully support it, and I hope when we report back at some point on this, that we will see the benefits over time. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a couple of motions here. You can see them there. Thank the staff for working so hard on those. Guess you could stop my time while we get the motions up.
It's there.
Oh, it's not there.
It's on your screen.
It's now on that screen. Thank you. Because it's blocked by my computer. Let's not argue. Thank you. This is one motion to look at the road occupation permits. So and I certainly heard what you said, Councillor Moyes, with Queen and Bay completely closed. And then there's a big, huge construction project for a new development on Richmond. So anybody trying to get through the downtown, it's kind of like going along the Gardner where we're at one lane with that construction. So really and truly looking at what are the actual congestion costs of that type of right-of-way permit that's going to be there for months and months and months. And I know we go on a square foot basis, but there is an idea of having a congestion cost for that or a climate cost for that, because when you see what happens by adding that in, I think somehow some of the costs of this program should be borne by some of those who are taking up road space. So that's one of the motions. If I could have the other one up, because I'll be speaking to all of them, please. Second one on that list. No, it was the second one on that list, actually. Had to do, well, I'll speak to that one, but go back to the other. Originally, I had understood that the construction hub in the East End would be covering all of that Metrolinx construction, which is a tremendous amount. There are 5 new bridges. We're down to 1 lane everywhere, particularly for the above ground. It is quite something, and then there's TTC work. So we did have a hub, then it got left out. So this is now to add those zones back in, which includes all of the employment area, all of the Portlands, the Gardner, the new flood proofing, the Metrolinx work. I could just go on and on. Councillor Moyes may say that his area is congested in that way. This is just congested with massive, massive billions of dollars worth of projects. So I'd like to make sure that's coordinated and we don't find that there's something popping up somewhere. Like the other day, where the whole Pape intersection will be closed and pieces of infrastructure will be removed. It was being repaired when I went by. So to me, that's the level of coordination that we need. No, you're not repairing that because it's going to come out for the Metrolinx project. And the last one does have to do with what I was speaking about with Ms. Gray and Mr. Brown, was the kind of coordination with users to understand how well is that working, and very formal. I know when we had discussions on the Gardner, we had very many users. We had some experts from Ryerson, U of T, traffic management, but we had Cycle Toronto, we had CAA, we had a lot of people that had their constituencies there to look and see, is this working for everybody? Is it looking for the smooth operations that we're trying to get to, as, let me put it like this, as smooth as possible, given all the circumstances. The sewer work, the track work, the building of new transit work, the just incredible amount of construction and infrastructure work that's going on across the city. So those are my three motions, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, last speaker, Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a technical amendment prepared by staff. I'll move that first. It's just updating the appendices, and I've been told that this update is also consistent with Councillor Fletcher's motion as well. And I just want to start by thanking staff for their tremendous amount of work on this report, and thank the committee for their thoughtful consideration of it as well. There's 4 key areas. We are leveraging technology. We'll have smart signals at our intersections and for transit priority. We're increasing the traffic agents in high-density areas, and it's been fun to attend their graduations. I hope you all do that, and let's encourage them to stay with it. It's better coordination of construction projects that are happening, and a better online booking system so people can see what other work is happening in the area and try and bundle it better. And a QR code, because it is frustrating. You want to know when a project started, when a project's ending. There'll be a QR code so you can pull that up. And importantly, there'll be a special event traffic team. And this group has already been meeting for over a year, and they're continuing to expand and work well and make sure that 2 very large events in the downtown core don't get out at the exact same time, for example. So that's some of the great work that is happening with our team here at City of Toronto. And Councillor Bradford did point out that we have $1 billion in construction a year, and that's just the City of Toronto's contribution to that work that's happening on our streets. There's also $30 billion in transit expansion underway in our city right now. So I guess you could say there's short-term traffic pain for long-term transit gain. But it's also important that we note that we now have 240 cranes in the sky constructing homes for people. And that is more than the next 3 cities. So if you add up the next 3, you come to 134. And our city alone has 240. So it's an enormous amount of development that is happening in the City of Toronto. It is good for people, and it will be good for our future. Next generations will thank us for that. I thank everybody for their hard work on this, and look forward to your continued support of both this report, but also our transportation services team that is doing great work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen so we can vote. Do we have the motions to put on the screen? Okay, there's the first motion by Councillor Moyes. On favor, show of hands, carried. Next motion. by Councillor McKelvey. All in favor? Show of hands carried. Councillor Bradford's motion, on favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Oh, is there another motion? Okay, which is the other motion? Councillor Fletcher, motion on favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Fletcher's motion on favor, show of hands, carried. That's it. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Our next item is IE 7.3, free floating car share program. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do we have questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher? No? Does anybody? Oh, Councillor Holyday has questions of staff.
Thank you, Speaker. To the General Manager of Transportation. The committee added a recommendation. City Council direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to evaluate opportunities to make free floating car share cars available to people throughout the city. What does that mean to you?
Through the Speaker, to me that means that we are going to be looking at opportunities to expand free-floating car share beyond permit parking areas that don't have any wait lists, and that is a significant body of work to take on and work that we are scheduled to report back to Council with some recommendations in, I believe, the spring of this year.
So in Etobicoke Centre, like many parts of Etobicoke, there's no on-street parking, there's no parking permits, it just doesn't occur overnight. Is there any contemplation to bring this program to streets like that?
We're having conversations more likely in those areas, Councillor Holyday, with TPA and some of our other parking providers. I think it's also something that if we were going to be looking at any kind of modifications to on-street parking, that would come after we bring a parking strategy, citywide parking strategy back to Council, and that's not going to be till late 24 or beginning of 25.
Okay, so I had some motions planned to kind of put controls around that, but you can offer me, not me, the residents of Etobicoke, that we suddenly aren't going to see cars parked overnight randomly on streets where there's no on-street parking. That's not your intent. That's not contemplated in this process.
Our intent is not to change any of the on-street parking regulations as a result of adding free-floating car share. But certainly it is looking at what partnerships we have opportunities to leverage.
Indeed. So if there are private parking lots, publicly owned parking lots through Green P, they're off-street. And so those are all really where the strategy is going with this.
Yeah, and we also have had some modifications to on-street parking, not in Etobicoke Centre, but in our other parts of the city that are not part of the pilot. And so we do have some discussions to have in those wards throughout the city as part of this, which is why we're doing it as a citywide look and a comprehensive report.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, I hear from my residents often that it's actually really hard for them to secure a car rental in Willowdale. And a program like this could support many of the condo dwellers, but we don't have street parking right now. So does that mean that this program would not benefit people in Willowdale?
Through the chair, it could benefit, as the general manager said. We will be exploring opportunities with the Toronto Parking Authority first, if we can bring car sharing closer, free-flowing car sharing closer to those wards outside the permit parking areas. Should remind council that we also have the CVPA program, the Car Share Vehicle Area Program, where We can dedicate spots on streets to bring car share. It's not the same as free floating. It's, you pick up a car in a spot and return to the same place. So we can expand that in those areas too.
But this package, as it stands, would not, in its current form, allow for all these things that you're talking about?
No, not in its current form. We would be reporting in the spring on a different framework to achieve that.
So just to be clear, so this 500 additional cars will primarily be a downtown thing?
Where they are currently operating, right now we only have one car share company, it's Comunado. Okay. They've exhausted their limits of permits, and the customers want more, so we're trying to accommodate the need in the downtown area primarily now, but we will be looking to see how we can expand it beyond the downtown.
And will that partnership be with Comunado, or will there be an RFP process if other companies want to explore setting up a similar model?
Right now, it's offered to any other company that wants to approach the city. It's on a permit basis, on a first come, first served basis. So there are available permits to others.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, let's try to move this agenda along. Councillor Fletcher, question.
I think I have a right to ask questions,
Yeah, you
Speaker.
do, yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We all have a right to ask
Yeah,
questions.
go ahead.
Whether or not it moves the agenda along
Yeah.
or not, right?
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
I asked you at the beginning, you said you didn't have any questions.
Well, now that I've heard some, you know what, I've heard some answers, and now I have questions.
Okay,
So,
that's good.
Am I supposed to just have questions before we start, or can I have questions as we're going through?
No, you could have
Which one?
questions. You could have questions. I asked you because you held the item down, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I
Okay.
didn't have any until I heard the answers about why there are not car share spots in other locations.
Right.
Car share is related to permit parking. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And why have you only suggested that it remain in streets that have permit parking? Forget the TPA, there's not a lot beside everybody's house. What's your rationale for having left it like that all these years?
That was the current program as approved by City Council at the time. There was a need in these areas where people don't have a place to park a vehicle and want other options. So we offered this free-floating car share program in these areas.
Is there an assumption that you don't have a place to park a vehicle, but you don't have a vehicle? So are we assuming that everybody in those streets that don't have permit parking all have vehicles? In all the condos, all the apartments, all the way across, all the suburbs, that everybody has a vehicle, and they have no need to share a car.
Through the speaker, to Councillor Fletcher, this program is a pilot program that we started in 2018. And
I remember.
And when we started it, there was a lot of concern at the time about going beyond any kind of permit parking locations where permit parking was more oversubscribed or there was a wait list. And so we were forced to kind of contain the area within which we were allowed those cars to go. And now that we've had the pilot in place for a while and we've not had any concerns from people who have permit parking, we are going back and looking more comprehensively, because I agree with you. There's a lot of people in the city who either don't choose to have cars and live in areas that are quite dense, and they want to be able to have access to a vehicle. And so it is time for us to look at expanding that program to provide more opportunities for people.
But you're not asking it here.
Not asking it
Even though this is
here.
a 5-year marker, and you haven't suggested in this report
Nope.
that you expand it so that everybody in the city has access to a shared auto.
We have not proposed that in this report.
And I've just heard it's going to be in TPA lots or in other places. I think the request is that you can be living in an apartment with no car, and you can take an automobile and leave it somewhere close by for somebody else. Is that not how it works?
Well, that's absolutely true. The request and the reason that we brought this report was just to deal with the permit cap for the existing operator, which is why we're coming back with a more comprehensive report in 2024.
However, so right now, our streets are all up to people saying, yes, I want permit parking, or no, I don't want permit parking. And so there's streets, even in our wards, where people have said they don't want permit parking, which means other residents aren't able to have a car share in those areas, correct?
At this time, that's correct.
And do you think that's fair?
I think that we have implemented the program as directed by council, and that's why we're
Understand.
coming back to change the program, because we believe there's a broader interest.
But I just heard it said it'll be TPA lots and other areas that have a broader connotation, not every street that the city owns.
Just to be clear, Councillor, we will explore opportunities for curbside free-floating car share where the parking regulations allow it, and we will also come back to tell council what we learn about how to change those parking regulations to expand that reach more broadly. And we will be doing a parking strategy that's looking comprehensively at all the on-street parking issues, that after we have all those pieces together, we will come back with a revised
So it's not true that
approach.
it'll just be TPA lots, but you could come back and say for free-floating car share is available throughout the city, you're not captured by a permit parking requirement, that somebody that doesn't want permit parking, 58%, there's still somebody who doesn't have a car, they can still get a car there. That, to me, is what I'm looking for, not 5 or 6, 10 things. One clear thing, and it's not that you have to walk 10 blocks to a TPA lot.
Sure. What I was saying to Councillor Holliday is that there is an interim time when we will come back and look for opportunities where we can move quickly on expanding the reach citywide. I think part of the challenge is that there is bylaws related to locations that don't have on-street parking where people cannot park overnight. That is a restriction and a challenge that we have to work out, which is why we have to do more research before we can come back with a report that we feel confident will work citywide.
Councillor Perks, questions?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on some of the questions that I've heard. When this initial pilot was brought in, at one point, I believe a majority of councillors were opposed to having on-street parking at all. And we had to come back and forth to for auto sharing. And we had to come back and forth several times to land where we landed. Isn't that my memory correct there?
Through the speaker, that is correct, Councillor Perks.
Right. And quite a number of councillors that don't have a lot of permit parking in their wards at the time opposed having any on-street parking for car sharing. And we had to settle on limiting it to the areas where there was currently permit parking. And that was a condition imposed on you by council.
That is correct.
Okay. We also, and maybe the chief planner should answer this, we routinely try to get car sharing spots in condominium buildings throughout the city. Isn't that correct?
The chief planner is on his way, but I believe that is correct.
Yeah, I think he'd agree with that. And finally, many of the local streets, where, as you say, permit parking or overnight parking isn't permitted, the regulations governing whether cars can park there overnight are not a council matter, but are rather delegated to the local community councils. Is that correct?
Through the speaker, that is correct.
So if local community councils put regulations in place that say there can't be overnight parking, just given the mechanics of how car sharing work, council would have to change all the authorities delegated to community council in order to citywide impose car sharing on those streets.
That is correct, and I think you're hitting on a number of issues why it's more complicated in terms of a citywide rollout and why there might be some interim strategies that get us part of the way while we're dealing with some of these other complexities.
In the meantime, though, if a member of council in an area that currently doesn't have overnight parking wanted to get access to this, they could work through their community council to change the regulations on some local streets to allow for permit parking and car sharing. That's an option that's available now.
That's correct, and that has happened since 2018 when we started the pilot in a number of wards throughout the city, but the pilot is not necessarily applicable in those areas yet, so we do have to clean that up between now and the report that we bring back in 2024.
So as you're expanding the system, if there's a councillor who's got streets in their ward where there is no permit parking and wanted to quickly bring car sharing to their ward, you could work with them to change the local parking regulations and make them eligible.
Yes, through community council, we could do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, would you like to speak?
And Councillor Sachs has a amendment that I'm going to support. But just following up on the questions that I asked and Councillor Perks asked, because Councillor Cheng was asking, those cars, they're all going downtown, and because they were only going on streets with permit parking. And in other areas, there's a 3-hour overnight limit. That's bylaws that exist in the city. So community councils can change those bylaws. Councillors can change those bylaws in their ward in order to open up car share in any of those wards. So I don't want this to become, how come you all downtown have all these cars and we don't have any of those? It is a product of those community councils and those decisions. But what I would say is I don't think that going forward, it should be only on, that you don't have to have permit we have to have permit parking or we'd be overwhelmed in our wards. So there's a reason we have permit parking, because nobody has driveways, nobody has this, nobody has that, and there's permits. So you can stay overnight, and people from the Danforth aren't parking there all night, and you have nowhere to go near your home. However, the difference between a street that you shouldn't have to have permit parking in order to have a car share on your street. Right now they're coupled. Right now, you can't have a car share unless you have permit parking. So all these wards would have to introduce permit parking and have everybody vote. To me, when we're trying to get people out of their cars, not having to have a car, being able to use it every once in a while, our streets are our streets. I understand there's no need to have permit parking if you have 50 houses and there are 47 driveways, but there may be people that are there in apartment buildings that would like to have a car, they don't have access. So I guess what I'm going to ask is when this comes back, that we try to divorce those two things as being required and look at saying councillors can do that. Those streets are available, people can ask, and that would be helpful because folks in East York have been asking, can we have a car share? We'd like to have a car share, but there were not permit parking regulations until I took this office in 2018. Councillor Perks and I blanketed our new areas of the ward with permits, so everybody has access. Right now, the problem is access. You only have access to one of these vehicles, which is if you have a permit parking situation. And that, to me, is the unfair part across the city that we need to address. And I'm seeing you're nodding when I'm speaking about this, and I think that would be helpful. So we understand permit parking, get to decide if everybody on the street can park on the street, but you don't get to decide if in our program to try to lessen the use of cars and people have access to a car when they need it so they can be on transit and use other modes the rest of the time, that we're hampering that ability to have more flexibility and have people have a casual car rather than having to own a car, including for our climate change plan. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Councillor Sachs.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you. I have a motion
I've worked with staff to agree as to when they are able to report back, and they've suggested the May meeting of Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Thank you very much, Transportation Services. I do want to echo the comments of my colleague, Councillor Fletcher. Car share is a wonderful tool. It's a wonderful tool for increasing affordability. The biggest saving that any family can have is not to have to own a personal car, but there are often occasions when you need a car. And what we heard at Infrastructure and Environment Committee was that the current car share system, even though it's restricted to only a portion of the city, isn't enough to meet the need right now. They sell out on a regular basis. So we do want to make it easier for people to have access to cars when they need them without having to own them. And so there's a number of things we need to do. We need to look at fair access. We need to look at whether the numbers are right. They need to look at the sort of issues that my colleague has raised. And we need to know when we're going to hear back, because I know that transportation is always busy and has got lots of reports. But at the same time, we pass all kinds of resolutions here that never come back to us. So I've got a tracking system now for tracking these dates, and I have a commitment from staff that we will have this back in May. And so I'm asking that we put it in the resolution so that we don't lose track of it, because this is an important initiative for the city. So I hope you can support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, question? Do I have a question? Councillor Holiday to speak.
Wasn't correct.
Councillor Holiday to speak.
Okay. No, thanks. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The clerk was just confirming the motion. If I could have him present it, and I'll speak to it. If you could hold my time just for it to get up onto the screen, I'd appreciate that. Okay, so I just want to amend motion 4 to be a little bit more precise on this because of the way the questioning unfolded on the floor today. There's lots of streets in this city, particularly in the community of Etobicoke Centre, that don't allow on-street parking. And the reason is because nobody wants it on the street. They typically all have private parking spaces to deal with private parking needs. They don't have to leave their cars on the street. And when people do that, they abuse the streets. It generates complaints, and I think many councillors would be familiar with those type of complaints and the difficulty it is enforcing it. I know my colleagues here would like to see a broader vision of car share programs, but what I do fear is the day where we would give car share programs carte blanche to leave cars anywhere and everywhere in the city. So I originally had a motion, and I've amended it further to say, great, look at expanding car share, but expand it in areas that have on-street parking. Look at it in off-street lots. I don't care if they're public or private. And if community council wants to establish on-street parking for the purposes of car share on streets that don't have parking, great. Community council can be accountable to the residents. But what I am very certain of, and because I hear it all the time, and I'm sure other councillors are certain of this, is that people do not want cars dumped randomly on the street and left there to linger. Cars parked in front of their homes or their blocks or in front of the schools or in front of the parks, they're not interested in that. They would not want to see things change that way. And I just want to be certain. I heard from the general manager that wasn't the intent. The problem was in the dialogue and the questions that it's created an uncertainty. So I hope members understand this amendment, the purpose of it, and as Councillor Perks laid out in his questions very well, that where there is no on-street parking available and there's a desire to create some on-street parking, that community council can do that. And they can figure out a way through this process to establish those spots. But I do ask, please, to council, please do not ruin it for all of the other people that don't want to see these cars, and not just set up a position or a regime or an opportunity where people can just leave car share cars anywhere they feel like. Because I don't think that will make residents happy. I think quite the opposite. They would be quite disappointed in council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. We should ring the bells. Okay, motion by Councillor Sachs. It's on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Next motion. Councillor Holliday, on favor? Carried. Next motion. Is that it? Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Before we go to the next item, do we have any quick releases? I believe that a couple councillors came to me and said they do. So, Councillor Perruzza? Okay, just one moment, just one moment. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I believe it's CC.
12.13.
Correct.
You'll
Yes.
release that?
Yeah, I release it. There's a supplementary report, and I have a motion to just simply add the supplementary report and add the and move the recommendations of the report. Yes.
Okay, so Councillor Perruzza is releasing CC 12.13 and with the supplementary report CC 12.13A. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Do we have any further quick releases?
You could have done it last time too.
Any further quick releases? Anybody? Oh, yes. Hold on, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Sachs, I understand that you want to reopen MM 12.7, the Section 37 money from the development of 124, 128 Paris Avenue. So Councillor Sachs would like to reopen that member's motion because she has an amendment to make. On favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Sachs, your amendment?
Yes, thank you. Staff suggested a revision to the recommendation, which I accidentally missed before. Basically, the point here is that ConnectTO started a program of providing Wi-Fi in Toronto community housing buildings, which is really valuable. Like, Wi-Fi is critical for social and economic inclusion. And the problem is they did maybe a fifth of the buildings in the city and ran out of money before they got to any of the Toronto community housing buildings, the 12 community and seniors buildings in my ward. I have some earmarked Section 37 money for 250 Davenport, and so we're going to use some of that money to provide the people in that building with Wi-Fi in their common spaces. And I hope to be coming back to council either next month or the following meeting to do the same in some of the other buildings in my ward. This is really important, and ConnectTO is just out of money. So I hope you will support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Sachs, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Fletcher, did you say you had something? Okay.
I have PH 7.3, city-initiated zoning bylaw amendments to implement Ontario Line. Final report, and I have a motion that will remove my properties or locations from there, send them back to committee, and in particular, remains in the other wards. There we go, they're remaining, and the others are referred back. In particular, Speaker and colleagues, because many of these are buildings that have tenants in them. I don't know if they've been expropriated. I don't know what's happened to the tenants. This becomes an issue with Metrolinx because unlike the city where we have replacement and we're very concerned, I'm not sure that exists. So I think it is our due diligence, not just mine, but this city and our staff to make sure that we're not evicting people left, right, and center to build transit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on PH 7.3, Councillor Fletcher is releasing with the amendment that was on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Do we have any further quick releases? No? Oh, Councillor Bravo.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'm sorry I couldn't get on the list. This is MM 12.8, authorization to release Section 37 funds from the development at 900 and 980 Lansdowne Avenue and 30 Powerhouse Street to Magellan Community Charities for 640 Lansdowne Avenue. I just needed to make sure that the amended language that staff provided was posted, and I believe it is now.
Okay, so that's on MM 12.8 you're releasing.
Yes.
Right.
And if I can just say something really short, this is really exciting. The breaking ground that we had, that work that my predecessor, Councillor Bailao, worked on with Magellan Community Charities is going to deliver long-term care to Portuguese seniors and affordable housing, and we are really, really excited to welcome this in Davenport. Thanks.
Thank you. So on MM 12.8, Councillor Bravo is moving the amendment. On favor, carried. Item as amended. Well, that was the item. Okay. Any further releases? Okay, so we'll go to the next item, which is IE 7.4, updates on Vision Zero road safety initiatives. Do we have any questions to staff? If you can put your name on the screen. Councillor Bravo, questions to staff.
Thank you, and through you, Speaker. Of course, we all want to bundle work and reduce disruptions and be more efficient. I just want to make sure that people in our communities understand how that would play out when traffic calming measures are felt so urgently for people. What's the time frame within which you would bundle traffic calming versus implementing measures immediately?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Through the Speaker, typically today, if a location where traffic calming is approved is set to have road work within 5 years, we often do wait until that work is to take place. At the time of this policy coming forward, we're looking to reduce that to 3 years, but we're happy to work with councillors on locations where speeding is a more prevalent concern, that we need to address that sooner, particularly if there is less certainty on the timing of that capital work.
Thank you, and just to really hone in on this, like the report says some traffic calming, quote, may be deferred to future years if there is insufficient capacity to deliver all approved traffic calming in year. Can you comment on the kind of resources that would be needed to deliver traffic calming within a reasonable time frame after approval?
Sure, happy to clarify that point. So we have found in the last few years that we've been able to deliver traffic calming either in the year it was approved or in the next construction season. We have anticipated an increase to traffic calming locations in our proposed 2024 capital budget. So we are looking to see the ramping up of this very cost-effective measure, subject to community council approvals of particular locations and council's approval of this revised policy.
And the same for it taking, according to the report, approximately 3 years for detailed ASC review of the additional 600 kilometers of roads that could be eligible under the criteria established in the report. Is this a matter of needing more staff to complete this work if we wanted to get it done faster?
So at this point, the review of additional community safety zones is something that we are looking to do on a request basis. We don't currently plan a proactive program to review all roads to see if they would meet this framework that's proposed within this report. The framework is quite broad, and we're happy to review locations of concern by council. If we did anticipate it could take up to 3 years, but that is more of a staff resource-driven constraint, less of a budget constraint.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. To Ms. Hayward. This report has a lot in it, but one of the big pieces is a change to the traffic calming policy. Am I correct in understanding that two really important changes is that you're changing the threshold above the speed on the street at which you fix the 85th percentile, and you're also changing the baseline speed at which you measure that against?
Through the speaker, yes, that's correct, Councillor. So to give an example, if a street is currently approved by Community Council to be 30 kilometers, in the current policy, someone has to be speeding 10 kilometers over a 40-kilometer limit, which is the warranted speed, i.e. someone would need to be, the 85th percentile would need to be 50 in order to be approved. This report brings that to 38.
Right, so the objective, of course, it says it right in the report, and am I correct, is that staff would like to see more traffic calming implemented. In other words, the existing thresholds are just a little too restrictive, and we've changed many of the streets already, and now there's a possibility to kind of go down the next tranche.
Yes, through the speaker, the policy that council has approved for local roads citywide is to make the speed limits of those local road and neighborhood communities 30 kilometers. In order to actually see that realized in terms of operating speed, we're proposing that more traffic calming measures be implemented because they are cost effective and they are effective at getting speed lower.
Now, the important thing here, though, is that there's a double change. So in the example of the local street, the new 85th percentile benchmark becomes 38 kilometers an hour. Would I be correct in saying that if 1 in 5 cars drives faster than 38 kilometers an hour, that would trigger the 85th percentile?
The 85th percentile is based on having 85% of the
Right.
cars going over that speed.
But
Right.
1 in 5, 20 out of 100, that would tip it over, right? That would surpass it.
1 in 5 would, no, that would be looking at the outlier speed.
You were very helpful, and I really appreciate it, in arranging for some data about Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre. And I have 33 investigations over the last 17 months. Would I be correct in saying out of the 33, 30 of them were over 38 kilometers an hour?
Sorry. Yes, the caveat with that data was that it wasn't necessarily collected for assessing traffic calming. So some of the first stage that we would do is whether it's eligible for traffic calming. So
yes.
the number of locations would be reduced by that. But assuming all of them were eligible for traffic calming, right, most of them on that list would be warranted according to this change.
And the vast majority of streets meet the other criteria. Am I not correct on that? Like, as long as they're local.
There are also some criteria around block length that they would need to meet and other factors that we'd need to assess.
So out of the many traffic calming requests that are placed, I calculate 91% would meet the mark, and I'm going to assume the other criteria are there. Just in my experience, they are. I looked at some other data, and the other data, I think there were 855 data points, and those actually correlated to this sampling. Would I be correct in saying, according to 311, there were 198 traffic calming requests in Ward 2 since 2018? Does that sound believable? I don't expect you to know the exact number.
I don't know that number. It sounds believable, certainly, Councillor. I would say that of the requests that come through 311, because of the nature of the policy requiring a petition being met before we investigate it, currently we only investigate 15% of requests for traffic calming that are submitted through either the councillor's office or 311.
But that's going to change, and based on your experience in, say, the suburbs like Ward 2 and other places in the city, with the change in this policy and the reduction of speed limits down to 30 kilometers an hour on an area basis, it sounds to me that the vast majority of local roads will now qualify when only some of them did before. And so that means a very, very significant change.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, we do expect to see more locations warranted through the staff review. What's important in a change here is that currently we believe that looking at other jurisdictions and progressive road safety policies, that our current warrants are not hitting the mark. Council and Community Council is regularly overturning staff recommendations, and in our review over the past 5 years of traffic calming policies being brought, or traffic calming requests being brought through the Community Council process, we only found, I believe, 6 that were not recommended by staff that were not overturned by council and installed or sent to polling anyway. So what we're looking to do is write the process so that that it is based more about what is warranted in the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to transportation. Would you say that you're increasingly relying on technology to help reach our Vision Zero goals?
Yes, we are, particularly with the Vision Zero 2.0 strategy. It's based on a data-driven approach. And
Okay,
technology is an important part of collecting data.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2020, about 5% of vehicles captured, the tickets were spoiled due to obstruction? 2 years later, that was 18%, almost 1 in 5 tickets are spoiled due to obstructed license plates.
We do have the Toronto Police Services on the line who can respond to your questions.
Well, actually, I think it was really more to you because your transportation department's the one that's actually operating the equipment.
Sorry, to correct the redirection to police, are you referring specifically to automated enforcement in terms of red light camera and automated speed?
Yeah. Yeah, so it went from 5% obstructed plates in 2020 to 18% in 2022. Are you aware of that fact?
I'm not personally aware of that. Barbara may be, and we have other staff on standby.
Okay, so I'll come back and ask what the plan is to address this, but now I will switch to Toronto Police. Are you able to enlighten us as to how many tickets have been issued for obstructed plates in the past year?
Hi, good afternoon. It's Paul Qureshi. Good afternoon. Can you hear me at all?
Yes, perfectly.
Hi, I'm with Traffic Services. In relation to your question, sir, I just wanted to let you know the stats as you've asked. In 2022, for the full year, we wrote or issued 11,905 tickets in relation to plates. It could be a number of different charges, whether it be obstruct plate, obscure plate, maybe there's a covering on the plate, or the plate is peeling. So there's a number of different charges, but it's all in relation to license plates.
So 12,000?
Yeah, almost 12,000.
So 1,000 a month.
That's right, for the whole year. And in 2023, year to date, we've written 14,186 tickets. And that's a 44% change year to date from last year.
Great, thank you. So that's good for that. If I could go back through the speaker to the transportation folks. Prior to Vision Zero, how many KSIs were in what would now be classified as school or community safety zones? Or like in terms of percentage? Would you have that number, or is it a little too obscure?
Sorry, we wouldn't have that number on hand, but we can certainly follow up with you after council. We do have information in the report regarding the trends on fatalities and killed and serious injury stats by road user back to 2013, but not specifically within community safety zones or school zones.
Yeah, because I guess I'm not really, well, I am concerned about vulnerable road users, but I think my bigger concern is that the vulnerable road users are, the KSIs are all, geographically speaking, are very erratic, and they're all over the city. Would you agree with that statement?
Through the speaker, I would agree that there are locations all over the city, and I think what we're finding, and one of the reasons why Vision Zero has focused so heavily on speed management is because those killed and serious injuries increase with the increase in speed. And so in so much as school zones are often all or partially on local roads, I think we are seeing more KSIs that are outside of school zones on arterial roads, which is why it's so important that we can have sort of a broader approach to community safety zones so that we can utilize the technology to manage the speed.
I agree. I would suggest they're probably not broad enough. Okay, and then I only have about half a minute left, so I'll go over to the Vision Zero folks in terms of Toronto Police. What are the big 4 offenses?
That would be, that's me again, Paul Qureshi. Speeding, aggressive driving, distracted driving, and impaired driving. Okay, and it looks like you in September, you issued about 5 distracted driving infractions per day citywide, which would seem fairly low. So my question is, are your 16 officers, which I believe equates to about 4 per shift, is that really enough when you folks are actually writing overall about 20% of provincial offenses tickets citywide? Like, what should that number actually be? Well, sir, what I can say is the Vision Zero officers, that's 16 officers and 2 sergeants, we write 20% of the tickets for the entire service. So 1 out of every 5 tickets written are issued by the Vision Zero enforcement team. So they're definitely quite effective, I think, with the number of officers and the volume that they're bringing in. And of course, their mandate and goal is Vision Zero, and they're writing 70% or above 70% Vision Zero focus for most of those tickets. Thank you, but I guess my question,
Thank
I
you.
know I'm
Sorry,
over.
you're way over. You're a minute
Yeah,
over.
but you didn't answer my question, Madam Speaker.
I know that
My
happens
question was,
sometimes.
is that enough?
Quickly, can you answer? Is that enough? Yes or no, please?
I don't know how to answer that. I mean, the more officers you have, obviously, the more tickets you'll have,
There you go.
if that's what you're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. A couple of questions on the change in the warrants for local streets. So the 40-kilometer-an-hour test for traffic calming, that was established quite a few years ago, wasn't it?
Yes, and
Like
it's not
many years ago.
Yes, certainly, and it's not reflective of council's direction that all local streets be posted at 30 kilometers.
Right. So when it was at 40, the standard for local, when the test for traffic calming was 40, the standard speed on local roads was 40.
That's correct, and that was established back in 2002, I'm advised, so it is quite a long time that we are updating from.
So until very recently, the traffic calming test was based on the posted speed, and it's only in the last few years that they fell out of sync.
Correct. Toronto and East York local roads were reduced to 30 kilometers across the board in 2015, and council made the decision to phase that in over community councils beyond Toronto and East York in 2019.
So we're really just bringing the relationship between traffic calming and posted speed back into alignment. That's what we're doing with that measure today, right?
We're looking to bring that into alignment and to update the overall policy to be more in line with the Vision Zero lens of road safety, to be able to achieve council's vision of no fatalities or serious injuries on our roadways.
Right. And one of the things about when you post the speed, that doesn't necessarily change everyone's behavior. Many drivers drive according to the design speed of the road.
That's right, and that's why traffic calming is an approach that essentially is a self-enforcing mechanism to have a 30-kilometer speed met.
So effectively, by bringing these traffic calming measures in, we're reinforcing the posted speeds that council has approved.
That is the intention of road design changes in keeping with the Vision Zero approach, is to bring them in line with the posted speed and the expected speed for that roadway.
Right. Now, with the old system, where traffic calming measures came in at the 85th percentile, 10 kilometers an hour over 40, the test was at the 85th percentile, people driving 50 kilometers, and now we're bringing it down to 38.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, my memory is that yes, there's a relationship between the speed of a vehicle and the likelihood of someone being killed and seriously injured. But between 50 kilometers an hour and 30 kilometers an hour, it really drops off sharply. Is my memory correct?
Yes, I don't have the stats on that in front of me, but we did bring that forward as part of the speed management strategy in 2019. And it is a significant difference between death and injury that happens when you bring it down to 30.
So my memory, and this is just, tell me if I'm in the right ballpark. If a vehicle hits a person and it's traveling 50 kilometers an hour, it's 80% likely there will be a death or serious injury, but the car is traveling at 30 kilometers an hour, that drops to a 20% chance of killed or serious injury. That's the right ballpark, isn't it?
That's about right. And it's essentially in our, in the industry around Vision Zero, 30 kilometers is considered the sort of acceptable safe speed for survival of a collision.
So, if I was the parent of some fictional child, say, well, hearkening back to the previous counselor for Etobicoke, Little Ginny is much, much safer on a street that's designed for 30 kilometers an hour than one that's posted at 40 and gets traffic calming at 50.
It's honestly such a serious matter. I have the stats in front of me now, and at 30 kilometers an hour, it's a 10% likelihood of fatality, whereas when it's at 50, it's 85, and 40 is about 30% likelihood of fatality. So those are pretty significant differences.
Okay.
So Little Ginny, much safer at 30, and that's what we should be aiming for.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The report states that a review of the warrants for traffic control measures was performed in 2019. Can you walk through the changes that have been made to date with respect to the warrants for traffic control measures like PXOs under Vision Zero?
Yep, through you, Madam Speaker. So yeah, we made specific changes to the threshold value in terms of the number of collisions that, so basically in terms of preventable collisions within a certain set period, that threshold number that's divided by, so in other words, if the threshold is 9 for always stops, how many collisions, preventable collisions you actually had, divide by that number, and then depending on that percentage, that basically determines whether or not it's numerically warranted.
And what's the driver for how you do this review? Is it the Ontario Traffic Manual? Is it your environmental safety checklist? Is it the number of pedestrians? How you count them as units?
Yep. Through you, Madam Speaker, so it's actually dictated through the Ontario Traffic Manual. And basically, the traffic engineering principle behind it is when you're introducing an all-way stop, there's a bit of a pro and con. Obviously, there's a huge benefit from angle collisions in terms of reductions of angle collisions. But when it comes to rear-end collisions, there is an increase. And so the idea is the threshold is basically established in a manner to achieve the desired, the benefit of that curve. And
so from a pedestrian standpoint, I'm going to keep coming to you, Roger, so you
sure.
just, yeah, from a pedestrian standpoint, there is value then. You talked about rear-end collisions with an always stop, but if you're a pedestrian, the collision is generally happening with the front end of the vehicle.
Through the Speaker, yes. Yep. Okay.
In your opinion, is the Ontario Traffic Manual in alignment with the city's Vision Zero goals to eliminate the traffic fatalities and injuries to pedestrians?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe that there's an engineering judgment element to this as well too that basically has helped us in terms of making sure that we're applying a Vision Zero lens to every time we give consideration here. The numerical warrant is just one of many factors that we look at in terms of making that decision. So the numerical warrant right now is set based on sort of provincial, sort of typical across the province. So as I say, the key thing for us is really just ensuring that we're using the engineering judgment piece to make sure that we put a Vision Zero lens in every decision that we make.
So the Ontario standards are, of course, based across the province. Does it necessarily reflect some of the conditions in the neighborhoods here in Toronto? It has to be broad and all-encompassing for the whole province, but our policies here in the City of Toronto with respect to Vision Zero might differ from the scenarios envisioned in the Ontario Traffic Manual?
Yep, through the chair, I would say that's correct.
Okay. As part of the review process, and as we've heard with the questions, you looked at TPS collision records with an emphasis on whether or not any pedestrians or cyclists that have been killed or seriously injured KSIs in recent years in specific locations. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yep.
So back to the always stop controls, how many preventable collisions are required? How many preventable collisions that you deem preventable are required for a always stop control to be warranted on a local road or a collector road?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe it was 9 was the threshold. Sorry, I was just trying to pull. 9 over 3 years. That's
I think
correct.
it's 9 on collectors and 6 on local. Is that right?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay. So 9 killed or serious injuries need to be met within a 3-year span for us to deem the warrant has been cleared for us to introduce the installation of always stop control.
Yeah, so 9 preventable collisions, that's correct.
Right.
Over a 3-year period.
Sorry, just to correct, those aren't necessarily killed and serious injury collisions. They're
Yeah, that could
any,
be
they're
any
any
type of
collision.
collision.
Could
Got
be
it.
no injury collision.
Yeah.
Okay, but do non-injury, like objectively, how often are non-injury collisions being reported? Maybe that's,
yeah.
I'm editorializing. I would suggest not that often. I'll leave it there. But in other words, really what I'm getting at here is the city's current rules, our current rules that are on the books right now, are that one recent preventable death or serious injury that you deem is preventable, one, is not enough to satisfy our requirements, our warrant requirements for road safety measures like an always stop to be considered.
Okay, that was your last question.
Oh, right on 5 there.
Yeah, through the Madam Speaker, so again, yeah, so I think the key thing is, you know, aside from the numerical warrant, there's a whole bunch of other variables and factors that we look at. We always employ enduring judgment with respect to that. In those cases, there may be some cases where 1 would warrant it. So even if that doesn't meet the numerical warrant, we can still use engineering judgment to recommend and approve that.
Okay, that was your last question.
Yeah, so even, yeah, but it doesn't meet the numerical warrant? Yeah. That's correct, yeah. That's correct, yeah.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. You are now codifying, I believe, what council had agreed a while ago, which is no longer need a petition, you don't need the report, we can just go, which was a scandalous motion that I brought in a number of years ago, and that you can bypass that and go for the speed humps on a local vote, correct?
Through the speaker, we are proposing to remove the petition requirement and the polling requirement, which is often waived by community council currently. But the difference is that we are currently seeing, because of the onerous nature of the traffic calming policy, the analysis component where staff are reviewing if it meets the warrant, doing the speed studies to confirm, that part is often waived as well. And so we're looking to go back to a staff recommended policy where we've done the work, we've made a recommendation to you, and then you don't have to rely on the petition and polling elements to rely on staff's recommendation about that.
But they're already waived. So councillors can simply say, I want speed humps here without the onerous reporting requirements, which are often, you said there's only 8 times that community councils have gone with the recommendations. So do you not consider that a colossal waste of time? Onerous on staff to be writing reports that you basically know are going to be turned back?
No, we do find it important to do the analysis about which locations are warranted to be able to address a speeding problem. We also think it's an important aspect of being able to prioritize having the locations that have the biggest speeding problem or the biggest ability to improve safety for those residents because of other factors like equity and the presence of vulnerable road users, to prioritize installation based on that work. We've tried to speed up the process to meet obviously the need that communities want to see and councillors want to see about seeing those locations go in more quickly. And we think these policy changes do that, but they remain strong in terms of having the analysis that's required that we can prioritize and install based on best judgment.
Well, with all due respect, I would ask, do you really need to spend all that time? Once we decide to put them in, then you can look at some of those things. But to me, it's a bit backwards because we do have all the requirements waived. We do that. Now I'm hearing your initial work, even though we've overturned it, is how you're going to prioritize the installation. But you have to install them, correct?
We're seeking to start the process off on a bit more equal footing with communities not having the burden of having the petition, which although community council can waive it, it's not always waived.
Correct.
And
So
we're
that's
looking to
fine.
speed up the
I
process
understand.
of the eligibility review, which will be done by GIS, which will be quick,
Thank you.
and then the analysis component,
you.
which means it's
Thank
still
you.
robust.
So in other words, what community councils can do already by waiving, you're now codifying that with this report. That's it. And it's been like that for a number of years. But, okay, I get it. For arterial roads, or minor arterials that are at 40, in school zones, that are going by schools, that are currently 40 kilometers an hour, would you recommend that those go to 30 in a school zone? What's your recommendation?
We would recommend those be reviewed on a site-by-site basis to understand the conditions that that location is in. Some school zones that are collector roadway are very much appropriate to be at a 30 kilometers, and we have done a comprehensive review of collector roadways to reduce them to 30 or to 40 if they were higher previously, that we've brought that forward.
I don't think they're collectors. I think they're minor arterials.
We've done it for both the arterials and the
Okay.
collectors.
So bring them forward, ask your opinion, okay? This is for the police. Have you recommended using the police force purchasing textilizers, which lets you know if when someone has an accident, minor accident, or indeed a fatal accident, that they have been using their phone at the time? Where are you in that progress of textilizers, which are like a breathalyzer, but for people's phones? Can you hold that time because it's not on the line, speaker?
On the line? I'll give you more time. Is he on the line? The police. Is it the police?
Yeah.
Is the police still on the
They
line?
were here.
No. Okay, there you are. Okay.
Hi there. Yeah, sorry, you're talking about some technology that we're supposed to be looking into?
I'm asking if you are looking into it, and that would be a textilizer, which is like a breathalyzer. Textilizer that lets you know that someone has been texting while driving and then had an accident of some kind, sometimes fatal, sometimes just an accident. How far along is the TPS in this type of technology, if at all?
Well, we are not, to my knowledge, looking into this type of technology. What I can say is that when there are serious collisions, especially fatal collisions, we do get search warrant approval that we would then search either the entertainment or the Bluetooth system of the vehicle or the cell phone of the driver to see if that person was using the device at the time of the collision.
So in the two fatal instances that I could speak about on Dundas and another constituent in Scarborough, I understand that that evidence wasn't part of the case, that that's not something that you can bring to court.
That was your last question.
Yeah, unfortunately, I cannot speak to those two individual cases. I'd have to speak with the case manager or the investigator for those collisions, and I don't know what process or where they are in that court process, whether that information was
Many years ago.
we were able to obtain it, or even if we could obtain it.
You
Thank
couldn't.
you. Councillor Crisanti, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I see here we have an update on the automated enforcement. Automated enforcement, would that include automated speed cameras, correct?
Through the speaker, yes. And our automated programs include both automated speed enforcement cameras as well as red light cameras.
Right, okay. On the automated speed cameras that are generally found as well on, on main roads, arterial roads, near school zones in some cases. There's been a number of issues up in my neck of the woods where the cameras are vandalized and or are just not working. It's been suggested that maybe we could be looking at different technology or a different method of installing them where they're up on a pole somewhere 20 feet up in the air. Are we considering something like that to prevent the issues I just made reference to?
Yeah, through the speaker, we are in fact looking at some permanent locations for some of the automated speed enforcement cameras and looking at that pole-mounted option because we definitely have seen some degree of vandalism. The contractor who provides that technology for us is responsible for replacing it, and they typically replace it in very short order when it is vandalized. But certainly there are benefits to having some of those mounted on poles.
Okay, good. And how long will it take for that to actually happen from the, when we're ready to be able to identify cameras that you could install versus putting them on the ground?
I believe that we are looking at making 25 of the cameras that are existing in wards permanent locations, so we'll be bringing that forward next year. And then when we go out and do another call for an expanded program in the future, we can look at the current technology that's available.
Is it still the policy that if we identify a location for speed cameras, that we have to put out a notification to the community and give them a 90-day notice?
That is correct. That is a
That's
provincial
interesting.
requirement.
Why 90 days?
That's a provincial requirement.
Oh, sorry, provincial.
Yep.
Okay. Do you know why it's 90 days even though it is provincial?
I think there is an interest from the authority that we have through the province to put in automated enforcement cameras is through this Safer School Zone Act. And so the province was quite specific that they wanted to connect the ability to put in the cameras with those community safety zones as designated around schools or proximate to schools. Toronto also has a number of roads that were designated community safety zones in the past, and so we were able to expand the definition there. And this report also talks about some considerations for expanded locations for community safety zones in the city as well. The 90 days, I think, was just to give people that notice, and we are also that is standard in the U.S. as well as providing that 90 days of notice.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I just don't get the 90 days when 30 days is adequate, but is there any effort maybe on our part to speak to the province and see if we could reduce that length of time?
Through the speaker, we have not approached that at this point, but I'm certainly happy to bring it back to staff. They have a working group with other municipalities in the province, and we can have that conversation.
All right, I'll take that as a good answer, and thank you so much. And
Thank you.
those are my
Okay, speakers. The speakers list up. Okay, Councillor Holliday to speak.
Could you restart my time, Speaker? I'm gonna need it. I regret I have to do this, but I have to ask that the changes to the traffic calming policy be sent back. As a councillor for Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre, I've been put in an untenable position. And I say this because I've done the math to try to figure it out. It's true what I said in the questions. There was 198 records of traffic calming requests. It's a very popular ask. Ward 2 Etobicoke Centre is 37 square kilometers. We've got hundreds of streets, and it's a popular topic. So if you look at the changes to the traffic calming policy just in themselves, it says, we're going to look at the speed that's on the sign on the road, whatever's posted, and we're going to bring the threshold down a little bit from 10 kilometers over to 8 kilometers over as the checkbox of what qualifies you for traffic calming. The problem is you have to read further to see that we're also reducing the speeds down to 30 kilometers an hour. And that means that only 1 in 5 cars has to go over 38 kilometers an hour to check off the most restrictive criteria. You know, the statement was made, you know, the vast majority of reports that come to community council get overturned. But what wasn't mentioned was that staff typically only report on positive findings or refusal reports at the request of the councillor where there's every intention to turn it over at council. This was just a short sampling of not even a year and a half worth of investigations. There weren't 30 reports to community council that ultimately got refused or sustained or changed around. It's only the ones that meet the test that go. So what's the problem we're trying to solve? I understand the problem statement, which was to open the door a little further for more traffic calming. Actually, there's probably a lot of people that would agree with that. The problem that I've got in Etobicoke Centre is that if you open the door this wide, you sort of double down. You lower the bar at what the benchmark is, and then you bring the threshold even closer. 9 out of 10 streets will suddenly qualify. So if I had 198 requests over the last few years, I bet you that number is going to skyrocket once the speed humps start going in from street to street to street to street. You get rid of the petition, you get rid of the poll. I mean, that becomes a political issue. Community council is going to have to figure out how people feel about these sorts of things. And unfortunately, we have to move away from data now to a far more political discussion. In terms of the problem that was trying to be solved, well, you know, it was these reports go to council, they're a waste of time, they just turn them over. You know, councillors can bring a notice of motion to community council and put traffic humps, speed humps or stop signs, whatever they want to do, and council will vote on that, and council then becomes accountable for those type of changes. You know, it's, we talk a lot of politics in the chamber here, but this is one where I really come to my colleagues in earnest to say this policy is flawed. And I don't dismiss the policy or the need for change, but I do ask for it to be tweaked. Tweaked in a way that I don't know that everybody would agree that 9 out of 10 suddenly have to qualify. Surely there's a better mark there. I'm open to suggestions, but I thought the simplest and easiest way was just to ask staff to go back and take a closer look at it, figure out if this has to be done on a regional basis, or if there's different numbers needed for different types of road and driving conditions. What happens in Councillor Perks's ward, Councillor Fletcher's ward, Councillor Pasternak's ward is very different than what happens in Etobicoke Centre and vice versa. So having a one-size-fits-all isn't necessarily going to work. And at the end of the day, why do I say all of this? Because I have some worry about speed humps and so on. They're going to fundamentally change the way traffic flows and the way people enjoy their neighborhood. But it's also just about people's confidence in government. And if people say, like, what are you doing down there at City Council? You know, we're okay for a bit of change,
30 seconds.
but this is radical. This is different. This is not something that we agree of. Well, what are you thinking down there? I'm thinking hard. I'm going through 800 data points to show me why it's something that can't be sustained. And I regret it's come to this. I tried at committee to try to get my point across and was shut down in questioning, so I'm going to use my 5 minutes here to appeal to people's judgment to say that this just is not going to work, and I think there's probably a few other councillors who are in the same boat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any questions? I think Councillor Cheng, have you got a question for Councillor? Thank you. 1 second. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair or Vice Speaker, Madams and Vice Speaker. I just wanted to ask, you know, what are the key parts of the what is being proposed that you're really hoping that we take another revisit to?
The most specific parts are either A, setting the benchmark at the posted speed limit, and in particular in a circumstance where the posted speed limit becomes 30, because we know from data and practical experience that few people are going to drive 30, and B, lowering the threshold from 10 kilometers and over down to 8 kilometers and over. Either one of those in their separate context can be manageable, but when you put the two together and create that magic benchmark speed of 38, the data shows it is very unlikely that people are going to drive within that speed limit, and therefore 9 out of 10 qualify. I think if a percentage of streets and a larger percentage of streets qualified, I think people would say that's acceptable. But 90% at this point doesn't make sense. It would be untenable to put hundreds of kilometers of speed humps in Etobicoke Centre over hundreds of streets. So it can be an either or, but not both, or maybe something totally different. I don't know. But I just wish we had a chance to take a better look at it. There's very few opportunities to be consulted on these sort of things and to actually look into the mathematics.
So are you saying that 90% of the streets would then qualify for this treatment?
Here's the math.
Okay.
Here's the
I will
list.
take a look.
It's a fact, and it's worrisome. It's not beyond. It's more than worrisome. It's unsustainable, and so I don't know how the public could be confident in us if that's what the policy becomes. Then it becomes a hyper-politicized issue, and that's unfortunate because traffic calming is supposed to be evidence-based and defendable and transparent.
How would you like to work with transportation team on developing a policy that better reflects what you think we should see in the city?
Well, there we've got some pretty good raw data on how people drive on a street in a suburb, and I don't think it's unique to Etobicoke Centre, but perhaps either the benchmark speed of 80, the benchmark speed of, I'm sorry, it's been a long day, Madam Deputy Speaker. The benchmark speed of 30 might not be appropriate as the starting point, or the threshold of just 8 kilometers above may not be an appropriate threshold. And maybe that has to apply to this area or areas similar to it, as opposed to maybe an inner city area. I think there's a way to tweak this a little further to make it work. I think we can actually come out with something a little bit better at the end of the day, but I can't in good conscience just allow this to go because it will create a mess.
So you're looking for a suburban treatment? Is that a summary?
It's a possible outcome. It's a possible outcome, but I'm just asking for some proportionality in my motion. Okay. And it's not proportionate right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last question. Thank you very much. Next speaker. No more questions. Next speaker is Speaker Nunziata.
There's no thing.
Thank you. I'm asking that you do not support Councillor Holliday's motion. I guess Councillor Holliday is fortunate. He doesn't have any traffic in his ward. I don't think he has any cars in his ward. Unlike other members of council where we live, where we have a ward, for example, my ward on Weston Road, we have the 401. On Jane Street, 401, 400. On Keel Street, 401. And all this traffic coming off the highway is going down all these residential streets, taking shortcuts to get to the main streets, and it's all congested. And residents on these streets are complaining because they're getting thousands of cars. They're speeding along to get to the main street. I have cars driving on people's front lawns, hitting hydro poles, and they don't feel safe. And, you know, for residents to ask for traffic calming on their street is reasonable. That's what we're here for. Now, what I do, and I know that Councillor Holliday never supports any of my requests at Community Council, but I represent my constituents, and I know. And what I do is, and I'm very pleased to hear that we don't need the petition, but what I still want to do, because I've been doing that, because that determines on my final decision, is that I will still ask, if the residents are asking for speed humps, that we still do a poll. And I will be asking for that because considering what the poll results are, if residents are asking for it, they will go door to door, make sure all the residents respond to the poll. If I get a majority response in favor, then I would support it. But if I don't, then I don't support it. So that's being fair. And so I'm glad that we don't need to go through that petition process again. But, you know, residents and communities don't feel safe. I mean, we talked about traffic congestion earlier in the meeting, and we have all these thousands of cars just aggressive drivers wanting to get to their destination faster. And if they have to go through all these side streets in front of schools, senior centers, and speed along to get to their destination, it is not safe. Residents do not feel safe. Seniors are very, they have problems because they're walking down the street. They don't feel safe walking. We have children at the schools, at the churches. So, you know, if Councillor Holyday does not want speed traffic calming in his ward, by all means, let's move that motion. Nothing for Councillor Holyday. But as far as I'm concerned, my constituents, they're asking for it. If they meet the warrants and they meet the poll, I'm supporting it because I think safety for our community is very important, and I would continue to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The holiday humps. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. So let's talk about data and politics and all of the different issues that Councillor Holyday raised. What's the most important piece of data? The amount of work you have to do, the number of road kilometers you have to do, or the number of lives you save? Which piece of data matters to you? You know what matters to me? It's when transportation staff tell me that if a car hits somebody going at 50 kilometers an hour, the current test, 20%, 80% of the time, they will be killed or seriously injured. If a car is going 30 kilometers an hour, it's only 10%. So by moving the test down, you make it 70% less likely that a car hitting a pedestrian is going to kill or seriously injure. That's data. That is the data point that matters. Councillor Holyday also made reference, this is all coming so fast. Well, for those of you who don't know, in the mid-90s, I was the executive director of an organization called the Better Transportation Coalition, and we petitioned all of the previous municipalities before amalgamation, Toronto, Etobicoke, Scarborough, everybody, and asked them to reduce the speeds on local roads to 30 kilometers an hour. Yep, 30 years. 30 years we have been fighting this to get our actual speed design for local streets to reflect what the data and the science tell us. Now, Councillor Holyday, and this one, frankly, you know, Councillor Holyday and I have lots of good-natured disagreements. This went beyond good-natured, though, when he said that the effort to do this is political. And if we actually use evidence and science and data to determine what safe speeds on our streets should be, we're being political. Stuff and nonsense. Stuff and nonsense. If you listen closely to what Councillor Holyday was saying, he said his real problem is that so many streets in his ward are going to want it, and that's going to be difficult for him to manage. That's his political problem. Frankly, it doesn't matter whether you live in Etobicoke or Scarborough or downtown Toronto or East York or North York or York or anywhere. The speed the car is traveling at is what's putting you at risk. It's the same in my ward as his ward and your wards. That's the non-political part of this. If he wants to be political and try to stop work that we have been trying to do for 30 years, for another year while he gets another report back, I encourage all of you to act on an informed basis, to act on an equitable basis, and to act on an expeditious basis and vote his motion down.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, point of personal privilege.
Madam Speaker, I regret to hear Councillor Perks mischaracterize, and I'm assuming by accident, that I claim that this process is political. And I say that on two fronts, because what I said at the end of it was that by removing the polling and the petition, it becomes a more political process for us as councillors. I don't say that the policy that's coming out is political. And I regret that, and I regret it on the second front, because as many of my colleagues know, and as exactly what you said, Madam Speaker, in your speaking as a councillor, I have been exceptionally academically disciplined in how I deal with traffic calming over 9 years as a councillor. So to even infer that I'm treating this politically is obscene. It's obscene to the work that I've done and how seriously I treat this. And that's why I'm so irate on this particular issue, because it creates so many variables when we had the purity of a process and the transparency of a process that could be referred to. So I ask Councillor Perks respectfully, and I hope that it was just an error in how he heard it, to take back that comment.
No, I think I reflected accurately when I said that the problem you're facing is that it becomes political for you and that I'm trying to do it based on facts.
That's not what you said.
Okay.
That's not what he said in his remarks.
Well, I don't have the recording here, Councillor Holyday. Okay, but Councillor Holyday, you have to admit that even before we change this policy, is that you have voted against all traffic calming in my ward, regardless. Yeah.
If I may have the microphone, because I don't need to pull the record out to tell you that when I vote against traffic calming at Etobicoke York Community Council, it is not the recommendation of staff. It's when a local councillor overturns the recommendation and says, the heck with the warrants, we're going to do whatever we want.
Yeah.
And that's the opposite of being political.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
And I find it offensive.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak. Councillor Bradford.
Okay. All right.
Are you ready to speak?
Yeah, that issue is resolved?
Yeah.
Or not resolved?
Well.
It's just, okay. All right. Okay, Madam Speaker, I have a motion to move here. This isn't going to be a surprise. This is reflective of a previous request I have made here at Council to update the warrants for traffic control measures like PXOs and always stops to bring these in line with the city's overarching goals under Vision Zero. Specifically, my motion requests that the warrants be updated to ensure that the required number of preventable deaths or serious injuries is no greater than 1. During my time that I've been here in this position on council, there have been a number of tragic incidents, folks across the East End who have lost their lives in the community for the simple act of crossing the street. And when this happens, like many of my council colleagues, we bring a motion forward, a request for a safety review of that particular location with the intention of safeguarding against these types of collisions and tragedies in the future. However, the challenge, as we all understand, is that the requests specifically for a PXO or an always stop control at a particular location are rarely found to meet the warrants. Now, why is that? As we've heard today, that's largely in part because the City of Toronto continues to insist that the review that is conducted is based on a framework that is overwhelmingly not aligned with the city's policies on Vision Zero. And what I mean by that is if the number is 6, if the number is 12, if the number is 15 of preventable collisions, KSIs, that is obviously greater than the number of 0, which is our goal. I'll just give folks a quick example. Last year, my office received a report back on a requested review of the section of Queen Street between Victoria Park and Silver Birch. Among other things, I requested the review of the feasibility of installing a pedestrian crossing at Victoria Park and Queen. This is down by the water pumping station there, and for those of you who are familiar with it, it is a bit of a blind corner and intersection there in that area. Staff did their work according to the process, and they looked back into 3 years of the Toronto Police Service's collision history for that location and found that there had been a total of 13 reported collisions. 13 reported collisions in that 3-year period of time. Of those 13 collisions, 2 of those were deemed to be preventable. In other words, had we not intervened, the PXO would not have been installed because it did not meet the warrants. Now, all of those individuals who were involved at the time were fortunate not to have been killed. One individual suffered substantive injuries, enough to trigger, as we heard today, to be classified as a killed or serious injured victim. But meanwhile, the warranted number for preventable collisions at that intersection was 15. You had to have 15 preventable collisions in order to be able to install a PXO there based on our current warrant system. We had 13, of which the city deemed 2 were preventable. So it's not Vision 15, it's not Vision 12, it's not Vision 9, it's Vision 0. And the act of accepting even one preventable collision is one too many. I know many of you agree with that. And so it's up to us to bring the warrants into alignment with our stated policy goals and objectives, and frankly, the objectives and the priorities of many of our residents who put road safety at the top of the list. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Holliday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, I want to make sure I understand the intent. So what I'm seeing here is if someone is killed crossing a road, that instantly becomes the trigger to install a crosswalk.
Nope, it is, there is a process, as we've heard, that evaluates a number of criteria when looking at introducing road safety measures, traffic calming measures.
Yes.
The warrant system is one of those criteria. I am removing the barrier of having a warrant set at a higher level. I am reducing the barrier to having only one identified KSI at the location that is under review.
Is it your understanding that the KSI or the collision hazard warrant could be the singular trigger to put in one of these devices?
Is that my understanding? That
Yes,
it's the,
is that your understanding? Do you agree with that statement? Is that correct in your mind?
that it's the only thing?
Is that it's the only thing in some circumstances?
I haven't seen it as the only thing.
If it is, would you still be comfortable with your motion? I understand sometimes there's evaluation has lots of criteria, and that's one of them, and I get what you're saying, that it shouldn't be a whole bunch, it should be a lesser number. But if the decision to install or not install a crosswalk comes down to whether or not a person was, say, struck by a car, who knows what the circumstances were, that this could potentially trigger a crosswalk of being required to go in there.
Well, I would respectfully say that if the staff determined that this was a preventable serious injury or death by a road safety, that road safety intervention could prevent, then yes.
So somebody wanders
But, and I would
out-
also say that that's not actually relevant because it is not a singular measure and there's a contextual element.
What if it is? What if it is? So if somebody wanders out onto the road, gets hit by a car, and my goodness, it could have been prevented because if there was a crosswalk there, then that suddenly triggers the installation of a crosswalk. Is that your intent with the motion?
My intent of the motion, as stated in the motion, is to lower the warrants to one.
To one.
One killed or seriously injured collision that was preventable, and not have that number as it currently is 6, 9, 12, 15.
Have you run the numbers to figure out what this means? And we all want more safety equipment in the city, but we also need to be responsible and not overpromise something that couldn't be delivered.
I don't know, like, I gave you the example of Queen Street and Silver Birch and Victoria Park.
That's one.
Yes.
What if it's hundreds, thousands?
Should we should we do everything we can to make our roads safer for people, vulnerable road users? We should make our streets safer. Does this remove some barriers to do this?
Oh, sorry, your time's up, your time's up, sorry.
It's my fault, it's my fault.
I was busy talking to Councillor Pasternak.
No, it is my fault. It is my fault.
Councillor Perruzza to speak. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything here, but, you know, often when you sit back and you begin to listen to these conversations and they veer off on all kinds of tangents, and it's like you got one guy who comes in and says, oh, it's the science. It's like the math, right? You lower it, you prevent it. Like, seriously? We're talking about people behind steering wheels, talking on the phone, fudging around with the radio, messing around with their kids. Like, I've yet to see anything here, no offense, but that says that if you do X, you get Y as the result on this one. Now, I understand the reasonable approach here. I understand the objective. There's a public outcry around trying to make our roads safer. So a great deal of thinking is going into that. But we also need to balance that and balance that objective against people being able to get around in the city. When I hear councillors make the arguments about people coming off the highway and then coming down the street to get to, you know, to get from A to B, what's wrong with that? It's a public road. That's how people get around. You come down in the downtown core here and it's all one ways. They've created mazes. They don't want, the reality is that people don't want cars on their streets. No one wants that. Councillor Carroll doesn't want cars on her street. She lives on a perfectly good street. She lives on a perfectly good street but doesn't want any cars there. Councillor Pasternak, I know for a fact he would like far fewer cars on his street. No, far fewer cars on his street. So let's bring in all kinds of measures to make it more difficult for people to get around. There needs to be a balance here. There has to be a balance. Because as you enrage people who are not able to get around the city, you put other people at risk because then they become enraged drivers, dangerous drivers. So, to just simply, you know, come out here and say, put, you know, speed humps on every single street in the city where people don't want the speed humps because you want to sort of, you know, cater to that particular point of view, and reducing the numbers of streets that are you know, that allow people to move around this city by introducing a lot of this stuff everywhere. Like, how many lives do you put at risk because an ambulance wasn't able to get to somebody in time? How many people do you put at risk when a fire truck isn't able to get to people in time? How many people do you put at risk when a police officer is not able to respond in time? Doesn't that count? Doesn't that matter? don't we need to be cognizant of that as well? So in every measure, in every policy, you need a balance. And you just simply can't tilt the scales on this
10
one
seconds.
completely in moving towards an area
Okay.
where you're just simply gumming up the whole city and people can't get around.
Thank you, thank you. And Councillor, you know that we're dealing with the Jane Street, right? That's in your ward, that you're against? Okay. Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. I have a motion suggested by staff. Paragraph 13 is a reporting obligation that we worked out at Infrastructure and Environment Committee, and staff have suggested a broader report. The gist is this. We have had, over the last 60 years, an extraordinary improvement in the rate of people dying in construction sites and in manufacturing facilities. And that improvement has been driven by a change in culture which required taking deaths seriously. When somebody dies at a workplace or a construction site, the workplace is shut down. The construction site is shut down, and there is an immediate and detailed report, and it doesn't open again until someone has figured out what led to that death and what can be done to prevent it. And we don't do that on the roads. We've just accepted that the most important thing is for people to be able to drive to wherever they're going, and preventing future deaths is not important. I certainly want to support the excellent proposal by my friend Councillor Bradford. But the point of my motion, and this is something that staff have reviewed and support, is that we should hear back in the annual report, what did we learn? When someone died, and we have an investigation, we have an elaborate investigation, what did we learn? And more to the point, what are we going to do differently? Because what Vision Zero has shown us is that crashes where people get hurt are not accidents. They are an obvious, known, predictable consequence of bad road design, a known, predictable consequence of not valuing human life, putting the convenience of drivers first and human life second. And we have committed to change that. And part of changing that is learning from what goes wrong so that we don't do it again. So that is the reporting motion that I've made. More generally, I want to thank staff. Congestion is enormously difficult. It is very, very bad in the downtown area. We are completely beset by construction projects. There's 28 condo towers approved or proposed on Yonge Street, just between Bloor and Heath. 28 condo towers, and a water main project, and all the impacts of all the Metrolinx construction. And we have, of course, Bloor Street shut down for the reconstruction of the road. Plus, we have the corner of Yonge and Bloor, which is going to be closed or significantly interfered with for many years for TTC construction. Plus, we have the elevator construction. We had 20 years to try to bring our TTC stations into compliance with the disabilities requirements, and here we are almost at the last minute, and 7 of the 15 most difficult projects, all of which were led to the end, are all happening simultaneously in my ward, which means that they are also creating massive congestion. So we have congestion everywhere, and we have a lot of that's driven by construction, a lot of that's driven by just the increase in the number of people where we cannot increase road space. Some of it is driven by people's worries about the TTC. But the result is it's a very dangerous place to walk. It's a very dangerous place to do the things that we've asked people to do for better air quality, for better health, for climate action. So is this enough? No. Do we need to do all these things? Yes. Do we need lots more speed humps? Yes, we do. Certainly in my ward, it is absolutely clear that drivers do not voluntarily, or these many drivers don't comply with the speed limits. Many drivers don't pay attention to the safety of children on the sidewalk. Many drivers are so focused on their own convenience that they pay no attention to what happens to anybody else. And we need physical changes to slow them down because there's nothing else that keeps them from going so fast that they put people's lives at risk. And so I support these changes. Is it enough? No. Should we do more? Yes. But these are steps in the right direction. And please support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I wasn't going to speak, but I heard Councillor Perruzza talk about the right for people to drive on streets. We're not talking about removing that right. We're talking about safety on the streets to protect pedestrians.
Yeah.
So, you know, what are the people in my ward or Councillor Matlow's ward to do about the fact there's an unfinished expressway that goes into our neighborhoods? An unfinished expressway dumped on the community. What do we do? What's your answer? What do we do with that unfinished expressway that dumps 100,000 cars through neighborhood? Yeah, you build a wall. That's the problem, is there's no, you know, it's not like Trump built a wall here, now the other Republican wants to build a wall in Canada. You can't build walls. You got to try and manage it the best you can. And that's why we end up with one-way streets, and we've done that one-way street thing as best we could. We even have some speed bumps, humps, not too many, but we have some. So our staff is trying to manage this madness of 100,000 cars dumped into neighborhoods, to the point where this is, you know, I think Councillor Sachs mentioned it. Do you realize this is the construction capital of North America? So it's not only all your friends in cars driving around with 400 horsepower Mustangs, it's also all these trucks in construction, building subways, building condos, building everything. So we got all your friends with the fast cars. We've got all these construction trucks. Yeah, okay. So we've got, that's the problem. So we're trying to manage this auto madness, and people have a right to drive. I drive. You know, we all need to drive. People need to drive to work. Our population is no longer what it used to be when you were a boy. It's no longer 100,000, 1 million people in Toronto. It's 3 million people, plus all your friends from Woodbridge. They drive down every day in their trucks, in their F-150s. All the Woodbridge people come into Toronto every day on top of the Toronto people. So what are we supposed to do? Your answer is build a wall. Our staff is trying to basically work with reality. You're working with Woodbridge reality. We're working with Toronto's reality here. And that is, we try one-ways, we try limiting speed, policing. Everybody says we need more policing on our roads for traffic. The cops are too busy dealing with bank robbers, gangs, dealing with all these other stuff. They don't have time to be babysitting the streets for speeders. And in those streets, you know, for the last 10 years, people can't get out of their driveways on the streets north and south of Eglinton because of all the traffic. Because they can't go in Eglinton, so what do? They have to infiltrate all the side streets. What do we do? You tell us what the solution is. Yeah.
Councillor Perruzza.
Move to Woodbridge. Anyways, so
please.
We are trying to, with this Vision Zero, trying to deal with a very impossible situation. I remember the first street in Toronto, and you don't know this because of different reasons. You come from North York, whatever. The first street in Toronto that had speed humps. You know what it was? You know that? Farnham Avenue. Farnham Avenue, just south of St. Clair, off Avenue Road. That was the first street with speed humps.
Okay, come on. Councillor Cole, do you want to just finish and
This
Councillor
is about
Fruta.
people's lives we're talking about.
I know, and
So
I
I'm trying to
support
protect
you.
people's lives. You're talking about safety, safety, safety. Well, let's really do something about safety.
And I agree.
You don't. You're trying to cut me off because I'm talking about something you don't agree with.
I'm trying to cut you off because you're talking to Councillor Perruzza. You still have 30 seconds, Councillor
Forget
Cole.
it.
Okay. I didn't cut him off. Councillor Perruzza, you were having a conversation with Councillor Cole while he was speaking. Oh, gosh. All right, the last speaker is Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the report before us today on Vision Zero shows that the city is committed to road safety for all users and that no loss of life is acceptable. And it is hard to talk about people as statistics, but it is important that we acknowledge that Vision Zero is moving in the right direction. And between 2018 and 2022, Toronto saw a 15% reduction in fatalities and serious injuries compared to the previous 5-year average. And of course, we all know that 2023 will be a pivotal year to evaluate its success. But so far, we haven't seen a return to the same levels that other cities have, even post-pandemic. So it does appear that Vision Zero is moving in the right direction. And I'd like to thank transportation staff for their hard work on this report and for implementing all of the successful measures since Vision Zero was first approved. And that includes an investment in both infrastructure and also an investment in people. We now administer a school crossing guard program with over 800 crossing guards. And I'd like to take a moment to thank all of those wonderful people that are keeping our kids safe. We have the Vision Zero teams. And we also have infrastructure. We've now installed 430 school safety zones across the city, with 80 new ones being delivered every year. We've installed 250 in-road flexible speed sign posts. It's a new initiative. We have made speed limit reductions on over 500 kilometers of arterial and collector roads. And of course, as you heard, we have an ongoing program to reduce the speed limits to 30 kilometers in all local roads. So the report before us does include new additional measures, and that will update traffic calming measures and the process to evaluate them in an attempt to streamline the process and make it more equitable. Vision Zero is an important topic. As a council, it is so important that we are considering this work, and we've asked many thoughtful questions on that today. And I would like to say, though, a special thanks to Councillor Bradford. His motion is very helpful, and I will be supporting it. And I also, unfortunately, won't be supporting Councillor Holliday's motion today. I think it's important that we vote for the staff recommendation that will streamline the technical criteria for evaluation of speed humps, and it will look at the warrants against the posted speeds, which it doesn't do right now, and it will make the whole process more equitable for everyone. So thank you again to staff for this great investment in both infrastructure and in people.
Thank you. Okay, let's put the motions on the screen. Okay. Councillor McKelvey was the last speaker.
I do have.
Because I did say Councillor McKelvey was the last speaker.
You know what, maybe I didn't hear because there was all of that going on. If you don't mind, I'll just move them.
Okay, just move your motions and
Thank
count.
you. There they are.
Okay.
Sorry, Jennifer.
Can we just put Councillor Fletcher's motion on the screen?
One is just the notion of that textualizer that I raised with the officer, which is pretty interesting, very good thing. I'm not sure we're using it. And the other is just to get the current list, because we have a list, an old list of the priority areas for our community safety zones, and to have that updated. That's all.
Okay.
Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, let's put the motions on the screen so we can vote on the motions. Okay? Okay, motion by Councillor Holliday, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Motion 1 does not carry. The vote is 3 to 20.
Okay, next motion.
Madam Speaker, just stand by for a moment so we can display the vote. Just one moment.
Okay. Okay, motion by Councillor Sachs. All in favor? Show of hands. Carried. Motion by Councillor Bradford. All in favor? Recorded vote on that. Recorded vote on Councillor Bradford's motion.
Councillor Mantis, thank you. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. Motion 2 carries. The vote is 21 to 2.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Fletcher. All in favor? Carried. Next motion. By Councillor Fletcher. All in favor? Carried. In the report? Okay. Is that it for the motions? That? Okay, so Councillor Holliday has asked for in the report 1 and 2 to be voted on separately. So we'll vote on 1 and 2, recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please, and Councillor Perruzza. And
Councillor
Mayor Chow,
Perruzza,
please.
vote.
Mayor Chow. Parts 1 and 2 of the item carry. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, the balance of the item on favor, show of hands carried. Do we have any quick releases at this time? Okay. Councillor Bravo, you have a quick release? Your name's there. Do you have a quick release? No? Okay. Who's got a quick release? Councillor Fletcher. Okay, hold on. Councillor Perruzza, please. We're trying to hear, and it's hard to hear when you're talking to people. Well, you can't chat in the middle of a meeting.
This is an assembly, it's not a church.
Councillor Moyes, maybe if you don't respond to him, he'll stop talking. Okay. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I don't see it up here as a remaining item, and it's actually CC 12.2.
Yes, it's the extension of the appointment of the interim deputy city manager.
Yeah, and I don't see it, I'm sorry, I don't see it up on the remaining items.
It's on my sheet.
Oh, there it is. Now I've got
Yeah.
it. That's fine. This is just a quick release, and I've worked with the chief people officer on this and the city manager's office. And it has nothing to do with personnel or individuals. It just has to do with what I would consider just very professional approach to governance over hiring and selecting top officers for, I forget how many billions of dollars this corporation is. And that I would offer that up online, that we just have a standard way of letting us know, which is a little more professional than we've had in the past, and they have agreed, so putting that forward to this council, Speaker.
So on CC 12.2, Councillor Fletcher has an amendment that was on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release CC 12.6, which is 1 Richview Road, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, request for directions. However, I must move a motion which has been pre-circulated and is in the confidential attachments.
Okay, so on CC 12.6, Councillor Holiday has the motion on the screen. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. Councillor Holiday?
Thank you.
Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holiday, did you have something else?
That was it, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Councillor Cheng.
Thank you. This is regarding 12.7, CC 12.7. There is a supplementary confidential that has been submitted to the clerk to add, and I just want to thank Kelly Matsumoto and Guy Matthews for their support as we try to get best outcomes with the developers in our neighborhood.
Councillor Cheng, apparently the staff said they just got your motion, so they're not ready for that.
Oh, okay.
So we'll have to wait for a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak, I think you have your member's motion that you want to introduce, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so if we can put Councillor Pasternak's motion on the screen to introduce his member's motion. There it is. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you. Because of rapidly changing world events, there's a increasing volatile situation in Toronto streets and public spaces, and we need more information on what constitutes legal and illegal activity in our streets, so we're asking police services to report back.
Okay, so we'll on favor, and we'll introduce the member's motion, then when we get it, Councillor Pasternak, you can move that. Okay, Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, I just needed to reopen an item for a quick technical amendment. I wonder if now is an appropriate time to do that.
What item is it?
One second.
Does the clerk have it?
Yes, the clerk does have it. It is for, sorry, I don't have
MM 12.6?
That's the one.
Okay, we'll put it on the screen.
Thank you. Two online, we've got 18.
Okay,
We've got 18.
it's MM 12.26. Councillor
Yes.
Morley would like to open. She has a technical amendment. All in favor of opening? Carried. Okay, what's your technical amendment?
It's just a small catch from finance, specifically identifying the source of the funds.
Okay, there's the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All right, so we'll circulate the member's motion by Councillor Pasternak. So we'll go to the next item.
Speaker, before we go to the next item, it's Councillor Perks on a point of order.
Councillor Perks?
Just a suggestion to the clerks, it would be helpful in future when we're asked to move a motion to reconsider an item, that we include not just the item number, but also the title, so we know what it is we're reopening. If that could just become the practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Our next item is IE 7.9, request for the federal government to develop and implement safety standards and regulations for heavy trucks. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Do we have any questions to staff? Okay, just one moment. Councillor Fletcher, questions to staff.
Won't take long, but I'm just noting, I'm not taking up that famous last words, thank you. Just looking at that motion from 2011, this to City Council asking the city to take steps on our own heavy equipment to put in truck guards. How far along are we on that now? That 12 years later?
Through you, Madam Speaker. So there was a report back on that item in July of 2019, which directed the General Manager of Solid Waste Management to implement the use of side guards and telematics technology in the waste collection fleet. Quickly after that, the adoption of that report, we piloted 5 of the solid waste vehicles in late 2019, and we've been implementing the use of side guards since that time.
Are there other large trucks outside of solid waste?
So our plan is to configure all heavy-duty vehicles in the fleet with side guards where we are able to.
And how many are there?
There are a total of 629 units.
629 heavy equipment.
Heavy-duty vehicles,
And
class
those
6,
are
7,
not-
8.
Those are ours that we own.
Correct.
And then there's other ones that we have contracted out service in Area 2 and Area 1 for pickup. What is the requirement for Miller Waste or GFL or anybody else to have side guards on their large vehicles?
So, Madam Speaker, based on the award of those contracts at the time, there was no standard in place that the city was using, so there's currently no requirement. In conversations with Mr. Kelleher, there is a new contract going to market in the next 2 years, which will require proponents to use side guards.
And so that is a contracted out service, and that will go in the RFP
Yes.
for those trucks. And now how about the big trucks that are used at times, or cement trucks, or when we've contracted, the city is contracted, let's say, for snow removal? Not that there's that many cyclists on the road, but I'm just looking for those operations where they're not our trucks, but we have a contract with someone who is delivering a service on behalf of the City of Toronto.
Right, so in the case of transportation services and the winter operations vehicle, it's a very complex set of vehicles. So there are salt spreading applications, there's side plows. So so we have to take it on a case-by-case basis to see if side guards can be actually used.
So you have asked the federal government, but they so far have not made that a requirement of any kind. So we've taken the initiative ourselves, starting in 2019.
That is correct. However, we have been working with the federal government since about 2015 to get their advice on the use of a standard. But up until this point, they do not have a standard, and there are no regulations being driven federally for the use of side guards in heavy-duty vehicles.
Thank you. And so when will you anticipate the 629 vehicles that they would all be equipped with these side guards, Mr. Jollymore?
Our current strategy is to equip them when we're replacing the vehicle. So they come now standard as part of the vehicle specification.
Yeah. So how many are in service that are, that might not be a standard that we want to have?
So currently we have 36 units in service and another 100 on order.
Out of 629?
Correct.
So there's some 400 vehicles that don't have side guards for whatever reason?
That is correct.
Would you say that doesn't meet it is a motion that's 12 years old as of November 29th, 2011. So we're dealing with a 12-year-old situation. Is there any way to speed that up and put side guards on the remaining 400 trucks?
We could retrofit the current fleet. That would cost several $1 million to do.
As your advice is not to do it?
Our advice would be to stay the course in our current strategy, which is to install the side guards as part of the replacement vehicle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Yes, to Mr. Jollymore. What is your title, Mr. Jollymore?
General Manager of Fleet Services.
So you're in charge of all the trucks and cars that the city operates its departments with?
That is correct.
Now, as you know, I put forth this motion, and thank you for your help, because there was 3 recent tragic death by dump trucks that happened in the middle of the city. One happened in my ward on Lawrence and the Allen. One happened at Erskine and Yonge. Another dump truck death just occurred, Davisville, Mount Pleasant. 3 people killed by dump trucks. We're in city trucks. I asked you to look into how we can get these heavy-duty trucks to incorporate sensor technology on trucks. They don't have that. A lot of ordinary cars have those sensor technologies. They don't have them. Why don't they have sensor technology on these dump trucks?
So there is emerging technology available in the marketplace that is available. I would say it's limited on heavy-duty vehicles versus on passenger vehicles. But there are sensors in the marketplace, proximity sensors, which alerts the driver to someone or something in close proximity on the passenger side of the vehicle, for instance, where visibility is poor. So technology does exist, but it's still emerging, and it's not perfect.
So with all this, we're the construction capital of North America here. We've got all these dump trucks all over the city, on the transit lines, condo lines, whatever. Whose responsibility is to get them to look at technology which makes these trucks more pedestrian friendly?
So vehicle and vehicle design is under the jurisdiction of the federal government, Transport Canada. So matters related to the vehicle or technology and use on the vehicle or specified on the vehicle is a federal matter.
It's not the provincial Ministry of Transportation, it's the federal government.
The province regulates licensing of vehicles, operators, and operations of vehicles. The federal government has jurisdiction over vehicle and vehicle design.
with your extensive daily experience in fleet management and trucks, do you think it would be helpful for these huge construction vehicles, trucks, to have sensors that can detect the proximity of a pedestrian near their vehicle? Do you think this technology might help alert the driver to the fact they are approaching a pedestrian?
We believe it's helpful. The city is considered a leader in the municipal space. We do use proximity sensors. We use automated braking on the solid waste vehicle fleet as an example, reverse sensors, proximity sensors. So yes is the short answer to your question.
Do these dump trucks have reverse sensors?
Dump trucks?
The private dump trucks from the construction company.
There's no regulation in place requiring the use of sensors.
So they can drive through all the streets of Toronto without any requirement to have these added safety devices like the sensor technology. They're not.
That's correct.
There's no requirement.
No requirement.
Okay. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
To ask questions. I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see that in Halifax Regional Government, in 2017, they started a program to retrofit all the city trucks and put side guards on them, and that program finished by 2022. And it seems to have saved, they said that it reduced the risk of death by up to 50% in collisions with heavy good trucks. And of course, we know in Europe, that has been the case for 30 years, and there's 60% reduction of death when cyclists or pedestrians get hit. In this motion that is being asked, do you see it as something that is asking you to look at retrofitting existing trucks, or this is a report on just all the new trucks that we are purchasing? How are you interpreting this motion?
Just to clarify through you, Madam Speaker, Madam Mayor, are you referring to the original motion of 2011 or the most recent motion for us?
I don't know, whatever motions, what have council actually asked you to do? Has council ever asked you what does it take to retrofit all the trucks so that we have, it's very simple, side guards that you install is very cheap. Has there been a motion asking you whether that's feasible, how much it might be, et cetera, how long, how many years it would take, et cetera? Has there been a request like that in the past?
I think the original motion asked us to assess.
Sorry?
The original motion, through you, Madam Speaker, asked us to assess retrofitting options as well as the new installation options.
Okay.
Based on the recommendations of the 2019 report, we've been executing that direction since. We are expected to report back by middle of 2024, and we can certainly include in that report back what it would take to retrofit the entire heavy-duty fleet.
Mm-hmm. So the previous motion asked you to examine the possibility, or does it actually ask you to go ahead and do it? And does it also ask you how much it will cost?
My read of the original motion was to assess it, not to act on it.
Ah, okay. Did it ask you to, and did you report back? Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on the history of this.
Yes, no problem.
Did it ask you to report on the feasibility, but also how much and how long it would take and et cetera, how many trucks and all of that? Does it ask you to lay it out? And how to, what the implementation plan would actually look like?
So I don't, through you, Madam Speaker, I don't think the report back included those details that you've just laid out.
Okay.
There was a recommendation in the report to implement the use of the side guards in the solid waste management heavy-duty fleet, which we've been acting on since 2019.
But only on solid waste and not in other trucks that are in our fleet.
We don't, through you, Madam Speaker, we don't have that current direction, but that is our current plan, to configure the entire heavy-duty fleet, classes 6, 7, and 8.
Okay.
Where possible, because as I mentioned, there are cases where it's not possible based on the operation of the vehicle to actually install a side guard.
I get that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, just one last question. Do you need, in addition to that motion, to clarify, to say that if you are to implement that all trucks, do you need a direction so that your report returning in next year, do you need that instruction? Or do you
I am
interpret this way?
clear. I am very clear, so no.
Okay.
We don't need that direction, and we'll be very clear in our report back the middle of next year, the plan to have the entire heavy-duty fleet covered.
Just one last question, time's up. What's the difference between the heavy-duty trucks versus trucks? Because if you get run over between the two, even ordinary trucks, between those two front and the back wheel, once you get whipped into it, you are in serious danger.
Correct. So that the duty of the vehicle is based on the weight of the vehicle, and our approach to the installation of side guards was based on risk to public safety. And that's based on the vehicle itself. So the solid waste vehicles are the largest, heaviest vehicles in our fleet. They are also the highest utilized vehicles in the fleet. They're out on the road, highly utilized every day of the week, 10 hours at least a day in service. So they represent the highest risk to public safety. So that's, in my view, that's the right place to start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item down. Did you want to speak?
Very, very quickly.
Okay, just one sec. So if we can put this, can we put the speakers list on the screen, please?
Am I on?
Okay,
I don't have a motion, but I did think it was important to get into this today, because that was a motion asking for the feasibility in 2011. A big shout out to former Councillor Glenda Bearmaker, who moved that, seconded by myself. And it has taken a while. I think this was prompted by the very, very tragic death of Jenna Morrison on Sterling Road. And when you get caught under the tires of a large truck, you are pulled under. There is no escape. That is your death. And that was a very tragic event for her family and for all cyclists in the city of Toronto. So I understand the mayor has asked if you'll be bringing back how quickly we can accelerate that, because right now there's still 400 trucks that would not, and those would be solid waste trucks, how that would go into the RFP so that these companies know early that this is something that we're doing. And we should really be bragging about it, because the federal government has been asked over and over again to make this a requirement on heavy trucks, and they have refused over and over again. So we've had to start this on our own, albeit, I would say, later than we'd like. But thank you very much, Mr. Jollymore. I think since you've taken up that post, you're driving this very hard, and I appreciate that. And I think on behalf of all cyclists that meet a big truck and know what that could mean to you. Originally, we'd hoped that all trucks in the city of Toronto would have to have side guards, because we only have a small fleet, but there's cement trucks. There's a lot of large trucks on our roads. But because there's no federal requirement, we can't require that in our city boundary. But we certainly can be a leader, an exemplar, and I would suggest that we do need to speed up the implementation. And if the truck is going to fall apart in a year, let's not spend that money. But if it has a shelf life that it's going to be in service for another 5-6 years, then I see no reason why we wouldn't outfit that to keep it the safest as possible. So those are my remarks, Madam Speaker. And I said for Councillor Carroll, I would not take a long time.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, I just want to speak to my original motion, which is basically not about side guards, which is an important issue, but I'm talking about the incredible amount of construction that's going on in our city, where some cases, I know, off Yonge and Eglinton, we had 40 cement trucks lined up there at a construction site. 40 cement trucks. There are cement trucks, especially, and all kinds of other heavy-duty trucks, on a daily basis on all of our streets and neighborhoods, because you had the Eglinton Crosstown under construction forever, and you had all the condos under construction. So therefore, it is a very dangerous place for pedestrians, and that's why we got the construction safety hub erected there at Yonge and Eglinton. And the reality is there's been 3 avoidable tragedies that have just happened. Deaths by dump truck. People run over by dump trucks because the dump truck drivers are sitting so high, they're usually, when they're turning a corner, they can't see the ground on their side, the right side, or depending on which turn, they can't see. All of our vehicles and our pickup trucks, they all have these sensors when you approach something. So for the life of me, I can't understand why these construction companies and builders don't require their heavy-duty dump trucks to have sensors. It's 15-year-old technology. It doesn't cost, you can even get aftermarket technology to put on your vehicle. Just go on Amazon, you can get it. Yet these dump trucks go up and down our streets every day, in a hurry, and they're putting pedestrians at risk. And if you can see the mayhem at Yonge and Eglinton with pedestrians, thousands of pedestrians trying to cross a street, Yonge Street, Eglinton, and all these dump trucks on top of the buses, on top of the vehicles. So the least we can ask is for these trucks to require these sensors to save lives. Not a big, we're not talking millions of dollars per truck. What's a life worth? I hope it's worth one of these sensors on these vehicles. So that's what I'm asking for us as a council, to ask the federal government to step up and think about the tragic accidents that are occurring on our streets that can be avoidable. So I ask you to support this motion. I'd like to see the side guards, and I think our staff has been working on that, and if we give them more resources, they can add more side guards. But all of our vehicles, heavy-duty working vehicles, should have these sensors. And so that is what I'm asking for you to support, something that's very affordable, saves lives, and we can't have any more death by dump trucks in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Yeah, I'm going to support my friend and in his efforts here. When I look at this, Speaker, I'm reminded some years ago, on the first day of school in my ward, a young girl, first day of her high school. She lived on Grand Ravine Drive. I'm not going to go into the details of the particular individual, but you know, she walked along Grand Ravine Drive, she walked up Sentinel. She was headed to C.W. Jeffries High School. And in front of Lamberton, at Lamberton, in front of Elia Middle School, she was there, and a truck turning on from Sentinel onto Lamberton, basically killed this young girl on her first day of school. I don't know, some of you who were here back then may recall the particular incidents, But I remember on the heels of that, I co-sponsored a motion with, I believe it was Councillor Crawford at the time, which initiated the whole process of school safety zones, and out of which grew the whole school safety zone program and so on. But I agree with my friend Councillor Cole that when you are in these big trucks, and it wasn't speed, wasn't 30 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 10 kilometers or speed humps. It's human beings. It's a person being in a truck high up, you know, doing a maneuver in the middle of the street, and their visibility and the actions and interaction of the people in and around that vehicle, it caused it caused a death, and this young girl, excited about her first day of school, was killed. It was tragic. It was just, it was mind-numbing. I remember being called. I was away. I wasn't in the country. I was out of the country, and my staff calling me and telling me that this young woman had been killed on the first day of school in this way. It was completely heartbroken, Madam Speaker. And yes, there are some things that we can do, and there are some fatalities and some deaths that we can prevent. And I agree with my friend that in these instances, we currently have the technology available to us that could render some of these vehicles far safer. I don't know if you've ever been in a truck. I used to work in a garage as a young man that was never licensed, but you know, I would drive the trucks in and out from time to time. Carlo, the owner of the garage, it was a tire shop mostly, but we would change the big tires on these big trucks, these big rigs, and working around them enough, you know, you learned how to work the braking system, you learned how to work the gears, and you learned how to move them around. But I can tell you this, that when you're up in that cab, your visibility, your ability to see people in and around your vehicle is zero. You can't see people standing next to the truck. You can't see someone standing in front of the truck. And we have the ability now to change the game in that sense. And we should do everything that we can to do that, because I think we would make the situation safer for lots and lots of folks.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Yeah, I remember the death of Jenna Morrison almost like yesterday. She's a mom, a yoga teacher, have a 6 or 7 year old son, and was pregnant with another baby. Yes, I do have a motion.
Okay, if you can
let me
just read your
introduce it.
motion.
Can you put it?
There it is on the screen.
Yeah, I am adding that, including retrofitting the city's fleet. So the existing motion stands. There is a feasibility study, and I'm looking to include all trucks. And of course, the priority would be the heavy trucks first. I heard there's going to be a risk assessment, of course. You take the ones that are most dangerous. And so the only words that we are changing is including retrofitting the existing city's fleet. Madam Speaker, sorry. She was pregnant with her second baby, and she was at the corner of Dundas and where the streets. Oh, thank you. Yeah, so people remember, obviously. It was tragic. The truck was making a right turn. She was making a right turn. She got slipped into, got caught between the front and the back wheel and got whipped inside the truck. And of course, you stand no chance once you are between those two big wheels, the front and the back wheel. And the sad thing was that it wasn't the truck driver's fault either, because if you look at the blind spot, they literally cannot see what is beside them. And how would a cyclist or a pedestrian know when a truck is making a right turn? It's wide, and they literally cannot see what is beside them. And as a result, many pedestrians, cyclists are killed. And those numbers are just incredible. In fact, there was a coroner study on it, and the coroner recommended that the side guards be, and there was a 1998 inquest, and that it recommended the federal government make side guards mandatory, and that did not happen, unfortunately. So I want to thank Deputy Mayor Cole for bringing this motion, walking it on at the committee. And thank you for remembering how important it is to protect pedestrians, because many of these deaths can completely be avoided. I looked at what's happening in Europe. They have installed this at least 35 years ago, and most trucks in Europe, almost all of them in EU, are required to have side guards. And there has been 61% reduction in cyclist fatalities and 20% reduction in pedestrian fatalities from side impact collisions with trucks. And there are now cities, whether it's Halifax and Vancouver, that are just, they have put installed side guards in all their trucks. They're not even waiting. There are companies that are doing it also because they understand the importance of safety. I think we own it to our residents, whether it's pedestrians or and even cars and cyclists, to examine very carefully whether we should be installing these side guards on our trucks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we can put the motion on the screen. I believe we just have that one motion by Mayor Chow. On favor? Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, so members of council, what I would suggest, we just have about 4 or 5 items left, that we move a motion to extend, but let's have maybe a 15-minute break, and then we can continue, okay? Rather than the half hour. So at 6 o'clock, we'll break for 15 minutes. Just to give a little break, people could rest, walk. No, we're going to finish the agenda, yeah.
Madam Chair, why don't we just finish the agenda and just go straight through and finish it? There's only a few items left.
I just thought if members of
Yeah,
council,
can we?
if staff needed a 10, 15-minute break, maybe.
We're okay to go straight through? Yeah, let's just finish everything. Do you want me to? I'll move the motion to extend it until we finish all the items,
Well,
if I may.
apparently Councillor McKelvey had a motion.
Okay.
I move to extend.
Okay. Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, so our next item is PH 7.8, recommended framework for the community infrastructure and housing. Councillor Perks, you held the item down, and it's here without a recommendation.
Yes, Speaker, I'll be exercising my right as the committee chair to speak last on the item. There's a supplementary I'll be moving when I speak.
Okay. Well, let's ask questions. Do we have any questions? Councillor Holliday, you have questions? Okay. We'll go to questions first.
Staff in place.
Hey, Councillor Holliday.
All right, so this process before us, the CHIA, which is similar but different to a minister's zoning order, do I understand it correctly, the first time that the public formally hears about it is the notice period prior to the consideration at the Planning and Housing Committee?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, in the appendix of the report, we've outlined the process.
Yep.
And part of that process is actually to include pre-application consultation, including consultation with the community. So we envision that we would want to be out talking to people about whether or not this would be happening even before we commence.
So I'm looking at that.
Yeah.
The report, where's that on the community? I see the councillor.
Page 4
Yes.
of attachment 1
Yes.
of the supplementary report.
Yep. Item number 2, pre-application consultation.
Pre-application, key stakeholder engagement, the bullet point toward the end of the page.
Okay.
Engagement with key stakeholders, including representatives of the priority population group to be served by the proposed development and the local councillor.
Okay.
So I interpret that to mean key stakeholders, meaning where the site is located, the community.
Okay, that's helpful. But is it a community consultation meeting? I mean, what is that? It's not really defined.
It's not defined, but I think certainly the intention would be to take an approach that mimicked as much as possible our current application review process.
Oh, good.
And in fact, maybe go a little bit further than that in advance, because these projects, we want to accelerate these projects, and early consultation helps accelerate the projects.
Joe, in terms of a public hearing, though, it doesn't work like a zoning bylaw amendment or an OPA. It goes to the Planning and Housing Committee.
That's correct.
So if I want to come and depute and give the committee a piece of my mind on this, what's the process?
So the process, again, outlined in the report, is that we will give notice, and this is an issue that was raised at committee, and in the supplementary report, we've basically mandated that there would be notice through a municipal code amendment. We would put public notice out in advance. It would likely come in a time equivalent to the production of the agenda, and we would have...
How many days is that?
5 days.
5 days?
At a minimum.
And how is the notice delivered?
The notice is intended to be delivered through the city's public notice website.
So if I'm a member of the public and I'm really interested in talking about this, I've got to monitor the website, and then I've got to arrange my schedule and get down to City Hall within 5 days. Or I could write something in, I guess.
Yes, again, I think we'll be monitoring, as we indicate in the report, the progress and of considering the first 3 and report back on the efficacy of the process. I think what's important is that if we begin a consultation process and there are a number of interested parties, we need to find a way to continue to communicate with those interested parties. So if there's a local residents association or other parties who've signed up for notice, we'll find a way to give them notice. We normally would.
So these sites are big, right? We're not talking about a house or a duplex or something. I mean, these could be apartment buildings.
Through the speaker, I think they could range in size. Certainly the modular in the order of 50, 60 units. It could be smaller, it could be larger. Housing now, for example, is larger.
Okay. Is there any reason why we couldn't extend the notice period a little longer to give people a chance, like they would come and depute at community council? Is there any way we couldn't extend the way that we do the notice a little beyond just putting it on the city's website?
Through the speaker, I'd certainly be open to how we might be doing that. We certainly want to look for ways to be as open and transparent as possible.
Agreed.
That's the whole spirit of this.
Thank you.
20 seconds. 15. Are you finished, Councillor?
I am, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a few more questioners. Next up, Councillor Cheng. Could just give me 1 second, please?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I look with great interest to the title of this fund, or this order, the Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator, and I read that it is when it's far beyond what community benefits can deliver. So I'm just wondering, does that include infrastructure like community centers and libraries, or is it only for, because it's talking about housing, but it's also talking about infrastructure. So how does this apply to other parts of infrastructure that we need?
Certainly, the report outlines if this is housing, certainly goes through a number of housing priorities in the city, but also could be applicable to transportation infrastructure if it needed, again, a zoning bylaw amendment or long-term care facilities, health facilities, if there was an education facility. I know, for example, we have asked for an MZO in the past for a Sunnybrook Hospital. So things like that, certainly we'd be open to considering using this process.
So this process is our pathway towards an MZO?
Well, again, through the chair, and as noted previously, it is MZO-like. It has been given a different title by the legislation, but it is very much like an MZO. It does allow us, though, to attach conditions to the approval. And it does, as the report outlines, wraps a process around it that we feel we're more comfortable with. And instead of these things being initiated by the province, they would be initiated by the city. They would come through this council with due consideration and good due diligence, like an application, and be done in an open and transparent manner.
So it's to expedite a process?
Yes, it's to expedite a process, and certainly because we're dealing with affordable housing and community infrastructure, these would be processed as priority items.
As we know, we have a tremendous focus on multiplying housing in the city, but because we're resource strapped, we are not able to have the same push for infrastructure. How often do you foresee us activating this for infrastructure purposes?
Through the speaker, hard to predict, to be honest with you. I think we'll have to see what comes up. If there are pressing matters, important infrastructure related to healthcare, for example, that I can think of, certainly be an example of where we would want to act as soon as we could.
Great, thank you very much.
I can't.
Thank you, Councillor Cheng. Our next questioner, Councillor Perks.
Thank you. Mr. Lintern, at committee, we asked you to go back and work some of this through a little bit more, and you brought the supplementary, which you've mentioned. The process that you lay out of having, I don't know where that echo is coming from, having pre-consultation work with the local councillor that could include a community meeting, and then going to a meeting at committee. That's very similar to what we do in most applications right now. It doesn't skip a lot of steps, does it?
That's correct. That would be our best practice, yes.
And part of that best practice is when you communicate with people in the pre-application phase, you could say, and this is going to likely be at the Planning and Housing Committee December, and the meeting date is such and so. And if you want notice when the report is written, we can email it to you. We do that, and we could do that here, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Committee also asked you to put in an additional safeguard, which we don't have for the MZO process, which is to build it into the municipal code that there must be a planning report that outlines its good planning and meets the city's goals. And further, that it would be a report signed by you, the chief planner, right?
That's correct.
So it couldn't be something where a member of council stands up during a community council meeting and there's some application that they're familiar with, or that someone in the community has spoken to them about it, and just say, I want this process on this one, and I want council to approve it right now. If we adopt the recommendations here, a councillor wouldn't be able to do that. They would still have to go through the pre-consultation phase and go to a committee hearing, right?
Yes, including an application and the review that would be undertaken by city staff with a staff recommendation.
And that's a safeguard we don't currently have for things like the emergency zoning bylaws that we bring in from time to time. This is actually a fairly significant safeguard.
Yes, I would describe it that way, yes.
Interim control bylaws,
Interim,
yeah.
yes.
So this has got more safeguards than some existing processes already.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Perks to speak. He held the item down. So we can go to-
Speaker, as the committee chair, I'd like to speak last.
Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't here. You said that. Okay. If we can clear the screen to see if anybody wants to speak. Councillor Holiday. Oh. So Councillor Holiday has a motion, but we're not ready for it. So let's hold the item down. Councillor Matlow, TE 8.2, 214, 224 Merton Street. Okay, Councillor Matlow?
I move it.
Pardon?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a motion or anything?
Is there a motion to put up on the screen?
Well, I don't know. Did you submit in a motion?
I'm looking to the
Oh,
clerk.
there it is, right there.
Yeah, I'm looking to the clerk.
Okay, it's on the screen. Okay,
So I move this.
all right. So you just want to move it? You don't want to
That's right.
speak?
No.
Oh, okay. So on T 8.2, 214, 224 Merton Street, Councillor Matlow has moved an amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we'll go to, are we ready with Councillor Cheng's motion on CC 12.7? Okay. Councillor Cheng, your motion is ready.
Great. CC 12.7, there is a supplemental report that has been prepared by legal with a confidential attachment.
Okay, we can put that on the screen. There it is. Okay, you're moving the amendment, correct?
A supplementary report.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. On CC 12.7,
Yes.
Councillor Cheng has her amendment. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Councillor Pasternak, do you want to move your member's motion that you introduced, MM 12.28? Councillor Pasternak?
Yes, I'd be happy to move it.
Okay. Councillor Pasternak is moving MM 12.28 that was introduced earlier. On favor? Carried. All right. So do we have Councillor Holliday's motion ready? Because we only have 2 items left. Do we have it? Okay. So Councillor Holliday, your motion is ready. There you go.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm just going to go by memory. But I asked for a couple of things, and that was to enhance the process by requiring written notice be provided to the community, and to increase the number of days so that it's 20 days in advance of consideration by the committee, which is consistent to an official plan or a zoning bylaw. And the rationale for this is I feel the current process is too opaque. Giving 5 days notice and asking people to arrange within 5 days to come to the committee, hopefully if they saw the posting on the website, is a little thin, and I think we can do better. These are big projects. Surely they aren't developed over a weekend or a course of days.
I did ask some questions and I received some helpful answers about the depth of community consultation. I regret it wasn't codified in the writing before me, so I do hear some hope that there's a consultation with the community, because I didn't see those words in the report, but I did hear the chief planner say that that's the intent. And I thought I even heard something about a community consultation meeting. But I didn't see those words in there. So, you know, I heard questions and answers that seem to be supportive of transparency in this process. I hope members agree with these enhancements. I think it'll make it a bit better of a process. Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Holliday has moved his motion. I don't see any other speakers, so Councillor Perks, are you ready to speak? Councillor Perks?
Sorry, I was having just a little technical issue. Speaker, before I speak, I have a little procedural question. So I'm going to move the supplementary, but I'd be happy to accept Councillor Holliday's motion as a companion piece to that. So could we consider that as an amendment to the supplementary? I think Councillor Holliday would be happy with that.
Yeah, right? Just one sec, Councillor Perks. Okay, Councillor Perks, so we'll have to vote on them separately.
I understand vote on them separately, but if they both pass, I don't want them to be contradictory, because one says 5 days and the other says 20.
No, it won't. It's not. Am I correct on it? It doesn't contradict? Okay, just one sec, Councillor Perks.
Yeah. I'm happy to work with the wording to make them complementary or whatever I need to do.
And it doesn't, it's not there, it doesn't, yeah. The clerk agrees with that, Councillor Perks.
Okay, thank you. Well, with that understanding, I'm going to move the supplementary report. Just some of you may or may not be terribly familiar with this. A couple of years ago, the province changed the Planning Act. It's one of the many that they've slipped through in the last couple of years. And one of them created this Community Infrastructure and Housing Accelerator tool. And as the chief planner said, it's pretty much the same thing as a ministerial zoning order, except it puts the onus on the municipality to ask for them. Now, a cynic might say, in the current political climate, you might understand why the province would want the municipality to take responsibility for ministerial zoning orders, but that would be a cynic's view. What it does do is give the City of Toronto the ability, if we choose, to ask the province to treat an approval by the city council as going directly to the minister and not appealable to the Land Use Planning Tribunal. Okay? In very few cases will we ever want to do this. Mr. Lintern mentioned one infrastructure project. To my knowledge, that's the only one that we've used an MZO for in 20 years. So I don't see that as being a common tool. We have used them on, I think it's 4 modular housing sites in the last little while. But if you'll recall, in the housing plan we passed at the beginning of this council meeting, we did contemplate for some of those projects where we're in a hurry to get shovels in the ground and meet our 6-year plan for creating rental housing, that we might want to use this tool. So it gives us an option. When this came to committee, myself and the other members of the committee were concerned we didn't want to fall into the same trap that the province has with MZOs. I mean, if you're following in the newspaper, you probably saw that recently the province gave an MZO for a building that would have obstructed the flight path to Pearson International Airport. Or some of the stuff they did on the Greenbelt where they threw out all the policy and just, you know, dotted properties around and upzoned them without any reference to good planning. So what we have done is built in some guardrails. The first guardrail is council will not be able to approve one of these unless there is a signed report from the chief planner saying that this has been properly reviewed and it constitutes good planning. Second, we have put in a guardrail, which has now been improved by Councillor Holiday, requiring public consultation with the community, notice, and a meeting at a committee, almost identically mirroring what we do with a regular planning application. Again, the only real difference would be taking away that appeal right. Now, I am not one who is terribly keen on taking away appeal rights, but in some specific cases, it may be necessary. Right now, there's a housing application that the city tried to get through quickly and was unable to, and it's just now, after 800 days, completed its hearing at the Land Use Planning Appeal Tribunal. I've been following blogs, live blogs of that hearing, and the only issue raised by the appellant was that what had to do with the nature of the people who would be living there. The city very correctly and very well argued that that would be discrimination under Ontario's laws, and that the Planning Act doesn't permit discriminatory zoning. So we have lost a huge amount of time because of what should have been considered to be an entirely frivolous appeal under the Planning Act. 800 days so far, and the hearing's completed, but we will have to wait an undetermined amount of time for the decision. So there may be occasions when this is worth doing.
Thank you. Okay. Ready to vote? Put the motion on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor Holiday. On favor? Show of hands. Carried. And then on the supplementary report, there it is on the screen by Councillor Perks. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, so we have. Thank you. We only have one last item here. And CC 12.14, am I correct? That's the last item? Okay, good. Response to MM 11.39, protecting the process for tree removal at Ontario Place. Deputy Mayor Malik held the item down. Do we have questions? Can we clear the screen if we see if we have any questions to staff? Do we have staff here? Yeah. Okay, there's no questions. So Deputy Mayor, you want to speak on it? There's no questions. Okay. Go ahead.
I have motions that should be up on the screen. I want to thank staff for the information they provided in this report. And we know that in a redevelopment application as complex and as important as this one, Good process is really important for us to be able to follow, and it matters. And our city staff are continuing to review the resubmission that Infrastructure Ontario prepared following extensive public engagement led by the city. The feedback showed that there are many concerns with the fundamentals of this application and whether it belongs on our waterfront, particularly the natural heritage impact. In the meantime, there are steps council should take to ensure the proper process of any activity on Ontario Place is followed and that the city's interests are upheld. We have been following that through council-approved principles from the very start of this process. In their update report to Community Council in April, city staff stated that environmental assessment for the West Island Therma project had not been completed and did not comply with official plan requirements. And the province has recently made an application in federal court against the Government of Canada related to the Impact Assessment Act. A proposal to designate the Ontario Place Spa Complex an underground parking garage on the West Island of Ontario Place has been posted on the registry, and I believe it's important for city staff to review the city's interest in these proceedings and report back to council with their input on our options for intervention to preserve the city's rights. City legal staff have also demonstrated through this report that we can be prepared to respond to any action or legal proceedings that begin through a third party regarding tree removal at this very important site, with the authority, again, to protect the city's rights. Through these measures, we can continue to ensure that the planning and approval process for development at Ontario Place, including tree removal, are done with respect to the rules and regulations that are in place to protect the public interest, protect our city's interests, and to protect the interests of people across Ontario.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have the motion by Deputy Mayor Malik. On favor, recorded vote. Ring the bells. A recorded vote, Councillor Holyday, you asked on Deputy Mayor Malik's motion, right? Okay. Okay, recorded vote. No, just the motion is on the screen, Councillor Cole. No, he's asked for a recorded vote on your amendment. Yeah. Councillor Holyday, you just want a recorded vote on the amendment that Deputy Mayor Malik has made, correct? Right, okay. Just on this, your amendment, and then we vote on the supplementary report. Okay. Where's the motion? Oh, okay. Motion is there.
Councillor Sachs, please. Deputy Mayor McKelvey, please. Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? Could you state in the affirmative? Thank you. Councillor Prutza, how do you vote, sir? In the affirmative. Thank you. The motion carries. Speaker, 20-1.
Okay, so on the supplementary report and the remainder of the item, as amended, all in favor? Carried. Okay, that's it for the agenda. So Members, we just have a couple more minutes, so if we can be patient and remain in our seats. Members, before I ask for a motion, to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Perks, do you want to move that?
So moved.
Okay, you'll have to read it. There it is
Speaker,
on
I
the screen.
think that committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on the zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
Okay, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any. Carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? Moved by Councillor Moyes. It's on the screen. Oh, sorry. Microphone. Okay, Councillor Moyes.
That leave be granted to introduce Bill 1035 to 1113.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act? All in favor, show of hands, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the confirmatory bills? Councillor Holyday.
That leave be granted to introduce bills to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council Meeting 12 on November 8th and 9th, 2023.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried. Shall these bills be declared as bylaws and be passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006? Show of hands, all in favor, opposed if any, carried. I want to thank members of council. Thank you to staff. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.